Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me as always is the man with a million hot takes, Mark Skews.
I'm never going to get to live that down, am I?
Oh, always with the hot takes, always. The hot takes are building up, buddy.
Yep.
The hot takes are building up. I think every episode, with the exception of last episode. If you did not see it, our last episode was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We did all 9 entries. I've already forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did our audience. Here's some trivia. It is our second least popular episode. It is not the least popular. It is the second least popular.
I have a good idea which one's going to be the least popular.
I know exactly which one is the least popular. So at the end of the last episode, Texas Chainsaw, if you didn't watch it, give it a watch. God knows it needs the views. Mark, you did a tease at the end about what the next episode was going to be. You said the next episode of Slash Cinema is going to be a Scream.
I don't believe that I did that.
I'm pretty certain. I don't remember. And in case you're wondering,
I would not.
And in case you're wondering what Mark meant by that, he was of course referring to Freddy's Nightmares. We're back, buddy. We're back to Freddy's Nightmares. It's season 2, buddy.
I feel like I love our audience and you detest them.
No, I have respect for all 5 people that comment on our videos. The utmost respect.
All
Absolutely.
5 of our family members.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So, I mean, I know some people are going to be like, hey, tackle another film franchise. Just slow your roll, okay? We just gave you Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That was a big one. It takes a long time. While we were fucking watching those movies, we were also torturing ourselves watching this fucking show.
Right.
So we have been slowly watching, very slowly. Freddy's Nightmares season 1. If you did not watch our first video we did on the first season of Freddy's Nightmares, just to recap, they made a TV show about Nightmare on Elm Street, but not about Nightmare on Elm Street. It's a show that has Nightmare on Elm Street elements in it. There's your recap. Watch the fucking video. Nobody else did.
Right.
So we tackled season 1 already. We're back to do season 2. We took a huge break.
Right. We had to.
It was painful.
I'm surprised that you got me back for this.
I want to tell I want to say you. I had to I was jabbing you to finish this fucking thing. Mark put this off so hard.
This was a marathon.
Legit. You struggled with this.
I
one.
did.
Yeah. You would come over and I'm like, hey buddy, how many episodes you got left? I of course finished this weeks ago and was raring to go, ready to talk about it. Mark, who has much more of a life than I do, he has people that love him. He has real structure around him. You were tortured by this.
I finished it 3 days ago.
Yeah, you just finished this.
Yeah.
And that was with me being dude, we got to get this going.
Right.
Yeah. So sorry guys, because just so you know, this was supposed to be our Halloween episode. This is now going to be our This is going to be our Black Friday episode. So it kept getting pushed back because it just was so much shit to watch.
Yeah. It's a lot to watch.
22 episodes.
And you'll find out why it's difficult to watch this show as well.
Yeah, this is not light viewing.
No, not at all.
Yeah. And it's also just one of those things. Well, let's get into it right now. We had a question. I don't even know if we mentioned this in the first episode that we did on Freddy's Nightmares, but the question we were going to answer was, after we watched it all, we watched the whole shebang, so the entire series. So season 1, 22 episodes, season 2, 22 episodes, 44
episodes.
Basically 44 hours of our lives.
When you think of it that way, it's just very depressing.
Yeah, it very much so is. Yeah. The question we had was, what should the show have been?
Yeah.
if they got, like, let's say Mark Skews, you're around when they're making this show. They bring you in. They're like, okay, we got to retool this. This isn't working. They do the pilot. They do a couple episodes. And it's like, this is shit. They bring you in to retool and fix it. You're like the executive producer, and you can just do whatever you want, but you have to. This was the question: was what should the show have been if they gave you the power? What show would you have made?
Right.
We both went different ways on this.
Slightly, yeah. I kind of took the perspective of, as I was watching season 1. Coming up with my top 5, my bottom 5, right? Same thing we're going to do today for season 2, right? But what is it about season 1 that I would change if I had the ability to retool this show for season 2, right? And I've got it, I kind of pared it down to 3 sort of big bucket things that I'm going to talk to you about today. So before we get into our rankings, if that's okay.
Yes, let's do that, because it sounds like you have things to say that are going to directly tie to season 2.
Yeah, they're gonna. You need to understand some things about season 2 before we talk about the episodes.
Mark is talking.
Yeah.
You need to understand the hell that I went through. You're already you're looking for sympathy and empathy from these people.
Right.
This cold-hearted audience that we've built for ourselves.
And I hope that if there are viewers who have watched this, that they will comment on what I'm going to say, because I feel like we have a bond. Like, if you've been through this, we've experienced something together.
Yeah,
right?
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we said this in the first episode we did on Freddy's Nightmares. I'm going to say it again. Don't watch Freddy's Nightmares.
Did you bother my wife and kid? Your wife and kid? Take a hike. Pretty please. You're that guy.
But maybe watch Freddy's Nightmares.
No, honestly, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's just not good.
Right.
This is coming from someone that my favorite horror film franchise is this right here.
Right.
Nightmare on Elm Street, buddy. Freddy Krueger is probably my favorite horror icon. I'm going to say it. He's my favorite horror icon of all time. I fucking love Freddy Krueger. I love Robert Englund. I love this franchise. I nerd out over this franchise. Diehard fan didn't like watching this.
Right.
That tells you how bad it is. There's some fun to be had, but in a 44-hour runtime, you're talking 1, maybe 2. You're talking minutes. Right.
You struggle to find things that you enjoy about it.
So most of it is just.
Which, again, is not a slight against the fine folks at Beefy Boy Productions that put this together.
Oh, you're doing another plug on the Blu-ray? Beefy Boy Productions, that is the gentleman that produced this fan-made Blu-ray package for the complete series set. I will put their contact info in the description of this video if you're interested in ordering one of these yourself. Mm-hmm. This is only for the diehards. Right. I wanted this to own this. And now I've watched it.
We have to have it, but we never have to watch it again.
That's it. This will forever just be a shelf. This is a conversation piece at this point. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. And speaking of conversations, Mark.
Shall we?
Let's get into it. I went a different route. You went, what would I tweak in the show?
Right.
So I basically decided, fuck the show. I would just cancel everything, destroy just burn it to the ground, fire everybody except Robert Englund, and then bring me in and then give me unlimited money, and then I will do a new show.
Right. Something completely different.
Right.
So, I went with I still have to work within the confines of what they're giving me. What can I change about what I have that I can hopefully make? I
think it says a lot about our different personalities.
Right. That I'm a little bit more pragmatic and practical.
You just assume in Mark's mind, Mark was like, I have to work with what I'm given. Justin's mind was, I am God, and I'm just going to move all the tiles around and do whatever. But I'm going to save mine to the end of this episode then. Yep. Because mine is just I'm going to give you a pitch of, this is Justin Ashley's Freddy's Nightmares, but it's not even called that. I even gave it a different new title. Whole thing. I started from scratch. This is my version. I'm going to pitch you my Nightmare on Elm Street show, my ideal one. You're going to have to wait 5 hours from now to hear what the fuck it is, or just skip to that time code. But Mark,
Okay.
how would you, what do you want to change?
All right. So the very first thing that I pointed out, and I've got sort of, like I said, 3 points that there's a number of things that you could change, but there are 3 sort of big bucket points that I wanted to make. The first one is that season 1 relies very heavily on the dreaming, the nightmares, the sort of subconscious experience as being a part of the mechanic that moves the plot along, right? So I can imagine that the producers, when they're getting writers, they're like, okay, you can write whatever story you want, but it has to involve this, right? There has to be dreams involved. There has to be some kind of subconscious experience, and that has to be a part of what moves the plot of the story along, right? Makes perfect sense, right? It's Nightmare on Elm Street. We all get it, right? Characters, when they dream, things happen to them, but it is a creative restriction, right? Even the episodes in season 1 that used it well, you could still tell that they're like, okay, well, I got to make sure I keep that in the back of my mind when I'm creating this, that it has to involve some kind of a dream. So the first thing that I would change for season 2, if I ran the zoo, was I would remove that restriction. Don't make every episode tied to dreams. Like, don't make it that every episode has to have some kind of dream element.
Like season 1, it's like every one of those episodes, half the runtime of the episode is just dream sequences,
right,
which are never anything,
right,
except for when they are.
Except for when they are.
It's super inconsistent,
right,
but most of the time, it's just you're just seeing the person's inner fears and doubts play out,
yep,
and that's yep, every episode. Yeah,
yep.
Actually, I have that down as a major criticism. Is one of the major issues with the dream sequences is they're never actually happening.
Right.
So every time, like, it goes against Elm Street lore. Mm-hmm. So in Elm Street lore, you dream, Freddy attacks you, those things then manifest physically. And
right,
there's plot holes with that, and they're a little inconsistent in these, yep, movies, but generally that's the rule, right? But in Freddy's Nightmare, it's like the second anything weird starts to happen, you go, well, this is a dream.
This is obviously just a dream. Yep.
And it's going to amount to nothing.
Yep.
And the character's just going to wake up.
Season 1 had some episodes where the dreams mattered, right? Season 2, we'll talk about this in a moment, does not. All right. Okay. So that was point 1, right? Point 2, right? The requirement that every B story involve a negligible character from the A story, right? So we talked about this in season 1. Every episode has an A story and a B story. They each take up half of the episode. The stories don't really have much in common with each other, except that they always have one character that ties from the A story to the B story. But that character usually has such a thin connection between the two stories that it almost doesn't really make sense to do it. And I would, so that would be the second thing that I would do.
Because you think that's going to fix.
Right. Well,
it's like, well, now they don't have to tie it to somebody.
Yeah.
So they're left with creative freedom. Creative freedom.
That's the name of our new rock band.
Creative
right there.
freedom.
There we go.
They're given creative freedom to just do whatever.
Right.
So what you're saying is like, why not just have an A plot and a B plot that's just two different stories?
Right. Either that or make that connection more substantial and do something with it.
So that
right?
it's A and B plot,
right,
but it's one singular.
Yeah. Instead, what they did in season 1 was, here's a limitation that we're applying to you and you're writing.
An arbitrary one.
Right. But it's not going to help you with the plot of the second story, of the B story, right? It's just going to be like a boat anchor that you got hung around your neck the whole time when you're writing that B story, right? So either do something more with it or cut it out at all.
And what Mark's referring to is like, in Freddy's Nightmares, they use this A and B plot format where the A plot will establish characters and they do whatever. And then the B plot generally, and it was like a running joke we had, it was like, which of these side people
right,
are now going to lead the second episodes? And usually it was like, if it was a couple in the first episode, usually like the guy would be the main guy, and then the girlfriend was the B plot.
Maybe, if you were lucky.
Dealing with the consequences. But sometimes it was such a stretch where it was like, oh, somebody went to a hospital and then somebody else was at that hospital and now we're following that other person.
Some other patient that maybe said 2 words in the background.
Well, what was the one episode in like season 1 where it was like Mother's Day? The guy was moving into a new house and he meets the hot chick, right? But then the radio person, we followed the radio
It was
woman?
her mom.
Yeah.
Right.
She's now the main character.
Right.
It's like, it was just this weird. They have a weird way of doing it where the A and B plots connect in some way.
Right.
But very rarely is the A plot like the whole episode.
Right.
Like I find usually they wrap up whoever you're following the A plot, they wrap that guy up
Right.
or that person. And then now the B plot is just some other completely different character. So they feel so disjointed. But I see what you're saying where it's like they're still kind of linked, so it's awkward.
You still have to include it because we told you to.
It's messy.
But
it makes it messy.
Right, yeah. It almost like forces you to have to like include some character in your story that you wouldn't put in there otherwise.
Right.
Okay, so that's point 2. Point 3, most of the episodes in season 1 involve teenagers in Springwood High School.
Oh no.
All right.
I know where you're going
Now-
with this. This is one of my criticisms.
I get it. Again, just like with point 1 with the dreams, right? Nightmare on Elm Street, we've got a mythology here that we're trying to mimic from the movies and carry through. Right? Fair enough, right? The problem is that works for, 7, 8, 9 movies, but when you're trying to stretch this out to 44 episodes of a TV show, it is another creative limitation that the writers have, right? So my recommendation for that would be simply move away from that. Don't have so many, or don't rely on so many of the episodes being tied to teenagers and high school, right? Now, okay, so those are my 3 points.
Yeah.
Right?
So Mark, I'm gonna branch off what you just said there, which is, hey, we don't always have to follow kids.
Right.
And season 2 really took that literally. It's almost like they heard you somehow through the ether.
So,
and they made that change.
Yeah.
Would you like to know the ratio of episodes that follow kids versus follow adults?
yes. Do you have that number?
I do have that number. I'm glad you asked, Mark. So, one of the biggest problems I have with season 2, because now obviously we both watched season 2. One of my big problems with season 2 is they've switched gears, and most of the episodes now follow adults.
Right.
Adults are the protagonists in like 90% of these fucking episodes. So out of the total 22 episodes, we only have 6 episodes that follow kids.
Right.
And I'm actually being generous on a few of those because a few of them, the kids are in the episode, but they're not really the central
They're not the point,
protagonist.
yep.
So we've got Dream Come True, Memory Overload, Bloodlines, Do You Know Where Your Kids Are, Dreams That Kill, and A Family Affair.
Right.
That's it. The rest of them just follow adults.
So it's great that you bring that up, because the final point I want to make to sort of wrap up what I'm sort of talking about with these 3 points is that if you had watched season 2 before I did, and I had told you those 3 points that I would do to sort of fix the show, if you had come to me and told me, hey, Mark, they actually do fix those points, or they address those concerns, I would be thinking, oh, wow, season 2 is going to be an amazing show, because they took some of the opportunities that they had from the first season and they capitalized on them, right? Season 2 does not focus heavily on dreams and nightmares.
Nope.
But every single episode does. They just don't do anything with it now. They're all useless dreams, which wastes time.
Right. They're just the dreams exist to pad out the runtime.
It's even worse.
Actually, I would say what they've now done with the dream sequences is it's less of the runtime. So the dreams are smaller,
Right.
but that actually makes them more pointless in a sense.
Right.
So it's like every episode the character's going to have a dream right around halfway through the A plot and right around halfway through the B plot. And neither of those dreams are going to be anything of consequence. It's just going to be a wasted 3 minutes.
This show, season 2, managed to address the concerns that I had and somehow came out with a worse season than season 1.
Mary Beth.
Johnny, where are you?
In here.
Oh my God. No!
I'm sorry, Mary Beth.
I knew you always loved her more than you loved me.
No, it wasn't my idea, I swear. I wound up inside of you purely by chance.
Oh, sure.
I don't know how they did.
I am so glad to hear you say that, because I wasn't sure, because we haven't talked about this. Season 1 sucks.
Yeah.
Season 2 is boring.
It is, yeah.
And that's the worst.
Right.
That's the worst thing I can say about it.
When
It's
Justin
just
was saying,
boring.
Mark, it took Mark a long time to get through this. The first season took me a while just because it was difficult to find the time. I had more time to watch this season and I could not get through it. It was an absolute bag drive to try to drag myself through these episodes. So, yeah.
And touching back on the dreams again, one thing I will give season 2 credit for, season 1, it was so often, it's like, are they asleep? Are they awake? Is this a dream?
Right.
Is this not? And a lot of the episodes, I didn't get the answer. I don't know, because I don't know that the writers knew. Season 2 very much is like, you see the person fall asleep, you see the person wake up. They're a lot better at actually showing you when someone's asleep. And so like, that's good, but the dreams are always inconsequential.
Right.
Because it's just a dream.
They present a dramatic moment, and then you realize, oh, well, that didn't happen.
Right.
So
but
then what did happen?
So
Nothing.
it just, you're right. Nothing happens.
happened. Yeah.
And let's talk about Freddy for a second.
Yeah.
Freddy in season 1 was very rarely was he the antagonist in the episode, but there's a couple. There's a couple where he's actually the driving force, like Safe Sex is an example where like he's preying on the goth chick, and I can't think of another one off the top of my head. Bail me out here. What's another one where Freddy was like the central? Oh, the Twin Sisters episode.
Yeah,
which is
the one we both liked.
The best
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah.
What was
Sister's
that?
Keeper?
Sister's Keeper.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. This is why he's the co-host here. But in season 2, there is like 2 episodes where he's the main antagonist. Am I nuts, or is Freddy in the show even less? Did you notice this?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
Like, he is barely in the show now, where it was like in the first season, they very much used him as like a skit guy, as like he's in the intro, then often he was at like the half point of the A plot, and then he'd be in the middle, and then he'd be at the halfway of the B plot, and then he'd be at the end.
Right.
Now it's like you get him at the beginning, and it's like 30, 40 seconds. You get him in the middle, same thing, and you get him at the end, that's it.
Yep.
Remember when he would cleverly show up in the middle of an episode and like...
It was goofy, but it was fun at the same time.
It was charming.
Right.
It was fun.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It didn't take it... Like, Freddy would show up and he'd be in the microwave, and then the microwave would like blow him up.
Or he's a nightlight.
Right.
Or he's a cop issuing tickets.
Like,
or he's playing a rock.
He would pop up
Yeah.
randomly in the episode. Even if he wasn't directly influencing it, he was just constantly like breaking the fourth wall, and there's none of that.
At first,
They sanitized
the
it.
first couple of episodes that I watched, I thought that maybe they were trying to make the show more serious by taking out some of that, goofy, ridiculous stuff. And then I realized that no, I think they just had their budget cut so badly that they couldn't afford it. Or Robert Englund was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't know, something about it. But they didn't remove it for a creative choice. I think they just removed it because nobody cared anymore.
Well, speaking of like what you just said about like they want to take it more seriously, I think they wanted to take it more seriously.
Yeah.
So one of my biggest criticisms with season 2, and I mean, I know guys, we're really hyping up season 2 here. It's gonna be an interesting discussion, but like season 2, we haven't even gotten to it.
We haven't even started.
People are just like, why are we watching this then?
No.
Why are you even talking about
No.
it? Because it needs to be on the record. It's on the account. Okay?
We talked before. We have more to say about the show itself than the episodes themselves.
Yeah. So season 2, one of my biggest, this is what I think kills season 2 for me. They sucked the fun out of it.
Yep. Yeah.
It's just not fun anymore. They took season 1, it's not good, but it's also kind of good when it's so bad.
Yeah. You could see where some of the creative teams were trying to do something good. They just maybe didn't have the money or the resources to do it. But
Right.
you're like, I see what you're trying to go for there.
Right. But sometimes, like a lot of my favorite episodes in season 1 were ones where they failed so hard, it became a different art form. Where it was like the acting would be so bad and the plot was so goofy at this point, you're just laughing because it's so stupid.
You and I would have watched season 1 together and had a great time.
We would have had a lot better time.
If we watched season 2 together, we'd be just sitting on the couch just being like, wow, this is...
We have nothing to comment on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they just sanitized the show.
Yep.
So it seems like what they did was like, they took all of the zany plots from season 1 where it would be like Lori Petty finds this amulet and it manifests her dreams and like Killer whatever that episode was called.
Killer Edge? No, it wasn't Killer
No, it
Edge.
wasn't.
That's what we thought it should have been called.
I thought it should have been called Killer Instinct.
No.
It wasn't Killer Instinct. No. Killer Shrimp. So in that episode, she finds like this amulet. And it's so like they did goofy things like that were like zany things.
Guy's
would
got
happen.
a pizza place and turns his uncle into
and his uncle is like
ingredients
is turning people into the pizza sauce in Love Stinks.
Yep.
Like these are fun, goofy things. Let me read off some of the plots from season 2. Some of the dramatic plots, like a man has an affair and worries his mistress will tell his wife about it. That's a plot. A pervert psychiatrist uses his hypnosis to assault his female patients and tries to cover it up. An artist fakes his own death to increase the value of his work. These are like that. This is it. It's just like it's like they went serious with it. Like, I mean, nothing feels.
In moving away from the teenage high school plots, they almost aged it too far. And one of the things that I noted is in getting away from the teenage plots, they had to have some kind of racy element. Every episode has what I call the sexy sax. Like they were trying to be like a Skinamax softcore porn, but they can't because like they're all still wearing their clothes.
That
every episode
has that fucking sexy music.
You know, I'm like, oh jeez.
We're gonna get to it. There's one episode that is the most egregious.
Right.
It is on my list.
I want Justin to insert a collage of these right here.
I don't know that I'll be doing that. Don't expect it to come out.
Well, that's about to change.
The miracles of modern medicine.
I was hoping you'd say that.
You'll get to hear some of it, but I don't know if I'm going to do. Do you know, that would be every episode. Yeah, I couldn't even do that. Yeah, a what, like several hour collage.
Right.
Yeah, right,
Yep.
of all of the moments.
Just the soft focus.
Yeah, you're so right about that.
Yep.
The soundtrack in season 2 just sucks shit.
Right.
It's just constantly they're using the same audio cues
Yep.
over and over again, and the same. Yeah, season 2 it's just dry and boring, and that's the worst fucking thing you can say about a movie or a TV show is that it bored you.
Yeah.
Like if it's bad, you almost have like if it's so bad it becomes good, right? And if it's good, it's great. But when it's just boring, you just got nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
And that's what I feel this is. It's like it's just so like there's a few glimmers. I've got a few.
Yeah.
There's some small glimmers.
We had to pick a top 5, so you're gonna get a top 5 from each of us, but there may be no episodes where we cross over.
So just to recap what we are doing, we are ranking. We're gonna do our top 5. We're gonna do this first. We're gonna do our top 5 favorite episodes of Freddy's Nightmare Season 2.
Yep.
And then we are going to do our top 5 worst episodes of Freddy's Nightmare Season 2. Now, at any time, because we don't know each other's picks, my top pick could be one of Mark's worst picks.
Yep.
And vice versa.
And we had this happen in season 1. My
Multiple
favorite
times.
was your least favorite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do Dreams Bleed? Most people consider it to be the worst of the Elm Street franchise. In general, all media considered, except for Mark Skews.
Right. See,
who had the hot take that it's the best, apparently.
Justin says this, but if Do Dreams Bleed was in season 2, it would be his favorite episode.
Not a chance.
Still no.
I fucking
Still
hate
no.
it. Yeah, even by that ranking.
Still
No,
wouldn't make the cut.
I fucking hate it.
No.
What else do I have here? I'm trying to see if I have any other points that. Another thing we got to bring up about season 2. You know what? Okay. It's like this was an idiotic decision. I don't know what they're thinking here. So we talked about the A plot and the B plot of season 2, right? Or of Freddy's Nightmares. The way they structure episodes. There's always the A plot. There's always B plot. Season 2, they went, let's go one step further. You know where I'm going with this.
I do.
There's an A plot and a B plot. And then there's a C plot and a D plot because almost every episode has a sister episode that follows up
Right.
from shit from another episode. Now, sometimes it's like the same setting, so it's not always following the same characters, but sometimes
it is.
It is,
Yeah.
which is a huge problem because exactly what you said, where it's like they gave themselves these limitations, but it's like that's one where they made it even worse.
Yeah. And again, that's the whole point of the three things that I pointed out, that, you have this plot structure, this structure that's limiting you. Either do away with it or incorporate it in. So I like the idea that the A and B stories in all of these episodes have a stronger connection to them. But the problem is they went too far with it, because now it's not just an A and B story for one episode. Now it's this episode and this episode are now tied together. And now you're getting to the point where the lengths of these episode 1 and episode 2 are now kind of as long as movies are. And now you're starting to compare them against, like, wow, you could have invested this time into a movie, and it's terrible, right? You didn't have quite enough for one full episode to have an A and B story together, but you definitely don't have enough for one episode, 2 episode to link them together.
I know.
Right?
So
88 minutes is a lot of time for no ideas.
They are stretching so hard on some of these.
Yeah.
But it's weird because sometimes the A and B plots are completely different.
Right.
So they don't always do that.
Yeah.
Freddy's Nightmares just sucks. That's the problem. It's nothing is consistent, and it's just I think they did the right thing and just cut it off.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can fix this show. I don't know that you can retool this.
Yeah.
I appreciate that you came up with some points, and they listened to you, Mark, and it made it worse.
And they made it worse.
It didn't fix it. You went into NASA while those eggheads, you were in the 60s, while those eggheads were doing their calculations on the board, and you came in and you went, what if we did this, this, and this? And the rocket fucking blew up, dude.
Right.
You didn't help anything. Right. You didn't help them get into orbit.
They took the ideas, and then it failed miserably.
Right. The rocket blew up on the launch pad. It didn't even take off. Yeah. All that to say,
we got to do it. We have to do this.
All right. It's what none of you have been waiting for. Here we go. Freddy's Nightmares season 2.
Yep.
All right.
Who's going first?
I will go first.
All right.
I will take the lead.
So this is your number 5 favorite.
This is my number 5 favorite. Yep. We are going least favorite to most favorite, and least worst to most worst.
Right.
Which is a weird way of saying it, but this is my number 5 favorite.
Yeah.
I'm also going to preface this by saying most of these episodes, because there's like a lot of them where you're going to be like, really, you had that one? It's not even that I really liked it. It's just that there was other ones I liked, or I didn't like more.
Yeah. There are others that are worse.
That insult you more.
Yeah.
Right. And there is only, on this entire list, there's only one episode that I thought was pretty good.
Yeah. That's bad. Yeah. And I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. My number 5 top episode of Freddy's Nightmares season 2, Silence is Golden.
Move it! We gotta know what your problem is, pal. But I think you just better buzz off. Unless you want to get another fist in your face.
I do not have that one listed.
I had a feeling this was
mid pick.
It was going to be a mid pick for you. Okay, I'll just quickly give you the plot synopsis here. So in the A plot, the A plot is actually very much so why this episode made it on my top list. It's not a great episode. None of the episodes are very great, but the B plot of this kind of sucks. But the A plot I thought was kind of fun. It has some things in it that I like. It has some zaniness that I'm like. I'll say most of my episodes that I like the most are the ones that were just fun. Because this season 2 is so sterile, so bland and boring that when there was zany shit, I was like, oh yes,
I have to go for this. Yep.
This, yeah. So our main protagonist is this obnoxious radio host named Rick Rake.
Yes,
you remember this?
Yes.
He's like a shock jock. I love he's got like an opening line where he's like, listen, I got nothing against fat people. It's ugly fat people that I hate.
And the victim for today is once again Mojo Mama, the mother of rap. Now, yesterday I called Mojo the queen of fat. I said it took me 3 times just to give her the once-over. Well, don't get me wrong, folks. I haven't got anything against fat people. It's just fat, ugly people that I really hate. And Mojo Mama is UGLY. She ain't got no alibi. She's ugly.
Like, it's just like so fucking over the top. Rick Rake, I say what I think, and I think what I say.
Yeah.
I remember he's got his little catchphase that he says. So he's just this obnoxious, like, I guess shock radio was becoming a thing, early 90s.
Howard Stern. Yeah.
Right. So he's it's supposed to be that type of a character. And he's so obnoxious that, like, people listen because they don't like him. It's kind of that thing where he's pushing boundaries and it's bringing people in. They're watching to hate him. It's like hate watching him in a sense, or hate listening to him, I guess. And his boss wants him to be even more obnoxious and rude than he already is.
He doesn't really, if I remember correctly, he doesn't want to be this rude, right? Yeah.
That's the thing, is the moral conundrum is that he is like just a regular
He's a decent guy. Yeah.
He is playing a character.
Yep.
And it's resonating with people who are just like, oh man, I hate that guy, and they're listening in, and it's working. And he's almost like trolling people. He's like trolling them on the radio, right? And his boss is like, oh, this is great. People love to hate you. This is awesome, Rick. Keep doing this. And he doesn't want to do that anymore. He doesn't like that he's like as hated as he is already. So he's having problems with this. And he's trying to push back on his boss. And just as he's having this conversation with the boss, this guy walks in with flowers and he just decks him out of nowhere. Yeah. This guy like is fake delivering flowers and just like punches Rick. And it's just like, yeah, that's for something you said. Then he just like walks away. And his boss is like, that's great.
That's what we're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's almost satire in a sense.
Yeah.
And it's fun. It's kind of like almost like Vince McMahon is like his boss of like, he's trying to generate heat. Right. Like heat is a term in the wrestling business. It's like good or bad. Heat means the audience is responding to you.
Right. Yeah.
You know? Then he has the main character, Rick, he has this heart to heart with his wife because his wife doesn't like that he's being this scumbag. Mm-hmm. She doesn't like this persona.
Yeah.
But and he doesn't really like it either, but it's paying the bills. So he's kind of like, you know, I look, honey, like I know you don't like this, but like, you know, this is putting food on the table. I got to do this, right? And his wife's like, I just worry that it's gonna corrupt you in a sense, right? I kind of like that. I like this angle.
But I'm not sure if I'm stepping on your toes here, but like if I remember correctly, they're out on the street.
Oh no, I'm getting to that. Yeah, no, but so I like Rick as a character.
Yeah.
He's kind of relatable. I appreciate this guy that he's being forced to do things he doesn't want to do to provide for himself. And it's like, it's that
he's being forced to be somebody that he isn't.
Right.
For,
much like us on this show for you people. Yeah. I guess I would be the boss, and I'm trying to slowly corrupt Mark, making him watch things he doesn't want to watch. This is great. Yeah. You're going to lose your mind on the air.
Wonderful. Yeah.
So Rick and his wife randomly go for a walk, and they happen upon a mime street performer, which God bless mimes.
That's right.
I love buskers. I love that kind of thing. That's a fun little thing. And there's this awkward circumstance that happens where Rick, one of the things that benefits Rick is he's a voice on the radio.
Yep.
Nobody really knows what he looks like. Because this is before like video podcasting, that type of thing, right? Before Howard Stern made that more of a thing. Mm-hmm. So no one really knows what he looks like, but this one guy kind of recognizes his voice, and he's like,
wait a minute.
I know you. And Rick's like, yeah, go away, man. Like, leave me alone. Like, no, I'm not, you know, I'm no one, right?
Because he knows where this can go. Right.
Yeah. And this guy keeps pestering him. And then finally Rick snaps, and then he turns to deck the guy, but he accidentally punches the mime. Yep. It's just like an unfortunate thing that happens. And then Rick then has a dream, feeling guilty. Rick has a dream that the mime randomly shows up at his house and like brandishes like an imaginary switchblade.
Yep.
And then he slashes Rick. And then when Rick wakes up, he actually has the cut that the mime produced in the dream, which is interesting. So this is one of the few episodes we actually follow Nightmare on Elm Street lore. And anytime Freddy's Nightmares does that, I'm like paying attention because I'm like, oh, good.
It is very rare.
Very rare. Very rare. So feeling guilty, Rick then goes on the air and tries to apologize for his actions. But his boss, like, he's on the air and he's trying to say, like, yeah, I did something. I don't feel good about it. I had an interaction. And then his boss is like in the window of like the control room and literally holds up his contract, which is up for renewal, which is like, it's so over the top. But he's just like,
And I know, like, in a 22-minute story, you've got to do these, like, hit them over the head moments to make it clear. But it's just so bad. Like, especially since most of that episode takes itself fairly seriously. And then for something goofy like that, it's just, oh, come on. Like, yeah.
So then Rick feels pressure and Rick's like, oh, you know what? Actually. And he goes from apologizing to go on a rant about mimes.
Right. We've got an even worse problem on our streets, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about those little twits in black leotards who stand on our street corners, yours and mine, hiding behind their white makeup and insulting upstanding citizens like you and me. I'm talking about those little silent slime balls who call themselves mimes.
He just randomly, he switches to the, like, he goes back to the Rick Rude persona. Right. Rick Rake. Rick Rude. I'm thinking of
wrestling.
Yeah, wrestling. Yeah. He goes back to the Rick Rake persona. And he's like, you know what? Fuck mimes. Actually, mimes are like the plight of the streets. Who are these people? We can't trust them. We then get another fun dream sequence with Rick and the mime. And in this one, the mime is like digging an imaginary hole, but as he's digging, real dirt is being thrown.
Yep.
This is one of the things that I like about the mime bit in this episode is that it allows for some creativity.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, did they not have real world explanations for why those things were happening? Like, I think when he cuts his hand, doesn't he break a vase by the nightstand? Or am I thinking of something else?
No, I'm pretty sure he just wakes up and it's just cut.
Okay.
So I think they go with the, and hold that thought because I think I have an explanation. Yeah. At least I hope I'm right. So then he has this dream about the mime digging a hole. Then Rick goes to work and he returns home to find his wife dead in a hole. And not only is she dead, she's holding the same daisy flower that the mime was holding in his routine. So immediately he thinks like this mime is actually out to get him, even though he hasn't actually seen the mime in real life. These have all been dreams. He thinks like, oh, this actually is happening. And then the police have a hilarious explanation. It's like she's like just buried in the lawn, but her like hand is up, and they're like, yeah, it was a freak sinkhole accident.
Yeah,
that's how that goes.
There's a lot of police in this season that just kind of walk away from stuff.
Yeah, because they can't alter the plot too much.
Right.
Yeah. The cops
they can't get involved.
The cops can never do anything in Elm Street movies, apparently. So yeah, they're like, yeah, there's no foul play involved. So then Rick is like, no, I know it was that mime. And then he goes on the air and openly challenges the mime. He like calls him out. He's like, come down to the station. We're going to settle this. Right. Just like wrestling, buddy. Right. Maybe this is it's the wrestling episode. So then the mime shows up and they have this little showdown where the mime like has a cigar and he creates like this the invisible wall thing, and like Rick can't get through the wall. Right. And they have this little showdown, but of course it's a dream. It's not actually happening. And then Rick wakes up, and it's a little clunky how this happens, but in Rick's like little studio that he's got, much like this one right here, he's got like rakes hanging down because he's Rick Rake.
Right.
And so what happens is he wakes up and one of the rakes then like somehow slams into his neck, into his throat. It's actually a pretty decent gore effect.
Yeah.
It's not bad. One of the few.
Yeah. There's very little effects in season 2. So when you get one,
it's and then this one's actually pretty good. It's not bad. And then we get a very brutal ending for Rick Rake. So the end of the A plot, it ends with like the woman who was his co-host now takes his job, and then we see Rick in the like control booth behind glass, and she's like she's mercilessly like teasing him, where she's like, Because it turns out, so Rick survived that at that incident, but now he's mute.
He can't talk,
speak.
right? Yeah.
It damaged his vocal cords, so he can't talk. So she's like, she says some like horribly mean thing.
Rick, how you doing, big guy? Well, what's the matter? Can't cut your tongue? Oh, I almost forgot. You can't talk anymore after your accident. Ooh, you really know how to cut your own throat career-wise now, don't you, big guy?
Okay, fine, push boundaries, but like have some tact. Like, not only did he lose his voice, the man's wife just died.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, we're not even talking, like, Jesus fucking Christ. You're going that hard?
And like his producer turned now show host seems to be loving the opportunity to just carve this guy up.
Right.
Like, oh yeah.
It's like brutal, just like ruthless. And then we get what I think is the explanation of the mime.
Okay.
The Freddy segment in the middle of the episode. Freddy is dressed up as the mime. I know this is a stretch.
Yeah, I think you're giving it too much credit. I would love to say that that's exactly what they thought.
But it makes the most sense
I
because it
hope
explains
that's
the
what
cut.
it is.
So
Yeah.
I think it was Freddy torturing him.
Yeah.
I think Freddy was the mime.
Yeah. Okay.
That's there you go.
Folks, Freddy's Nightmares, like you have to seek out your own explanations for things to
make them better.
Right. So what Justin has done right there is, you know, he's improved the story so that he can justify to himself why he just spent justify spending 44 minutes watching this episode, right? Well, and I get it. Dude, I get it.
22 minutes, because what's coming next kind of sucks.
Yeah.
The B plot
Yes,
sucks.
right.
Yeah, I only did the A plot. I don't have much to say with the B plot. The A plot again. I think the shock jock versus a mime, that's fun.
It's goofy, but
it's goofy. It's fun. I don't know. I like the idea of a shock jock character. I like unique protagonists that have interesting jobs. That's kind of a cool one.
And the idea that he doesn't actually, that's not who he actually is, but he almost kind of has to become that if he wants to continue to live, right?
Yeah, and then he ends up just embracing it at the end. And the biggest criticism I have is like, so what the fuck was that thing with his wife?
They don't ever really go back to
that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Like the wife, what should have happened is the wife should have just left him.
Yeah.
And that would have put him at rock bottom. And that's what drove him to go to the radio and then have his tirade because he lost his wife. And now he's basically his life was falling apart. About a mime that isn't even terrorizing him. It's Freddy.
Yeah. I thought that's what they were going to do. And I thought that's why they incorporated that persona starting to bleed into his normal life, that eventually that would be enough to push her out. Well, I guess it did technically push her out. She dies. Kind of maybe taking that too far. I mean, they didn't have to kill her. They just needed to have her leave.
Which actually would have been better.
Probably made a bit more sense, right?
Hire us to go back in time and write these episodes.
Rewrite your episodes.
These episodes. So the B plot. The B plot follows the mime, which when I realized it, I was like, oh, we're following the mime? Yeah. I'm like, this is going to be fun. It's not. It's kind of a lame, it's whatever. So the whole B plot is like, the mime, it opens with the mime. He's in red tidy whities, which I thought was funny.
Yeah.
He's in like red tidy whities at home, and he's got like this smoking hot babe for a girlfriend, which I'm like, all right, mimes, they pull numbers, buddy.
They do okay.
They do okay, yeah. Well, but it turns out that he's a mime by day and a cat burglar by night.
Right.
And that's the whole thing, is like he's a burglar and he brings home like all this jewelry, and his hot girlfriend's like, oh, this is such a turn on. Let's fuck. And then she's like, I've got a target for you. This is going to be a good score. And Mime's like, or I keep calling him Mime. I don't know his actual name. It's Mime. So then the Mime guy's like, yeah, the Mime burglar. Yeah. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll go do it. And then he like robs this old couple. And then he finds out like it's on the radio or on television or something. And it's like, sorry, I can't miss this detail. A neat little clever idea. He's a cat burglar who leaves a calling card. Do you remember his calling card?
It's the Daisy, right? They call him the Daisy Killer, I think.
Right. Yeah. So what ends up happening is he has when he robs people, he leaves a calling card. All the greats have a calling card, Mark.
It reminds me of like the 1950s Batman show or 1960s, whenever that.
I was going to say Home Alone with like the wet bandits. The wet bandits. It's our calling card, Marv. Yeah. So he leaves behind a daisy.
Yep.
But then what ends up happening is the old couple gets murdered after he leaves.
Right.
And then the cops get there and they're like, oh, the killer left us a clue. I kind of like that. That's kind of clever that he inadvertently left evidence for the cops, not meaning to.
For a different crime.
For a different crime.
Right, yeah.
So then and now it links him to the murder crime, and they're like police are calling him the Daisy Killer. I'm like, okay, that's kind of clever.
He's like, no. That's
Yeah. And then what ends up happening is he starts like he basically just starts getting paranoia that he left more evidence and the cops are going to somehow link it to him.
Yep.
And then the cops are right on his trail, which it turns out they actually are, because the girlfriend is setting him up, because the twist is that the old couple that he burglared, is that the burglared?
Burglarized? Can you make that? Robbed.
But he didn't really rob. Stole from.
Yep.
The old couple that he stole from was her parents, and she then came back after he stole from them and then killed them with a gun. Sorry, I'm hitting my
the boys.
Oh. Can't damage Freddy and the Fat Boys. That's one of the best records I own. The girlfriend went back, killed the old couple that was her parents so that she could get the inheritance. And then because he was already there, it was easy to frame him.
Right.
And then he's trying to fence the stuff at a pawn shop with this sleazy pawn shop guy who it turns out is also sleeping with the girlfriend.
He's in cahoots with her.
Yeah, but then it doesn't matter anyways because then she just kills them both.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah. And like, when we've talked about this before on some of our shows, like if you incorporate a plot twist, but there's no allusion to that plot twist before it happens, then it's not really a twist. You just completely uprooted your show and flipped it on its ass, right? Like, so what's the point, right? Why do that? It's not like an aha moment for the audience.
Freddy's Nightmares, you almost never get a normal ending.
Right.
The endings are always, this person is now evil for no reason.
Right.
For no, there's nothing that could have hinted
no indication.
that.
Yeah.
Right. You didn't build that up at all. It's not earned. Or another thing they love to do, exactly like you said, in Freddy's Nightmares, it's always you. You were always the thing.
You didn't realize it at the time,
whatever
but it was
thing
you.
is. Yeah, it's you all along. That's another ending. They love to go with that. The B plot is not good. It's just whatever. The biggest sin is bring back Rick Rake.
Yeah.
He should. The episode's called Silence is Golden. Okay, you're following the mime. That's kind of clever. How about the B plot is Rick starts going after the mime thinking that the mime somehow caused this or something like that. Like, I don't know. I was disappointed they didn't bring Rick back.
Yeah, maybe they thought that they couldn't do much with him if he couldn't talk. I don't know.
Yeah.
There
you go. That's my number 5. Mark, what is your number 5 top episode?
So my number 5 top episode is Interior Loft Later.
Andrei Levinsky's a very good investment because he's dead. As I'm sure you know, an artist's value skyrockets the moment he or she dies. In fact, possibly the best career move Elvis ever made was dying.
It's not good, but it's not on my worst.
It's not on your worst.
It's just on my blurst.
Yeah.
It's in the middle. I don't care. Yeah. Interior Loft Later. Do you want to do the plot or would you like me to do the plot?
So this is the second episode of a 2-episode pairing, right? The first episode being Interior Loft. This is Interior Loft Later.
Interior Loft Later.
Later.
The most clever title, I think, in all of anything.
Yeah.
That is the laziest fucking sequel title ever.
Yep.
That is so bad.
Yep.
We joked about this before we didn't talk about the show, but I remember we were commenting on how they got lazy with some of the episode titles. Oh, that episode title. That title sucks.
That's right.
Yeah.
The carry through or the similar element that sort of links the 2 episodes is this loft apartment, right? So it's not a character this time. It's really just a storytelling of the different people that have lived in this apartment, this loft apartment. In this particular one, let me see if I can summarize this. It's now been converted into an art gallery. and this Alex character is showing off his art in an exhibition, right? But the problem is nobody really likes his art, right? It's not very good. It's not sort of being picked up by the hottie toddies in the art world don't really care for it, right? So he has this problem. What does he do to kind of spruce up his art, right?
And the main character's like, he's this middle-aged guy with like a ponytail and like a single earring, and he's got like a smoking hot like model girlfriend, and I'm like,
yeah,
cool.
So he gets the idea that if he were to die, all of his art would skyrocket in value, right? So he, and again, this is my number 5. This could easily, there's nothing about
Mark
this.
loves this episode. yeah.
Right. So he gets this idea that he is going to fake his own death and then hide out in the apartment while his smoking hot girlfriend sells all of his sculptures, all of his art. They make a ton of money, then they're going to abscond to some far off country and kind of live out their lives.
Well, before that happens, they're while they're doing like one of his art pieces, he has like a model. It's like some guy, and he's wrapping him up and like he's mummifying him basically, and there's like an air tube in the guy's nose.
That's right.
They have him like he's like in a hardened. They basically what's that?
He's like paper mache.
They paper mache him in this thing, and they put an air tube in his nose, and then the girlfriend, like distracted, accidentally knocks the air tube out, and then the guy just asphyxiates and dies.
Yep.
They cut him out, and they're like, "Oh shit, we got this dead body." And that's when he has the idea where he's like, wait a minute.
He had been thinking about it before, but now he's got like
now we have
the
a body.
That
we have a body
use.
that we can, So then that's how they fake his own death. I think by like, they like blow up his car or something, and they burn the body, something like that.
I'm trying to see if I can.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. They do something. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yep.
Yeah.
So their whole plan sounds great, right? Except that he starts going crazy, being sort of stuck in this loft apartment because they've got to wait for months, right? While she sells it off slowly, right? He starts creating new art, and then it turns out like they're using the idea that she found it in a lost warehouse.
Which that's kind of clever.
Yeah,
I don't mind
right?
that.
So they're pulling off quite the scam here, but he starts going nuts. He's going stir crazy, right?
And one of the things that's like driving him nuts is like because she's smoking hot.
Yep.
She has like hot male model friends, and she's like, he starts thinking that she's having this affair with like this one guy.
Art.
Yeah, his name's literally Art.
I want you to meet a fabulous new performance artist. Alex, this is Art. Art, this is Alex.
Fabiana's husband. It's nice to meet you, Arthur.
Just Art. That's my whole name. First, middle, and last. Just Art. You see, I'm the answer to this question.
Yeah, Art's getting quite a following.
His art is just
number 5 best. Best.
Yeah.
So and then that's what he has like this paranoia of like, what is she doing
every
while
time
I'm not out there?
Yeah, his dreams are, what is she doing when she's out of the house? And again, he wakes up and none of it's real. None of it ever happened, right? Like every episode, they all have to end, or every story, they all have to end with a twist.
With a hard twist.
Right. It turns out that his girlfriend
was having an affair. But not with the guy.
Right. Not with Art.
Yeah.
But with his agent, with
the art dealer.
Right.
Yeah.
With the art dealer. Right. And so they kill him.
In the dumbest way. Do you remember what they do?
There's a sword.
And they like, they it's not like it was one of his art pieces or some shit. It's like they set this up. There's like a string and like a swords on it, and they cut the string, and then you just see him go like, bah! And I'm like, a sword?
Yeah.
I'm like, why don't you just poison him?
So similar to you, in the episode that we just went through with the mime, and it's Freddy manipulating it the whole time. I tried to come up with like, are they trying to give us like a sword of Damocles moment, like a tough choice element? Anytime you've got like a sword dangling over somebody, no, it's not. It's just I don't know. They wanted to use some kind of artistic element to try to kill him,
right?
And it doesn't play.
But I don't even remember that being a part of his art. All of his art is like mannequin type things. So it's like, why is there this sword? It just comes out of nowhere. And you know what? They didn't establish the sword earlier. That's the problem.
Yep.
You had to have shown us that sword at some point and been like, it's my newest piece. I call it Sword of something something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they never did that. So it's just, it comes out of nowhere. All of a sudden, there's this sword dangling above them. You're like, where'd that come from? Because I interpret it as they set that up.
Yeah.
But again, but if you're trying to fake his death, why not just...
Yeah. And again, understand, favorite is a very loose word. One of the...
So do you want to do the B plot now? Or?
Yeah. All I was going to say is the reason why I liked this episode is because the plot goes from A to B to C to D. Like, you can follow it.
Yes.
And sometimes
it's pretty
folks,
straightforward.
You gotta grab onto those little threads of hope that some of these episodes give you, that at least you watch it and you understand what they're trying to do. It makes sense. And the resolution kind of follows a path and they get there, right? Because not every one of these episodes do, right? This one seemed like an anthology episode, like you might find in like a Creep Show or a Tales from the Crypt.
Sure.
Right? So yeah.
I have a couple of those that are kind of like that, where I'm like, oh, this feels like something.
I'm just all it gets is just the credit that it got to where it was supposed to go. Right?
It feels like something, right? Yeah.
The B story is
I like the B story.
The B story's better.
I like the B story better. Yeah.
So we have our art character from.
We now are following the douchey like male model.
Right.
And he comes back to the apartment, and now
it's owned by these two women.
Yeah, these two female roommates, young female roommates. Yeah.
And they are looking for a third roommate. And he's like, well, why don't you just take me instead? I'm looking for a place. I could live here. And initially they are hesitant to have him join them. But eventually he convinces them that, I'm good for the rent. I won't bother you. Let's do this. I'm here right now. I can move in and start paying you right away. So they take him in. They accept him.
There's just to interject. There's two little threads from the previous episode that I want to mention. Mm-hmm. So from the A plot, the reason Art is actually at the apartment because he's friends with that model woman. Right. Yep. She doesn't actually know she's run off with the art dealer.
That's why he goes
lover.
Back, yeah.
So he goes back just to visit her, and then he finds these two new women, and he's like, "What the hell?" And then it turns. So basically, what happened was like, we don't see this, but they pulled off their thing. They killed the guy, took all that money, and then just ran off into the sunset. So they gave them a happy ending.
They win
for some reason. Yep. And then a neat little Easter egg. One of the girls is reading Killer Sex, which is the novel that the woman is writing from the A episode Interior Loft.
I will give season 2 this. They insert little things that if you are paying attention, you will find. Like there's one episode, the Kink Magazine. Kink Magazine shows up in a few spots, right? Yeah. You don't need to know about it, but if you do, it's a nice little, okay, you were paying attention.
Freddy, I would say season 1 had a lot of this too, though. Freddy, season 1 was pretty good about that.
They keep that going.
They keep that going. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah. Anyways, back to the plot. So they bring in, they reluctantly agree to let this hunky guy move in, even though they clearly want a third. They want like a woman. Yep. They're looking for another woman to be the third roommate.
Yeah. Art is one of the few characters in the whole season where there's one other one.
Save it. Maybe I'm gonna say it.
The sleaziest of all sleazy guys.
Save it.
All right. Our hero.
He's coming up. He's coming up. Save it.
Yep. But he's a detestable character, this Art guy, because what he starts to do is he obviously wants to. It's a conquest for him. He wants to get both of these.
He
girls,
wants to just sleep with both
of them if he can, right?
And what's amazing is he kind of geniusly pulls it off. Like you are watching a master manipulator at work.
He knows what he's doing.
And sorry, I'm hijacking the plot here, but like what he does was like he works one girl, then he works the next girl, and the way he does this is like he has this gnarly scar on him,
right?
And you don't actually know what it's. I don't think they ever actually reveal what it's from. It might have been something where because I think he's an actor and he's got an actor friend.
Yep.
And I think what it is like, it was something innocuous, but it's a gnarly looking scar.
Yep.
And with both women, he finds out some interest they have, Then he makes this whole backstory up because he's actually an actor.
Right.
Pretends that he's a part of the thing they like. So the one girl's like in marine conservation.
Yeah. So he saves whales or something.
Yeah, and then he's like, yeah, a harpooner.
Right.
They were illegally poaching whales, and I got hit with a harpoon. And she's like, yeah, right. And he's like, look at the scar.
Look. Yeah.
And so then, so both stories, he links this scar.
The other one was she's a huge Bon Jovi fan. And so he's like, oh, yeah, well, I was a roadie for them. You know, I was on tour doing security, and, you know, sometimes things get a little bit heated on the road, right? And that's how he got that scar, right? So he finds what these women are into, and then he kind of crafts this character for himself that he knows they will respond positively to. And he manages to get them both. Like he has sex with both of them. So, you know.
So really what we're saying is he's basically the coolest character ever.
Yeah.
he manages to sleep with both these women, both of which our personalities are very different.
Yeah.
So the one is like an uptight, like academic, and she's like a student studying. And then the other girl's like the wild party girl.
A little bit of a punk rocker.
Yeah. Yeah. And so art rules, I guess, is what we're trying to say. We really look up to this standard of man.
He's like the hero of season 2,
right?
Almost.
Oh, there's more. Yeah. And then, do you want me to just spoil the ending here?
Yeah, go for it.
So like, inevitably, the two women just talk.
The guys that are after him could probably get through anything.
Yeah. That mob guy's pretty tough.
Mob guy?
Yeah, the guy that's after Art.
I didn't know tuna fishermen are tied to organized crime.
Tuna fishermen?
Yeah, that's who's after Art.
Tuna fishermen?
And they're both and so
they do the thing that never happens in these settings where it's the most practical. So you know what? Good credit to the writers for doing the one thing that you would never see, where they just communicate with each other and find out,
this guy's full of shit.
right.
Yeah, literally, it's just because he's fed them both a pack of shit, a pile of shit. He's fed them both a lie, and both are tied to his scar. And so then they just talk, and then they're just like, yeah, he got that scar that way. He's like, he told me he got that scar that way. What did he tell you? He told me this. And they're both just like, oh, okay, he's full of shit. Which, all right, simple explanation. Yeah. And then the twist is that, like, so they find out they want rid of him, and then we've got to mention he keeps getting his actor friend
to strengthen his story. He gets his actor friend to come over and kind of simulate and back up what he said, right? So he has like his actor friend pretends to be like an eco-terrorist or something, or a hitman, somebody he owes money to or something like.
And he does this for both women, both stories. He gets his actor friend to bolster his story,
right, in a different way, but whatever, in a way that would prove to this woman that everything he's told her is
give
true.
Credence to it. Yeah. So then what ends up happening is like they think he's full of shit at this point. They're like, get out, and then a robber randomly shows up, and they're just like, another one of his actor friends, another one, and then I can't remember. It's like. They obviously think this is all bullshit, but it's not. And he's like, no, this guy's real. This is real. And then I think they like take the guy's gun or something. They're like, it's probably a prop gun.
And they shoot
Art.
Yeah.
And they think they shoot the robber guy killed. They commit murder.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess it'd be manslaughter.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they think that it's just a prop that they're acting, right?
Yeah.
But nope. This episode had 2 sexy sacks.
You had to count.
Because he gets with both of them, right? And every time it's got to be that, softcore, clothes on, saxophone backed, lovemaking scene, right? So yeah, again, there's nothing great about it. It just it held my attention and it made sense from start to finish. I could see where they were going. That's not a lot, but sometimes you take what you can get with these episodes. So, that's my number 5. Interior Loft later.
Loft later. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? All right. I'm going to cheat.
Okay.
I'm going to give you my next 2 because they're directly connected.
Fair enough.
So this is still in my top. curious if one of these ends up on one of yours at all. So they're directly connected. My number, I'm going to do this kind of backwards for this to make sense.
Okay.
So my number 3 top,
Yep.
Lucky Stiff.
Well, I guess this is it, Lenny. It was nice knowing you. I'm sorry if I wasn't as good to you as I should have been. You really weren't such a bad guy after all.
That's it? That's the best you can do? I wasn't such a bad guy.
It's not one of my top or bottom.
Okay,
but, yeah.
this is the lottery one.
It's in the top half.
Okay,
but,
that's
yeah.
good. And my number 4 is the second part to that, which is easy come, easy go.
Okay.
So that's my number 4 top. Do you have that one on either?
No.
Wow, we're going to be talking about a lot of different episodes.
A lot of different ones.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
I thought for sure you would have had something to say about one of these, but
Nope.
yeah. They're not on your lesser half, though, I guess.
No, they're top half.
They're
Yeah.
better. Okay. They're kind of fun. They're not great, but I would say of the entire season, this one has the best follow-up episode to the beginner episode.
Yep.
So the B episode, like the C and D plot, this is one of the stronger ones. And that's why I'm like, I'm going to put them together. So I'm kind of cheating. I'm not counting it as one. I'm putting it as 2 different
They're
slots
2 different
because
ones,
God help me, I don't want to have to fucking
You don't want to have 6.
Right. I was like, no, I'm just going to count it as slot 4 and 3.
Right.
But yeah, no, they're kind of fun. Right off the bat, Lucky Stiff. So let's start with the A episode. Okay. Lucky Stiff. It opens with a man listening to a lotto draw on the radio and he wins.
Yeah.
He wins the $20 million jackpot. The man is played by David Lander, who, I don't know if you caught this cameo. It's a very recognizable voice. He is Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley.
Oh, no, that's a deep cut.
That's a very
I
deep
didn't
cut.
catch
Yeah,
that.
he's got that. Listen to his voice.
I know things have been tough on you, but things are gonna change. I've been reading the classified, and well, there's a whole new bunch of ads in here, so somebody's gotta hire
I've
me.
been saying that for 6 months.
Did any of you get that? I mean, but he did tons of voice work, I believe, as well. He's just got a very, it's one of those voices. As soon as I heard it, I went, this guy, I know this fucking voice. I've heard this from like a cartoon or something. But so we get this opening where he listens to the radio and he wins the lottery draw. And then that's a dream, of course. And then it hard cuts back to reality. And it's the same man. And he's having plates hurled at his head by like his wife.
His wife, who has no respect for him whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's funny because what she's screaming at him about is the fact that he plays the lottery and they don't have any money, and yet she's breaking plates. Like, they don't have any money, but
you don't have stuff to lose here. What
right?
are you,
She's just like haphazardly, just tossing these fucking plates.
If Art is the character in one of the characters in this series that is like a lady killer, this guy is the schlubby opposite.
Oh, the main guy. Yeah. He's not, anyways, let me keep going here. So, he then like leaves and goes to work, and immediately after that, we find out his wife, Greta, is banging this hot plumber in a scene right out of a cheap porno. It is so fucking funny. It's just like the plumber shows up and she's like, I got some, like, you know what I mean? I got a pipe for you, honey.
Yeah.
Like, it's so over the top. I'm like, oh my God. And then while in bed with her lover, she gets a call from the hospital informing her husband died of a heart attack suddenly, which she takes as like kind of a good thing because they bury Lenny, the schlubby husband. They bury him, have a funeral, and then she immediately marries the plumber guy.
Yep.
Oh my God, hilarious. Cut to like right after we have this marriage, right after we have the marriage ceremony, their married life, the lover's name is Hank, the scumbag plumber. And of course, when they're having an affair, he's like Mr. Loverboy and he treats her right. But as soon as they get married, he like just turns into a complete scumbag, like instantly. Right. He's like messy and he won't clean anything up and he's like mean to her.
He like sleeps all day or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. He's just like it's so on the nose, right?
This is the season 2 commentary on marriage, because season 1 had that episode as well where it was basically like marriage is the worst.
Yeah.
It's going to end your life.
Freddy's Nightmares is very clear about its stance on marriage.
Do not get married.
Ever. Ever. If only you had watched this show before.
Yes. But it's surprisingly very pro adultery.
Oh, very much so. Spice up your life, buddy.
It loves the idea of just getting out there and putting yourself out there.
Dude, you need to find your Hank.
That's right. Yeah.
You need to find your plumber guy that's going to come over. While all this is going on, Greta randomly hears on the radio that the winning lottery number has been claimed, and the winning lottery number has not been claimed.
Right.
Sorry. And then they read the numbers, and it's the very same numbers her late husband always played.
Yep.
So then she's like, where is the ticket? Like, what happens? And that's what becomes of the plot now, is they have to find this missing ticket.
Yep.
So then she has this memory that they buried him in the suit jacket that he had the ticket
And he
in.
always puts it in the same pocket or something.
Right.
Yep.
So then they go in like a harebrained scheme that her and Hank go to the cemetery to dig him up and retrieve the ticket from his corpse, which is it's kind of dark.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess they just buried him, so it wouldn't be that bad. But then, I don't know if you remember this, they get to the cemetery, and like most people when they're buried are buried just in a plot of dirt. They're not buried how Lenny was buried. Lenny is given his own giant tomb.
He's in like a mausoleum.
He's in a mausoleum, and he has like a giant fucking cement coffin that a mummy would have.
Not bad for a guy that has no money and whose wife doesn't love him anymore.
Lenny's doing just fine. yeah.
He's doing better in death than he ever did in life.
So then they dig him up. They open up the tomb, and they check the corpse, but the ticket is nowhere to be found. But then Greta gets a brilliant idea. She thinks, well, I can cut my losses. I can still solve one other problem. And so she knocks out Loverboy Hank and seals him in the tomb, so that she doesn't have to. Basically, she gets rid of him, gets him out of the picture, because then she also has another memory right around the same. I can't remember if it's right before she does this or right after, but she remembers, oh, the ticket's somewhere else. It's not actually on Lenny.
Yep.
He puts it in a cookie jar. That's what it is. So it's like she gets rid of him. I can't remember if she gets rid of him so she doesn't have to share the profits, or she just gets rid of him get rid of him. But
because he's being a sleazeball.
Oh, he's a piece of shit. Yeah.
So she's tired of his crap.
Yeah. So Greta seals him in this tomb and then leaves, and then finds the winning lottery ticket in a cookie jar, and she's like, yes.
Yep.
Greta kind of rules. I kind of like
she
this.
gets her comeuppance.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, she's a terrible person still.
Oh, absolutely.
But
she did have.
They're all terrible people.
Yeah. Oh, no one's good in Freddy's Nightmares. Yeah, it's all morally great people. So the B plot is not as strong. The B plot follows Greta. It's a good connection though. So Greta is now rich, and she like lives in a fancy mansion, and she has like a British servant. Who I think is only in this part.
Yes.
They didn't bring her back for the second
episode.
For Easy Come, Easy Go.
I don't think. Yeah.
No, I don't think she's in it. I'm pretty sure she just has the mansion all to herself. This British woman does nothing anyways.
Yeah.
It serves no purpose other than to show you are rich. That's it. It's like her in her mansion, and she's like enjoying rich life now. But she's haunted by images of her dead late husband.
Right.
And not the late husband, Hank, the plumber.
The boyfriend.
She's getting images that like he's haunting her, and she's getting all paranoid. And basically she starts going nutty in the mansion. Weird stuff starts happening around the mansion, and she's like driving herself nuts with guilt and also fear that somehow she's going to get caught or some shit like that. Little thing I'm going to point out. So Greta is rich at this point, and only a rich person could afford the phone that she has. She has the coolest known phone, like the coolest phone known to man.
Yeah.
She has the 90s see-through phones. Do you remember those? The see-through like phones. They had those. There was a lot of like see-through tech in the 90s.
It was super big at the time. Yep.
It still holds up.
Yep.
It is. It's actually. They've actually proven this. So this is actually true. They've tested this. The clear phones, if you use them, they give you the clearest possible connection. That is actually how that works.
It's science.
That's
right?
science. And just so you know, NASA to this day still implements these very same phones to contact the astronauts in space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, in the military we have them, but I can't speak about it. Right? But
oh my God,
I've said too much.
Have they made them clearer? Where it's like it's not just the case that's clear; it's like the board inside is also transparent.
Cease podcast.
Terminate. He knows too much. Sibilance.
Dumbass.
Okay, what were we saying? Okay, yeah. So she starts going nuts, and I don't know. Honestly, it kind of drags. They keep doing the same. Like I called them Hank hauntings.
Yep.
What do you want?
Oh, I got what I want, babe. I just came by to say adios.
Greta, I knew you'd come back to me.
They keep doing these Hank hauntings over and over again, and it's like he's like, "Guess who's back, honey? I'm here to kill you." And then she wakes up, and then she falls asleep. And it's like, "Oh, that was a dream." Oh no, it wasn't a dream. Yes, it was. They're kind of doing some of that shit of season 1, Freddy's Nightmares, where it's like, is she asleep? Is she awake? Yeah. No, they're all just dreams. It's all bullshit.
The biggest problem with that, and just as a comment for the whole season, is that when you only have 22 minutes to tell an A or a B story, you're wasting time that otherwise you could be using for something else, right? And it's such a letdown when you find out that they were only dreaming, because those dream segments tend to be the most exciting parts of the episode. So when you find out that it never happened, you're just kind of like, oh, okay. All right. I have it referenced in my notes. Every time this happens, I just call them useless dreams. It's another useless dream segment that doesn't push the plot forward, right? There are some episodes in season 2 that actually utilize dreams somewhat effectively, but you're right. This is an example of one. She's just seeing things. Maybe her guilt is getting to her, and understandably, that's what they're trying to say. Like the guilt of this whole situation is catching up with her, but none of the things that she's imagining are actually happening. So it doesn't do anything, which is just lame.
Yeah. But some of the weird shit that happens at the mansion is actually happening, because we get our twist ending, which is that when her and Hank went to go dig up the late husband, and she kills Hank by putting him in the tomb. Yep. A gravedigger happened to see all this, and the gravedigger then blackmails her and proposes that she become his wife in exchange for his silence.
Yep. Do you know where you've seen him before?
What? No, he's from stuff?
Yeah.
What is he from?
What I recognize him from, he was Goon in Batman 1989. He's one of the Joker's henchmen. He actually has a few lines, so you would definitely recognize him.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
He looks like a goon, so that's very fun. It's very appropriate.
He's typecast.
He's in 89 Batman. Yep. Wow.
I think his character is called Goon.
So it's not Bob. It's not like...
Or maybe it's Bob. I don't know.
Oh, wait. Is he the guy that's like, Bob, give me the gun, and he just shoots Bob? Is it that guy?
Is it that guy? Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen Batman 1989, but I know as soon as I saw him, I'm like, you're in Batman.
You're like, that face.
Yeah.
Maybe it is that guy.
Bob,
it might
actually.
be Bob.
Yeah,
it might be that he might be the henchman guy where he's like, Bob,
the goon. Yeah.
give me the gun. And then he just shoots Bob.
Yeah. There you go.
Did that happen? Was it? I don't know. That's okay. That's awesome. Yep. So I didn't know that. Thank you for that. So
yes, that's right. Bob the Goon in Batman.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Okay, so it was that guy. Yeah, he's actually in a lot of those scenes. Yeah, he's in. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Yes,
and he has like a fairly large role in the next one you're going to talk about. Yeah, so
he's one of the highlights of the next one. Yeah. Yep. So this like creepy gravedigger is just like, if you marry me, I'll stay silent, and you'll be my bride, my beautiful bride, and I won't tell the authorities what I knows. And she does it.
She kind of has no choice, right?
And that's how it ends. Yep. It ends with them getting married. dude, only in Freddy's Nightmares would that actually happen, where it's like, dun, 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 and she's like, oh, and he's like,
and I got a note, reminded me of a half decent Tales from the Crypt episode, which is probably the best.
There it is.
Yeah.
You nailed it. That's exactly what I had. I had it written down here. This feels the most like an actual episode of Tales from the Crypt, where it's just a simple, fun premise. This woman having an affair who treats her husband like shit. Now she suddenly needs something from him to to get rich, basically. So then she needs this magic lottery ticket that's going to change her life. But what she has to do to get that lottery ticket ends up biting her in the ass. And now she's stuck in this horrible ending. She gets her just desserts.
Just desserts, yeah. Tales from the Crypt was big on that. Like, you will not benefit from the awful things you do. It will come back to bite you. And this is a good
Nobody
example
gets
of that.
out clean in Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah.
There's nobody that gets out clean with when you're doing a greedy thing. A note about Tales from the Crypt, because we keep referencing Tales from the Crypt. Tales from the Crypt started in 89. Freddy's Nightmares started in 89. So, like, it's not necessarily that this was trying to copy Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah.
I just want to point that out for people. They're right at the same time they come out on television. Like,
the thing about it, though, is that because they're so close together, it's easy to compare them because they're kind of trying to do the same thing. They're trying to be these horror anthology shows where every episode is a different story. One of those two series gets it right for the most part. One of them gets it wrong. And this is, unfortunately, you and I have chosen to watch the one where they get it wrong most of the time, right?
Also, another comparison, the title, Lucky Stiff.
Yeah.
That feels like a Tales from the Crypt title.
Yeah.
It's a great title.
It's ironic.
I love that
there's
title.
a double meaning to it.
Yeah.
Right?
Lucky Stiff. That's a great fucking title for an episode. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's good. But now moving on to the B episodes. This is the C and D plot.
Yeah.
So this episode is called Easy Come, Easy Go.
I don't trust you. You blackmailed me into marrying you. What's to stop you from killing me and inheriting all the money I won in the lottery?
I didn't marry you for your money. I love you, Greta. Ever since I first set eyes on you sneaking across that graveyard that night you killed your first husband.
Hank was my second husband.
I don't care how many there've been, just as long as I'm the last.
This is the follow-up to Lucky Stiff. Also a great title. I like that title. Easy Come, Easy Go. Some of the titles in Freddy's Nightmares just suck.
Right. But every once in a while.
Later.
Interior Loft. Later.
Even Interior Loft is a terrible. That's a setting.
It says.
It's not a script.
It's as plain and descriptive as.
It's a descriptor. Yeah. Why don't they just call it apartment?
Right. Yeah.
Even that kind of is a little bit more artsy and interesting, you know, like they made a horror movie called House, you know, and it worked, but like Interior Loft, Room.
No, because that sounds too good.
Yeah, that's even that.
Can't have that.
Okay, so Easy Come, Easy Go. So the A plot, as you recall, she was blackmailed into marrying the disgusting groundskeeper who's like cartoonishly disgusting. It's so over the top. He's got like gross teeth and he looks gross and he's like constantly dirty. Like he looks like he just finished digging someone's grave like an hour ago.
Right.
Like he always looks like this. Eugene. That is the gravedigger's name. Eugene. They really name him in this episode. So it opens with their terrible marriage where she's cruel and mean to him. And you're almost meant to kind of feel bad for Eugene, but it's like, well, of course she's mean to him. He blackmailed her.
She doesn't like you.
Right. Okay, but Eugene is also not a good guy.
Right.
Like you blackmailed a woman into you're almost trying to force a woman to love you.
Yep.
That's fucked up. So it's like, I kind of see Greta's side on this.
They both deserve each other.
And then Eugene has like, the whole thing is like they're trying to make Eugene the good guy in this. And Eugene, he's got like a line where he's like, Greta, it wasn't about the money. I love you. This is about love for me. It's not about your money.
Right.
And of course, Greta's basically just like, ew, fuck you, get away from me. There's a clever little detail at the beginning of the episode. So they're in the mansion and there's a walk-in freezer in the basement. In the walk-in freezer, we see Hank. which means Eugene actually dug that guy's body up and brought it to the house to use as like as evidence against Greta.
Yeah.
And they're storing it in the walk-in freezer. That's a clever little detail.
And if I remember correctly, they do not have her first husband, right? They don't have.
No, they don't have
right.
Lenny. Lenny's not in the husband or in the freezer. So
So
it wouldn't
he-
make any sense.
Yeah. So he just brought him back as a
He just brought Hank back. That's clever. And they actually got that actor to come back and wear the prosthetic.
Yep.
But they also get that actor to come back because out of nowhere, a guy shows up at the mansion, Wes, who is Hank's identical twin brother.
Yep.
Sure. Why not? Yeah. Why not indeed? Yeah.
Freddy's Nightmares.
And yeah, I went back and I did check, and it is the same actor, Richard Eden, who also played RoboCop.
Like on the TV show?
In the TV show.
Shit. All right.
He's the TV show RoboCop.
Oh, this is like acting royalty then.
Oh yeah, this is as good as it gets,
Richard
man.
Eden.
Yeah, I burst out laughing when I saw it. I was like, "What the fuck are the odds?" He was the RoboCop in the TV series. Not in RoboCop 3. I'm saying the TV show, which is maybe a little bit better than Freddy's Nightmares. Maybe
It is the Freddy's Nightmares
of the RoboCop
franchise.
That's probably the best way of putting it. Okay, so then Greta like instantly falls for Wes because he looks exactly.
He's dashing.
He's dashing and he's charming and
he is everything that
Eugene
was,
and Lenny
were not.
Right.
Yep.
And she she's so good at lying at this point. She just like quickly lies where she's like, "Yeah, your brother Hank walked out on me and left me heartbroken."
Yeah.
She immediately is like playing like the sympathy card and like trying to like make him feel for her.
Yep.
She begins the seduction process almost immediately. Another note about Eugene that I thought was funny is he is at all times dressed as a groundskeeper.
Right.
In the entire episode, he is always in his groundskeeper attire. Every time he comes into the scene, he's still dressed in his work uniform. Does this man not have any relaxing clothes? Like
it's like his only value to the story is to be a caricature of himself.
Right. They have to like keep him in the same he's like a cartoon character.
Right. It's like in case we need you to remember that he's the dirty ditch digger.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So Greta begins seducing Wes. She even she does like a strip tease and like lingerie with like a garter belt and stockings, which this is a trope in movies and TV shows. Women don't all own this.
Yep.
I want to point or do they?
I don't know.
I don't. Yeah. Okay, so they don't.
Maybe
There
you and
go.
I just have never.
Well, I just find this so funny. It's like, in case of emergency and I need to seduce a man, just break out the garter belt and stockings kit.
Right.
Is all and the sexy lingerie.
Right.
It's like all women have this kit, waiting for when that identical twin brother shows up.
That's right.
Right. So she seduces Wes, and she's like, she doesn't say this, but for some reason I wrote it. Fuck me like your brother did. Ew. Because it's like, what? That's so weird.
Yeah.
Like you're sleeping with the brother. That's so weird. And they're identical.
Yeah.
Ew.
And apparently like it works.
Yeah, apparently he does exactly what I just said. Wes then, Greta then now that she's like fucking Black Widowed him and like got him in the honeypotted him. She's like, yeah, it's awful. I'm stuck married to Eugene. If only I could get rid of Eugene.
Right.
And then Wes takes like, I guess that pussy was
A tier,
top shelf, because he takes like no convincing. He's just like,
All right.
I'll help you get rid of this
It's like
guy.
I was gonna kill him anyway.
Yeah. So they hatch this plan that's like really dark. They're gonna knock Eugene out and pour alcohol down his throat and then just drive him off a cliff.
Right.
To make it seem like he was drunk driving and then just like killed himself accidentally. Like that's pretty dark. Like we're gonna let's knock him out and then just like shove a bottle of alcohol down his throat.
Right.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's fucking ruthless. But then Wes, accidentally, for whatever reason, he goes down to the basement. He opens the cold cellar or the walk-in freezer and finds his brother's corpse. understandably, he then goes ballistic and he tries to kill Greta, but Eugene intervenes and kills him with a shovel and saves her.
Yeah. So the brother was there then. Okay. So I think we were talking about that because it's not just Hank.
No. Hank is Wes is Hank's brother, not Lenny's brother. Lenny is the first schlubby guy. Lenny was Squiggy. In the A plot, Lenny was the guy with the lottery ticket.
Yeah.
Hank was the plumber.
Oh, right. It's her boyfriend's brother. That's right.
Yeah, it's the boyfriend's brother. It's the hunky guy.
I for a moment, I was
they're
thinking
identical
it was,
twins.
I was thinking it was Lenny's.
He had like a hunky. He had like a hot brother.
Yeah, but no. Lenny, you're gone. Buddy.
No, Lenny, Squiggy never comes back.
And you've been long since forgotten.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So then Eugene saves Greta from Wes, which causes her to actually fall for Eugene. And then they fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, Eugene. That was incredible. I never thought it was possible to experience so much pleasure in so many ways. If only I'd known.
Oh my God. So Eugene and Greta sleep together. And like, she's now wooed by Eugene, which is fucking hilarious. Yep. And then to celebrate, they're like, oh, let's have some champagne. And Eugene grabs a glass of champagne, drinks the champagne, and starts choking and dying because it turns out that they, not only were they going to pour like alcohol down his throat, they were going to poison the alcohol.
Yep.
And so they had already poisoned the bottle and bum.
She forgot. Yep.
And so Eugene instantly dies.
Yep.
And then you got Greta, and it's kind of like, again, this is where it feels like a Tales from the Crypt episode because cruel irony is a big thing in Tales from the Crypt.
Yep.
And this is a perfect example where it's like, okay, so now you fell for the good guy, but because you were trying to do the fucked up thing, that now
you lose that too. Yeah.
So it's like you created this poison bottle and you accidentally poisoned the good one. And it's funny because like you see this look on her face and she's kind of like, drat.
I got a note in here. I said, Eugene then drinks the poisoned wine that Greta forgets about. Greta then sighs as if to say, oh, well, another husband dead.
Another dead husband.
At this point, she's just like collecting them at this point.
Right. And so then the B plot opens up and it opens with a shot of her going into the walk-in freezer and there's 3 bodies. Yeah. Yep. So we have Hank, the plumber, Wes, and Eugene, all in the freezer now. Yep. That's good attention to detail. That's good. That they did a good job with that one. So Greta's basically at this point just like, I gotta get the fuck out of this. Yep. Like this is whatever juju's going on in this fucking area. I gotta get the fuck out. I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge. So then she withdraws all of her money and she decides to leave Springfield behind, probably for the best. Girl, you get the fuck out of there. But of course, her flight is delayed and she'll have to stay another night. I have a note. Her mansion is like pure white. I don't know if you remember this. The set.
Yeah.
It's like something out of a music video.
I'll find it here, but I'm fairly certain I made a note about that.
It's just like it's actually interesting. I'm not actually faulting it because I don't have a lot to say about the set design and the cinematography in Freddy's Nightmare Season 2. This is one of the few episodes where the set was creative. Right. They went for this ultra minimalistic, like pure white aesthetic. And she's like wearing white too. Yeah. It's very much like clearly she took a good chunk of her money and built this place for herself.
Yep.
It's very much a reflection of what she wanted. It's her mansion. Yep. And it's got a cool look to it. I don't know. It's like something out of a music video.
Yeah. I mean, and anytime there's something that appears that isn't white, it's just a very stark contrast, right? So it jumps out, right?
And speaking of that, her sister randomly shows up with a man with an eye patch. He's her old flame who is now married to his sister.
Right.
Ew. Yeah. Freddy's Nightmares. Yeah. You like to have everybody fuck each other for some reason.
There's only 17 people in the world, and they've got to cross over.
Yeah, in Springwood. Yeah. The eye patch man. Do you have a note of who that is?
Who the actor was?
Yes.
No.
It is. I don't know if you'd recognize his name. Wings Hauser.
No.
Wings Hauser. He was in a lot of like random like cheesy direct-to-video shit.
Okay.
I can't think of any super notable role of his, but yeah, Wings Hauser, he's in shit. He's in
Okay.
some stuff. Yeah, nothing big.
I mean,
but
he's not Bob the Goon from Batman 89.
no, right, yeah. So then, Eye Patch Man and the sister are like they basically like invite themselves in for this visit,
Yeah.
and Greta's basically just like, I just want to leave. Like
Right.
they're uninvited guests, right? And they're like awkwardly making out in front of her all the time, and they're getting like super handsy, and Greta's just like cool, like this is fucking weird as shit.
Yeah.
We then get this hilarious flashback where we find out how Eye Patch Man came to be, and it's that it's like a younger version of them, and Eye Patch Guy has like both eyes, and Greta tries to break up with him, and he's like, no, you got to be with me, and she's like, get off of me, and then they have this struggle. Do you want to say what happens?
She slams Sonny's head onto the gear shift, which basically pops his eye out.
Right. She like, apparently this gear shift, like gear shifts with like a knob on the
top.
Yeah, that's so that you don't puncture your eyeballs.
Nope, apparently not.
Yes, but this one, whatever this vehicle was, whatever year this model was, it was a death trap, Mark, because they forgot to put on that ball. And so when she slams his head, it just like perfectly goes in his eye socket, and takes his eye out.
Greta, you're my woman. You're my little girl. You're my princess.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You want
No,
to
I'm
bet?
not, Sonny.
Oh, God, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you for this, Greta.
And he's been bitter about it ever since, right? Like that all kind of leads into why he's here. He's been playing the long game, right? He dates her sister. He gets, are they married or they're engaged?
No, I think he's married to the sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Just so that eventually he can make his way back to Greta, right? Like I got to give the guy credit. He's putting in the time, right? For his revenge.
I just find it hilarious that it's like they couldn't think of any other explanation. It's like a gear shifter went into his eye.
You know what though? The opposite would be they would do something that is so typical. Like he gets like stabbed in the eye or something. No. You are never going to see that ever again. Right.
Sure.
And maybe like that's the kind of thing that in real life would actually cause someone like something dumb that you never anticipate. When I saw that, I'm like,
sure.
Okay.
All right.
You know what? Like,
okay, you're kind of winning me over.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
'Cause, yeah, you're right. I guess weird shit happens.
Like he fell on like some farm equipment and poked his eye out.
No, I was thinking like a champagn bottle, the cork went off and went him in the eye.
Yes, there we go.
My explanation makes more sense to the gear shifter.
Yeah.
That's what that little ball's for. So then what happens next? Oh, so yeah, you're right. Eye Patch Guy is just Sonny. I guess you add his name. I just put him down as Eye Patch Guy.
Mm-hmm.
So Sonny, he's like out for revenge, and he starts snooping around the mansion looking for something he can dig up his dirt. He of course discovers the 3 bodies in the walk-in freezer, and he immediately tries to blackmail her. So then she's like, okay, I know how I'll get out of this. And so she seduces Sonny, and then she just like shoots him. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that guy. I think that's odd. At this point, I kind of like Greta. Greta has won me over because Greta, she's not a good person, but she has gone through fucking hell at this point. Like so much shit has happened where I'm like, I feel like she's gotten her punishment 3 different times at this point. So I'm like, go on.
She realizes that like not killing this guy isn't going to change the fact that she's got 3 dead people in her basement already. So I might as well add a 4th because it's not going to change where I'm going if I get caught, right? So at this point, when she, the first death in the first episode, she took it really seriously and was really hit. Now she's just like, I don't care. Like,
At this point, she's seen it all.
3 or 4.
Yeah, what's
doesn't
another
matter.
body,
Yeah.
right? So then her sister walks in and is like, oh my God. And then Greta's like, don't worry, I'll split the money with you.
Yeah.
Like, don't worry about it. And then there's a lame twist that at no point is this set up. The sister's just like, oh, well, actually, I'm crazy too, and I killed our parents. What?
Which, and I was trying to think back. Was there any reference to?
I
her
don't
parents?
even remember there
Like,
being something where it's like, oh, we tragically lost mom and dad. Maybe there was like one line.
Yeah,
I don't
think
know.
in this episode they might have said something about.
Like it would have been in this. It wouldn't have
Yeah.
been in the A episode. It wouldn't have been in Lucky Stiff.
Yeah, but it certainly wasn't enough to make you think about her parents.
Right.
Like,
And it comes, so it comes out of nowhere. And then she just shoots and kills Greta.
Yeah.
And that's how the episode ends. Although that's a lame, I hate that ending.
Yeah.
But I do like Greta has a funny line.
Easy come, easy go.
She says the name of the
This
episode.
the sister.
Greta gets shot, and then Greta's like, "Well, I'm out," and then Greta's like, "Easy
Right.
come,
That's right. She says
easy
it,
go,"
yeah.
and then she dies. And I was like, "Okay, all right, fine." But it's just one of those things where it's like, after all that,
Yeah, I have a note. In a classic demonstration of say the name of the show in the actual show, Greta utters "easy come, easy go" right before she keels over and dies.
Yeah, she's like, "Easy come, easy go." Freddy's Nightmares, Nightmare on Elm Street, the series trademark, and then she died. Yeah.
Do you remember what Freddy says in the bumper right
I'm
after?
getting to it. I'm getting to it. So then, I just want to quickly recap the long tale of Greta.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. So, this is because
You know what? Actually, I like this episode more than I do.
Yeah.
This is better.
Greta goes through like a lot of shit.
Yeah.
So this is Greta's story, and it becomes fun to watch. So she goes from cheating on her loving husband with the plumber named Hank to selfishly trying to retrieve the late husband's lottery ticket to then killing the scumbag plumber Hank she was having an affair with, which leads to her being blackmailed by Eugene the gravedigger and then later seducing the plumber Hank's twin, Wes, to help her kill Eugene. But then she gets saved by Eugene when Wes tries to kill her, to accidentally poisoning and killing Eugene, leading to her with 3 bodies in a walk-in freezer in her basement and being blackmailed again, this time by her eye patch wearing ex Sonny, who she later shoots and kills, to then being killed by her own sister, who it turns out is a psychopath all along, and killed both their parents when they were younger.
Yep.
Easy come, easy go indeed.
Yeah.
It's great. And then we get the there's actually 2 notable Freddy things.
Yeah.
So the first notable Freddy thing, it's actually one of there's hardly any what I'll call Freddy effects in season 2. Season 1 has a couple. Season 2 has like none. They didn't even, it's like, I guess they cut the budget, maybe, like you were saying. I don't know. I didn't look into that. Did you look that up? Did the budget got cut?
I didn't, but just looking at
You just assumed?
Yeah. Like,
usually shows get more money. They don't usually take it away unless you're doing something wrong.
You're
Yeah.
on life support at that point, yeah.
So there's a cool effect at the beginning of this episode. Freddy has like a flamethrower claw.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's like sitting there and there's like, you can see the little flame, almost like a barbecue lighter on the tip of one of his claws, and then it turns into like a big flame.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
That was a neat effect. I liked that. The end cap of this episode. Why don't you just say it, Mark? How does this end? So like Greta dies, easy. She goes, easy come, easy go. Cut to Freddy, and
that's all, folks.
That's all, folks.
Like very much a Porky Pig outro. Yeah.
I couldn't believe they did that. They literally they go, because like what is Freddy gonna say?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that Greta, she should have, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. They're just like, fuck it, Freddy.
It's over.
Do Porky Pig.
Yep.
Sure, why not? That made me laugh. There you go.
I had a couple things. Like, so Greta, actress name Mary Crosby. I feel like this was a vehicle to try to get her career going or something, because more so than in any other actor in any of these episodes, they seem to like really want to push her forward in this. So I don't know if she ever became anything that I know of. So I guess it didn't work.
When I would watch episodes, I usually would look up the main people to see if they were in something else that I would recognize them from. Yeah, there's one pretty notable cameo coming up.
Yeah.
I have one.
Yeah.
Season 1 had a lot more. Okay, just sorry guys, there's no Brad Pitt. Like
No,
there's none of that.
unfortunately.
There's
Yeah.
none of that. There's not. What was the other? There was a couple big cameos in season 1. We had Brad Pitt.
Yeah, like Mariska Hargitay. She did Law and Order. For
Oh
a
right,
long
you
time.
knew that one. Lar
Park
Lincoln
had been in a
Yeah.
number of movies, horror movies. Yeah,
I'm trying to think. Wasn't there one other bigger? I feel like there was a couple other bigger cameos. Whatever.
Yeah.
It had more. Season
Yeah.
1 had more cameos. There wasn't as many in season 2.
The interesting thing about this pairing of episodes, though, is usually it's not the same character from story A to story B, C, D,
And
right?
that's why it gets my number 4 and number 3 slot. Is it was the best example in this season, in my opinion, of the A, B, C, D plot all flowed really nicely, and it was the same protagonist. At no point Greta doesn't die after the first episode. Now we're following Eugene.
Right.
It's like it's always Greta. She goes through it all.
But I'm going to counter that and say that's one of the things that I think took a few points off of it for me, because now you're getting into feature-length movie territory, and there is not enough here for 88 minutes.
No,
right?
I think if you cut out the B part of of Lucky Stiff and just went like A to C, I think you'd have a really good episode. Like if there's almost a perfect episode hiding in here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It needs to be a little tighter.
Yeah. But there's like a perfect episode of Tales from the Crypt hiding in here in the 2 episodes. So you'd have to somehow chop them together. But yeah.
Just a quick, if you want to get an idea of the quality of Freddy's Nightmares or the lack thereof, jumping back to your A story, there was a moment where Eugene and Greta both say their lines at the same time. And obviously it was a mistake, but they didn't reshoot the scene. So there's a moment where, and I made a note about it. In typical low budget fashion, Eugene and Greta both say their lines. So she says Eugene while he's also saying, "Are you all right?" And they overlap.
Are you all right?
I think so.
They could have said cut and then done it again, but they just like, fuck it. And they just left it in.
When was this?
So,
because I have to find this clip now, obviously, because I don't know when this was. What was this? What
tries to strangle Greta before Eugene saves her and smashes Hank over the head
Oh,
with
so
the
it's
shovel.
right
So
at the
it's
end of the episode.
Yeah, right
Okay.
when,
All right.
and then all of a sudden they kind of.
All right, cut to Mark's flub right here.
Are you all right?
I watched it a couple times. I'm fairly certain I caught it. I'm like, were you supposed to like wait for each other? No, they just talk over each other, and then you can't hear either one of their lines.
Yeah,
really,
but Mark, people talk over each other in real life.
but not in Freddy's Nightmares. Freddy's Nightmares is top shelf production value.
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay. That was my number 4 and my number 3 top episodes.
Yep.
So now we are on to your number 4, Mark. What do you got? Your number 4 top episode. Probably going to be my number 2 worst episode. Because I'm getting a little nervous in that like we haven't had a single overlap episode.
Yep.
We've already said 4 episodes now. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I said 3. You said 1.
Yeah.
We're about to go to 5. It's like,
So my number 4, Dreams That Kill.
Psychologist Brandon Keffler dies on a live broadcast tormented by nightmares. Are dreams lethal? Bloodstains on our studio floor suggest they are.
is this the kid? No, this is the second part of the kid one.
That's right. Yeah. So this is the sequel to Dreams Come True.
Dreams Come True.
Yeah.
Right. This is a mid pick for me.
Yeah.
God damn, are we going to be talking about 20 episodes
Yeah.
of Freddy's fucking Nightmares?
Oh,
Pick
God.
things that I have.
We said this earlier today. We're like, what are the chances that there are only 2 episodes that don't get mentioned on this show?
You're getting a very thorough like perspective on Freddy's Nightmares season 2. You're getting a lot of episodes.
We started earlier today than we've ever started, and we may go later than
at this rate, yes. Yeah. I like the first part of that better than the second part.
Yeah.
So my question is, without spoiling it entirely, do you have the first part on either list? The whatchamacallit? The
Dreams Come True?
Dreams Come True?
I don't believe that I do.
Oh, so you like the second part better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why don't I quickly give you the Dreams Come True bit?
Okay.
So let me just find it. It's like because it's the first fucking episode. So like Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, here we go. So dreams come true. It's like about a boy. It's basically dreams come true, and I actually this was almost on one of my lists.
Yeah.
It gets ruined for another reason, but dreams come true is like it's this guy doing like an expose. It's like I think it's a reporter doing an expose on Randy. It's like this kid, and he's basically an Elm Street kid. And he is suffering. It's one of the very few episodes where Freddy is the antagonist. Yep. And so is the B story, the dreams that kill.
The second episode, the continuation. Yep.
The one on your list. Yep. But dreams come true, the first part of it is and this is dreams come true, also important to note, first episode of season 2.
Yep.
It's episode 1.
Yep.
And this kid, Randy, is just an Elm Street kid. And it's basically like if you took a film crew and filmed like Nancy going through the shit with Freddy.
Yep.
And that A part works pretty well. I kind of like it. It's got some cool things in it. I just like that. I always like when Freddy's involved because it feels the most like one of these, like an actual Elm Street film. So like there's a lot. I like that. The second part of it sucks shit, which is at the end of the first part, I think Randy just gets killed. I got to quickly like scroll through my notes here because I don't quite remember exactly how that wraps up, but I'm pretty sure it's just like he. I don't even remember. It's like I think the doctor or something gets killed or whatever. But the second part of it, they're following the cameraman.
Yeah.
And then the cameraman has this weird shit where the cameraman's like, he's like convinced that Freddy Krueger is in the footage.
Yep.
He's like, Freddy's on the tape, and he starts seeing Freddy in the footage.
It was kind of difficult to follow a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and then it's really frustrating because the A plot in Dreams Come True follows Nightmare on Elm Street logic.
Yeah.
Freddy does something to you, and that manifests in the real world. If Freddy attacks you in your dreams, right? The B plot, they throw that out the window because Freddy just starts manifesting in the real world and preying on the guy, and it makes absolutely no sense. And then like the guy starts having visions of Freddy being on the tape, and then he'll show it to people, and of course Freddy's not on the tape, and they're like, you're going crazy. You need to take a break or something.
Yeah.
And then it ends with like the guy like going live on the air, and he's like, look, Freddy's right there. And then the people watching the footage are like, there's no one there, man. And then like, I think Freddy like attacks him.
It throws him off a building or something? Am I thinking the same way?
Yeah. It's like he attacks him when he's awake, which makes no sense. So unfortunately it just breaks the logic. So that's why it wasn't done. But I wanted to mention it. Mm-hmm. So part 1 was an expose on an Elm Street kid. That's the first plot. Yep. Get into the second story. This is Dreams That Kill.
Yeah, so in Dreams That Kill, it kind of continues on from there, except now it's moved to more of like a talk show format. And we've got a character, Charlie, who I think is meant to resemble Morton Downey Jr. Would you know who that is?
No.
So he was kind of a big character in the 80s that would do these really kind of like scummy talk shows.
Well, I was thinking like, didn't Bill Donahue or
same idea?
Yeah, like
Phil Donahue.
Bill Donahue. Bill Donahue's somebody else. Yeah. Phil Donahue did like he would do shit like that. It's like Mothers Against Rockers.
Yeah,
and then he would put them on the thing together.
Yeah, and I think the idea is that like Morton Downey Jr. was kind of one of the first to do it, and a lot of them would then start following his. Yeah. That's the idea, right? That this character is. He's not really above board. He's trying to get
morally gray.
That's right. Yeah. And he is continuing on with the idea of, if I remember correctly, kids being attacked in their dreams from the first episode, right?
Yeah. Well, I think the segment is actually going to be called Dreams That Kill.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
He and our Charlie character falls asleep and is attacked or approached by Freddy, right? Freddy does not want Charlie to continue doing the show because it's putting too much awareness on what Freddy does.
I want you to forget the dream show.
Forget the dream show? Why?
You'll scare everybody away, and I won't have anybody to play with.
But it's not that easy. I already taped the promo.
You do that show, and the next Dream That Kills will be yours.
So you nailed it, right? probably the best thing about this episode is that Freddy is who Freddy is, right? He comes to you in your dreams, and he has the ability to impact your life in the traditional way, right? So any of the episodes that kind of do that are going to score a little bit better for me than the ones that don't, right? If you're going to incorporate Freddy, do it properly, do it in the dreams, and they definitely nail that here. So then he kind of continues to antagonize Charlie, right?
There's like a fun, I remember there being like a fun dream sequence where it's like, Charlie, we're going to replace you. Cause that's the big thing is like this, Charlie, Freddy is like putting pressure on Charlie to like, hey, you better drop this segment.
Like completely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so then when Charlie tries to do that, his producers are like, no, we've already put money into advertising this segment. We're moving forward with or without you, right? Because always, Freddy's Nightmare is very clear. People that run things are evil people.
Right.
They're never not evil scumbags. They will hold you at hostage with your contract. And that's what they're doing to Charlie. They're like, no, this segment's moving forward. So then he starts getting paranoid that he's going to get replaced. And there's a fun little dream sequence where like, it's like, meet your new host, Freddy Krueger. And Freddy Krueger's like hosting the show. That's kind of a fun little dream sequence. I don't know. I didn't mind that. And then like, I think the audience is like roasting Charlie in that dream too. They're like making fun of him. I don't know. That was kind of a funny
Freddy
little bit.
grills Charlie since he used to grill his guests.
Right. Yeah. Which it's fun. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. And again, season 2 did a better job of seeing when people are asleep. Very clearly, Charlie is asleep when that happens, and he wakes up.
Yeah. He gets knocked out at one point and ends up going to the hospital, and he tries to stay awake, right? Because he knows what happens when he falls asleep. There was a moment there where his assistant to try and help him stay awake now decides the best way to do that is to just have sex with him. So I guess that's what an assistant is for. I don't know.
Well, what the hell would you use them for?
I don't know. I'm never going to have enough money to have an assistant. So.
Hey, never say never. There's Slash Cinema's taking off 2025. We're going to the moon,
that's
baby.
What we're going to be big.
To the moon. We you know what we don't have? We don't have like a producer guy that's like on the other side of these cameras. Like,
telling us to shut up.
Or Googling things for us and shit. If you would like to be a part of this program,
you want to produce this? I did note though, and you just as an aside, in the scene where Charlie's assistant gets it on with him, you can clearly see, like, she takes her shirt off, but you can clearly see the boob covers.
Oh, I know what you're talking. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Anytime
the pasties.
That's right.
So you can see the outline of the pasties where it's like, oh, that's so they can't show their nipples.
Yeah, and there's so many episodes in season 2 where they try to go into
they try to push the nudity just a little bit, but it's not R-rated, right? So they can't show it.
But they don't get the camera angle right.
No.
So you can see the shirt,
the
or the cover, or whatever it is, right? I'm just like,
how dare they not show you that poor girl's nips?
But it's just it reminds you. It's almost like it as movies where like the boom mic is too low.
That level.
Like,
you're
it's
just bad production
that they
value.
Didn't see it.
Yeah.
So
it's bad production in general. I have a note that like after Charlie, because at one point like Charlie gets electrocuted in one of the dreams, and he actually gets electrocuted, and when they put him in the hospital, he's like in a hanging medical device. Yeah. That's like something out of like
he's suspended.
He's like suspended. It's like something out of like a David Cronenberg film. I'm like, what is this? That's not a real thing. There's
I thought it was an interesting effect.
You
like,
did?
That he's just kind of suspended there. Yeah. I don't know why it's what it's for.
It's for nothing. But, it's for movies. It's just it's a horror movie thing. It's not. There's no way that's real.
Yeah.
Although,
like so, at one point he gets fired, but then he gets his show back, right? Then he gets electrocuted.
Yeah, I think I skipped ahead on you. Yeah. Sorry, I skipped ahead.
Okay. That's all right.
It ends up with him in the hospital in this suspension thing.
Right. Yeah.
And then
Charlie nods off. Freddy electrocutes him, which causes Charlie to go into a coma. And this is what I love the most about this episode. This is the part that pushed it over the top for me, because we're looking for ways to explore creative space in the Nightmare on Elm Street universe, right? Most of these episodes don't even touch on it. Right? They're just trying to do their own thing. And you know what? Credit to them for trying to be anthology episodes that tell their own story. But if you are going to incorporate Freddy and Nightmare on Elm Street, do it properly. And I thought this episode really did, because the whole idea, and the moment that it kind of registered with me, that this Charlie character is in a coma. And when you're in a coma, you're in Freddy's world all the time.
Right. And they do that in Elm Street 3 with the mute kid.
Yeah.
Where Freddy has basically held him hostage in the dream world where they can't wake him up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's kind of a neat idea. I see where you're going with that because my only nitpick on it is so Freddy is now like basically continuously torturing this guy.
Right. Yeah.
In the dream world. But the thing that doesn't really make any sense with that is like they show his body again and it's like normal looking and it's like, well, you would start seeing things would be manifesting.
Yeah.
Because in Elm Street 3, Freddy like writes on the kid's skin, which is like, that's heinous.
Yeah. So they clearly don't they don't take all of the mythology, the rules, right? But just the idea that, in all of the movies, he sort of taunts his victims, but he eventually kills them like pretty much straight away, right? But in this one, the idea that like he could just do this perpetually for as long as he wants, right? And the idea that because the doctors are around him, they're seeing his EKG numbers going up and down, his brain function is going up and down, but they can't do anything for him, right? But he's in Freddy's world, and Freddy can attack him at will and basically treat him like his own pet and toy with him as much as he wants. Oh, I thought that was an interesting sort of psychological attachment to the show. I thought that was.
I'll give you that. It's not bad.
Yep.
It feels like something that would be in an Elm Street film.
Yep.
The B plot.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, the B plot sucks.
Everything that I just set up with this like perpetual torture of this character. Nope. They established right away in the B story, oh, he's dead. I'm like, I was so disappointed. Right? Like, even if they didn't carry Charlie over into the B story, they could have just left us thinking that Charlie was alive in a coma forever and then never go back to that. And we're left kind of thinking that this could go on forever. No, they established right away in the B story. It almost kind of did it in for me, but I was like, no, the idea is enough. I still like it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like Charlie's dead, but his brain is still intact.
Right. Yeah. And they get a
so I guess like
Mark is a motorcycle victim that also comes into the hospital, and one of the doctors gets the idea of taking brain matter from Charlie and putting it into Mark.
Yeah, he's got a stupid line. He's like it's this hotshot young doctor who's like he's trying to prove himself,
make a name for himself.
Yeah, he's trying to make a name for himself, and he's like, oh, well, we could just implant the brain into like, because the motorcycle victim, the kid, his brain doesn't work, but now we have Charlie's brain, so it's like Frankenstein.
Yeah.
But he has some stupid line where he's like, the work they're doing in Argentina.
You have a terminal coma patient with healthy brainwaves but no chance of survival. And now you have this boy in desperate need of those healthy brain cells.
What you're talking about is brain matter transplantation. That's science fiction.
The regeneration of lobe tissue has shown fantastic potential.
This is a hospital, doctor, not a research lab.
You're obviously unaware of the work they're doing in Argentina.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of Herbert West from like the Reanimator films, because he also said something like that in Reanimator 1. He said, has some throwaway line where he's like, the work they're doing in Germany is leagues ahead of ours. Like they're reanimating the dead.
They've been reanimating corpses for years.
Right. Or some shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he does this.
He decides to perform this.
No permission whatsoever.
Yeah,
he just does it.
He just does it.
But it works.
Like a good doctor.
Yeah.
How come doctors don't do that more? Just take liberties. Just do. If you have some wackadoodle like medical idea, who's to say it won't work?
Yeah.
But if nobody tries it, medicine's not going to advance.
Where are all the renegade doctors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want more of that.
Yep.
Yeah. Just risk it all.
Risk it all. Yeah. I want your career to be on the line with every decision you make.
Well, not only that, the patients' lives as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But like, well, it's for the benefit of man.
Right.
Right. Like, what if we could
Or not.
What if we find
yeah, or it doesn't.
Or it accomplishes nothing.
It doesn't work.
Like, why can't we make a Goro where it's like a guy with 4 arms?
Doctors, in the comments, we have that technology, right? Like we just somebody knows that this works, right? Goro.
Is that possible?
Can we make a Goro?
Can we make a Goro?
See what Freddy's Nightmares does to you?
I just want a 4-armed person. Why can't we make that work?
Yeah. I wanna. What was that?
Fix it, damn it!
No, you know what? No, I'm gonna double down. I want a Motaro.
A Motaro.
I want a centaur.
A centaur, man. Yeah, I agree.
Come on, modern medicine.
What a crock of shit.
Get your shit together.
I don't even think doctors do anything anymore. I swear to God, they just show up and then like write something on a piece of paper. They're like, go to the pharmacy.
Yeah. They don't even think to take someone else's brain out of their head and put it in your head. Right.
All right,
back to the episode.
Yeah. Good recovery there, Mark. Good recovery.
So the problem is that Mark now starts to live out the experiences and sort of mimic the life of Charlie, right?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like he gets Charlie's brain, so then he now has Charlie's memories, but they're slowly... And basically, it's like molding Mark into Charlie.
Yeah, he starts to do things that he did, like smoking, listening to classical music.
He starts acting like him, his personality.
Right, he's himself, but he also kind of has the lived experience of Charlie Nichols, right? So in the end, Mark injects the brain matter into Dr. Irwin as revenge. I don't know if that actually...
Well, wait, you're skipping ahead because Mark, he gets Charlie's job.
Remember, he
goes to this, they're like doing tryouts, and then he shows up because they're trying to replace Charlie, and then he shows up and they're just like, oh, this guy's perfect because he's literally just Charlie in Mark's body.
In a younger body.
Yeah. So then he ends up like taking his job.
Yep.
And then it ends up, there's a funny thing where like, this is kind of clever, but it's still stupid. Freddy shows up in what's supposed to be Charlie's nightmare, but it's Mark's body, so that means Mark is now in the dream world. Yeah. And Freddy's like, this is supposed to be Charlie's nightmare.
Hey, who are you?
Who are you?
This is supposed to be Charlie Nichols' dream.
I'm not Charlie Nichols, I'm Mark Lindstrom.
What the hell? As long as I'm here.
Oh, fuck it. And then he just tries to kill Mark. Yeah. It's like, okay.
On to the next. Yeah.
That's kind of funny. Yeah. I don't know. That was a funny little moment. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't have much. Sorry, carry on. Go ahead.
Oh, and then Freddy just starts trying to kill Mark. Yeah. So that's like the conflict of the B-plot is that Freddy's trying to kill Mark, and now Mark is tortured because of that, and then Mark's just like, fuck that wackadoodle fucking doctor that did this to me. Even though that doctor, if it wasn't for that doctor, you would be dead, bro.
Right.
So you got to take the good with the bad. No, I'm just saying, like, you know.
Nope.
You're not going to get your gore. We're not going to get Goros if you just keep killing all these brave doctors, these brave, mad scientists.
Yes. we stand for you.
We stand for you, mad science. Anything else you want to say about this episode?
No, I mean, again, the whole thing really rested on the idea of playing with the idea of a coma, how we've never really seen that before. This episode involved Freddy. They did Freddy correctly. Obviously some things with budget limitations they couldn't do, but you get so little of that in season 2 that when we saw it and they actually did it properly, I like that. This would be one of the ones that if I had to watch another episode over again, this would be one.
Moving back to me.
Yeah.
So that was your number 4.
That's number 4 for me. Yeah.
I will be shocked if this isn't in one of your 3.
Okay.
This is my number 2.
This is number 2.
This is number 2, buddy. We, adding on to what you just said of, it's always nice when Freddy shows up and when Freddy's the antagonist. This is the most Freddy episode, I think, in the whole season. Oh,
don't do it. Don't do it.
It's my party and you'll die if I want you to.
Blood red. Should go well with your corsage.
Who are you?
Give you a hint. He said you'd go to the prom with me.
Oh my God. Freddy?
None other.
That is my number 5 worst.
So you don't like this episode?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
What?
Yep. And I knew you were going to have this.
I like this episode. It's it's just fun. It's a fun episode. Wow. You really dropped the ball this time, Mark.
You know what? I debated putting this as my absolute worst.
No.
But I was like, there's enough effects.
What?
Yeah.
No, this does not deserve worst.
No, you know why?
No, hold on. Let me get to the plot.
Do your thing.
So, Terrible title.
Fuck you, by the way.
No, this episode is fun. Fuck you.
It's my party and you'll no.
It's my podcast and you'll fucking listen to me if I want you to. How's that?
This is my punishment. I gotta listen to this guy like ramble on about how great he thinks this
Now
is.
it's to listen to this. Yeah. Hey, I had to do it with fucking Do Dreams Bleed. Yeah. Fucking stupid thing. I'm really surprised. I thought you were going to agree with me because most fans say this is the best episode of this season. Now, most fans don't know shit.
Right.
Most people don't know shit. I'm not saying that means anything, but I'm just saying a lot of people do like this episode. I am one of them. It's a terrible title. The title is so bad. It's my party and you'll die if I want you to.
Well, it's a takeoff on the song, right?
I know what it is, but it's so fucking wordy. That's like Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. It's just so
curse.
It's so long.
Destiny.
Terrible title. This is a follow-up to an episode called Photo Finish.
Yes.
Is Photo Finish on either of your lists? Because if it is, we could maybe talk about it right now. Because I'm going to very briefly do Photo Finish. Is Photo Finish?
No.
Oh, okay. Photo Finish. God damn it.
Yeah.
You people are getting like synopsis
we can't even
of like
double
every
up.
episode. All right. Photo Finish. This is the one. So Photo Finish there's a photographer, professional photographer who photographs models for a living.
Yep.
And it's another episode where Freddy is the antagonist. And Freddy starts preying on the woman's models and starts killing them off. But then like he kills them, but then she ends up getting like really good shots out of it. She's shooting for Kink magazine, the magazine you mentioned earlier.
By pushing them to more extreme, like, she thinks that she's doing this.
She doesn't realize what's actually happening, and she thinks that basically their deaths are just like freak accidents. Because like the one girl's like pretending to be impaled by a stake, but then Freddy just pushes the
Gets
stake.
impaled.
And then but she at first she's just like, oh, I guess the girl pulled it. And like she doesn't really know what's going on at first. It's not the best. It's not on any of my best or worst. I don't think it's insultingly bad, or I don't think it's really good. It's just a mid. It's neat that Freddy shows up. There's not really any good gore effects in that episode or anything. They do introduce one of my favorite recurring characters, though, who's about to come up in this one. The assistant. She's got like this little man boy assistant, Oliver.
Oliver, that's right.
What is this? Who are you?
Oliver, your new assistant. Tori Bodner, that kink editor, said you could use and abuse me.
Oliver, the assistant, who's just like, he looks like an Elm Street kid.
Yeah.
He looks like he's right out of one of these Elm Street movies. And he just like he's just like a young kid, young guy, and he's kind of he's very like doofy and very naive and ignorant of things, but he's just like, he's harmless, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, I like Oliver. So they set him up as like, he's just her doofy little assistant. The B plot of Photo Finish is terrible. So the B plot is an example where it's like, sometimes the A and B plots in both seasons would just be so drastically different. It was like, you're just watching two different episodes. It's what it would feel like. And maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. The B plot, I don't even remember how it connected to the A plot, but it follows these FBI agents. Do you remember this? It's like this guy shows up and murders this family, and then they bring in this hotshot like FBI detective, and he's just like, he's trying to get in the mind of the killer.
Right. He's walking through the space. He's sitting in the chair.
Right. But then it ends up being that Freddy's the killer. So he ends up getting into the mind of Freddy Krueger. And then Freddy just kills him. And it's all nothing anyways. It's all just a wet fart.
And then they just send in another investigator and the same thing starts again.
I don't even remember how those connected.
It was the family. Right. So you remember the family in the beginning of the photo, whatever it was,
no, I don't think it was that family.
No, the character, she's a photographer.
Right.
But she hates her life because
I remember this. She shoots the happy-go-lucky family.
That's right. That's them. They die.
But then, okay, I don't believe it is
because they show up in this.
They show up in this.
I have a note.
Yeah, so I don't think it was that family. You think it was supposed to be that family? You think they just fucked up and
They got it out of order or what have
something?
you.
Oh, okay. Because I was actually going to credit this episode for having. Okay, let me. So there's your brief synopsis of Photo Finish. Moving on. So the connection. What is the connection to Photo Finish? The connection to photo finish is, I guess, just Oliver would be the connection, the assistant.
Yeah.
Because it's so different.
Well, and we
And
find
family.
out that he's into like new age stuff, right? Like crystals.
So
and,
the assistant they set up, the photographer's assistant from photo finish is not even the protagonist of this. He's like a side person in this. So it opens It's My Party. I'm just going to call it that. It's My Party opens, the A plot opens at the Springwood New Age Convention.
Yep.
Which is fucking hilarious. And it's exactly what you think it is.
Yep.
It's like this shitty like psychic fair at like a banquet hall at like a hotel.
Yep. Crystals and people with their...
And like people with pyramids and energies and auras.
Single eyes.
Now,
like
Mark, as the resident, I would say, I think it's fair to say gifted person on this podcast.
Sure.
Definitely out of the two of us, you are the most in tune with the afterlife, the other world, the other dimensions that surround us.
Absolutely.
Would you say this was a very accurate portrayal of what you yourself experienced going to these cons?
Right. For the many of these that I've been to, it's straight out of the pages of what those. Yeah.
You would think I'm telling a joke, but I'm not. Mark is very much so.
I know nothing about this world.
Mark's house is just full of crystals.
Yeah. We have incense burning around the clock.
Magnets.
Yes.
Yeah. You put magnets up to your brain. Okay. So it opens with this psychic woman at the fair, and she's channeling the dead. And the spirits are, the way she's channeling them is like they go into her body and then she starts acting like them.
Right.
And we get, unfortunately, it's supposed to be she channels like a some sort of, it's like a sailor that was on the Titanic.
Right.
William Murdoch, first mate, reporting for duty. Oh my God! Look! Get ahead! A huge iceberg! Oh! Engines full stop! My God! It's too late! Oh! Oh, engines full reverse! Oh!
It's so bad because then she starts acting like the sailor and she's doing this horrible like, aye, matey, and she's doing like a pirate.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this shit? Terrible. And then this guy like stands up in the audience, is like this skeptic guy, and he's like, because she says something about like, while she's pretending to be the sailor, she's like, the sonar is something. And he's like, fraud!
Yeah.
Fraud!
Yeah.
Sonar did not exist at the time of the Titanic.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm giving him this accent. He didn't actually sound like that, but whatever.
That is Henry, by the way, I think his name is.
How would you know that?
I don't know. I think that's what his name is.
That's what you wrote. No, I just wrote down Skeptic Doctor. Actually, it is Henry.
Yeah.
No, it's Harry.
Harry, that's right.
Yeah, it's Harry. There's a reason it's going to come up. Yeah. It's Harry. So then she gets revealed to be a fraud, but it's all a dream, which, why open with a dream?
Yeah.
Like most of the episodes don't open with a dream. Why open with a dream? Like
it just kills the momentum that you've just been building.
Right.
Like,
but the other thing is like usually, because that's like now we're at the 4-minute runtime and it's like, usually you use your opening to do things like establish settings, characters, plot. It's like, but in just doing this random stupid thing, it's like, okay, I get you've established this is a woman that is a psychic. I guess. And I guess you're establishing like she's got like inner conflict. She feels maybe she's got like fraud syndrome or something.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is at least the dream itself referenced something that she actually fears, like because she keeps thinking she's going to show up and this guy is going to call her out,
right?
Because he's been on her case and sort of following her career from convention to convention, right? So yes, it's a dream. It was one of the few dreams where I was like, okay, this does actually move the plot forward because she does feel like this is going to happen one day, right?
Yeah. We then cut to Freddy, and Freddy's like, a Chandler, eh? Well, I'm dead. What if she contacted me?
Yeah.
Which is like,
Yeah, but she doesn't actually do it though. Like,
well, let's save that.
Yeah.
So then the man boy assistant, Oliver, from Photo Finish shows up and he's like, hey, I'm your new assistant. And there was a weird thing in this that I don't really remember how they explained this, but it's like, I'm your new assistant. And she's like, huh? I got a new assistant? I thought that was a little weird. It's like in the photo finish when it made sense because the agency sent him, but here she's just some independent psychic. So it's like,
yeah. So he's there attending the conference, but he's, I guess, heard of her and just wants the chance to work with her.
You think that's what it was?
I think so.
No, I interpreted it as that he was like hired to work for her. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Whatever.
Like,
he starts shadowing her.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
She has a very specific job for him to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Oliver is now shadowing her, who I don't even remember her name. I just called her Psychic Lady. And they immediately establish, she's a fraud.
Yeah.
And which I appreciate this. She starts like showing him the ropes and introducing him to like her like fellow like phony psychics, and they start like letting him in on the business and the grift.
It's like they're carnies, and he's been taken behind the curtain, right?
Yeah. They start teaching him how the grift works.
Yeah.
And she's like, his whole thing is like, you got to find me a patsy, someone that like really seems like A, they have money, but B, they're really into this, because those are the people who I can get a ton of money out of private sessions.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, I appreciate that. I like that angle, because that's 100% accurate of that industry.
But also, like, watch out for the Harrys that might show up that I need you to distract.
The skeptics. Yeah. And I'll say this, in the psychic community, they're not all con people. There is probably about 5 to 6% that have actual psychic powers.
Here we go.
And these are the Tinas of the world. These are these girls that have these tragic backstories, and they end up accidentally killing one or two of their parents with some psychic episode.
Obviously, reanimating them later to
right. Yeah, like these are real. I just want to put that out there. It's like we are aware of the real ones.
Yes. Yes.
She's not one of them, but there are real
ones.
They
absolutely are.
Right. 100%. Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
Justin and I can't be friends anymore.
You like Friday the 13th Part 7, damn it.
Love.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Tina, man.
Yeah.
Lar Park Lincoln is actually psychic.
There we go.
Yeah, that's it. That's the takeaway. Yeah, they didn't film any of those. You thought those was set up stunts? No.
They just let the camera run.
Yeah.
Right.
So then later at one of the fake performances from the psychic lady, she accidentally channels Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
And I think this is actually a clever idea. I like the idea of like this fraud. It's like, okay, we know she doesn't actually have powers, but then she inadvertently ends up connecting to Freddy through falling asleep.
Yeah.
Because what it is that she's able to go into the dream world because when she does her psychic routine, she goes into a trance.
Yeah.
And the trance is similar to like a deep meditation. So she's asleep, but she's not actually asleep. It's weird. It's like her mind's asleep, but her body's awake. And because of that allows Freddy to then get a link to her.
Right.
And then Freddy actually ends up possessing her body. That's a clever, just like you said, you liked the idea of the guy in the coma.
Yeah.
I kind of like this.
Yeah.
This is neat. I don't know. They kind of do this in Elm Street 3, where the Dr. Gordon's like, where he's putting them all into a deep meditation,
right.
the guided sleep. Same kind of idea.
That's to bring them into the dream world together.
Right.
But there's a part of this, and I'll let you finish, but it's not.
I'm going to cut off your mic so that we don't have to
So I
listen to
can't
the counterpart of whatever the hell I'm saying. So now Freddy has possessed her body because she's in this deep trance, and then he starts using her body to just like murder people at the hotel.
Yeah.
This is fucking awesome.
Yeah, but she can see it happen, right?
Yeah, so the way it manifests is like she's in the dream world with Freddy, but she's like chained up. So it's like her mind is almost on like the astral plane, but like chained. Her mind is held prisoner by Freddy, who is there with her, taunting her, but Freddy's the only one that can actually make the body move.
Right.
So that
he takes the physical character and gets her to take her clothes off. Right. And she has to watch, like her consciousness has to watch as this happens.
Yeah.
Right?
She's basically being forced to watch him play with her body as a toy.
Yeah. And it might be important to note at this point, like if you're not going to watch this, like in all of these episodes, Freddy is kind of watching what's happening from I think it's actually supposed to be Nancy's house, right? Because you see him in the opening credits of every episode. He goes in the door. He does this kind of like, ha, ha, ha. But I think it's meant to be her house. And then he's in the house, and that's kind of his base of operations, his setting, right? So what's happening in this episode, he's pulling Mara in, and then she is kind of in this house watching through, this portal where she can see herself, her physical self, doing the things that he's essentially controlling as her puppet master.
Well, like Nancy's house became a running thing in the Elm Street films where they were just like, oh, it's Freddy's house. But it's like, it wasn't actually Freddy's house.
Yeah.
It was just Nancy's house. It was a cool looking house that when they made it look like a nightmare version, it became just a cool focal point.
We all recognize it, so it's easy to make the connection.
Yeah, but in reality, I always thought of it as, it's just a thing. Like Freddy could manifest anything.
Yeah.
It's the dream. They don't always use it because in part 4, he's like in the church.
Right.
And it's like, where is this church? Well, it exists in the temporal nonsense world, right? Like, and then in 5, we have like the endless staircases. And it's like, where was that? And then in 7, who cares? Because 7 sucks.
We're doing it again.
I couldn't help it. Sorry, buddy. So Freddy. Another funny. There's a funny Freddy line. So the woman is like chained up, and Freddy's now he's using her body. He's torturing her, and he's using her body to murder people.
Yep.
And the first person he murders is like there's this like innocent girl that I think she's like a fan of the Psychic Woman's, and she comes to like her hotel room to like just to speak to her.
She was one of the models in photo shoot.
She was
one of the models from photo shoot is at the convention.
Yes, because Oliver recognizes her, and she changed careers, and she now works. She has she's the one with the pyramids on her tits.
Yep.
Yes, she now works for the Pyramid Head people.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, she's just sort of modeling the product that they're trying to sell.
No, because she believes in it too. Because Oliver like tries to like hit on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she doesn't. She just like immediately shuts him down. So she goes to talk to her because the Psychic Woman actually has like has a good reputation in the community.
Yeah.
Like she's actually has a pretty decent following. She's not a nobody. And so she's like she's fangirling, and she goes to see her at the
her room
in the hotel room, and then and Freddy, while in the Psychic Woman's body, is like, "Hey, you're a real head turner, babe."
Yeah. So how do you think she dies?
And then just snaps her neck, turns her head all the way around.
You're a real head turner, babe.
No! Yeah! You killed her.
Great. Love it. We get some good Freddy one-liners. Yep. And then the skeptic guy shows up, Harry, and he's, for whatever reason, I guess because the Psychic Woman's walking around with her big tits hanging out, and so I guess Harry, it like disarms him or something, because I'm like, he goes there to call her out.
To confront her.
But then she immediately disarms him by being like, hey, let's have a drink. And he's like, I'd love to have a drink. And I'm like, oh, okay, guess you're not getting anybody. So I guess you're willing to just throw all of your beliefs out the window for this hot piece of ass, right? So then they sit down at what motel room has a bar in the hotel room? Like this little bar? Like I guess it would be like the presidential suite or something. Yeah. But sure, there's this little mini bar. Like not mini. It's like got a counter.
It's not just a couple little bottles in the fridge.
No, right. Yeah. It's like actual it's like the thing that Italians put in their basements. It's one of those. It's like a basement bar.
Right.
So there's like the bar in the hotel room, and she's like, oh, what drink can I get you? And Harry's like, how about a Bloody Mary? And Freddy's like, a Bloody Mary? How about a Bloody Harry?
Yeah.
Name your poison.
How about a Bloody Mary?
I'll see if I've got that. Oh, sorry. I can't make you a Bloody Mary.
How about I make you a Bloody Harry?
And then just cuts his throat.
Yep. Did I also, before we get too far,
this is as good as Elm Street ever was.
This is as good as it gets. Did Freddy call Mara a bitch at one point in this episode?
Maybe.
I have a note. I'm like, Freddy then has her stripped down to her underwear and calls her bitch on television.
Come in. Sit. Help, Harry!
situation.
Which, if they did that, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Because it's impressive that they caught because he always says, bitch, like in all the movies, right? It became a running thing. He would always call the girls bitches. So
it was enough to make me put a note in there.
I'm going to have to look for that. Yeah.
I think he says that and I mean, this would have run, on regular television.
Yeah, but they ran it at like late hours though.
Was it?
It was like, it's not TVMA. It wasn't like you couldn't show nudity, but like they were allowed to push it a little bit. Because I don't know what the States' ratings are, but like I know I think this ran at like 10 p.m.
Yeah, but they didn't swear in this show. Like there's no
there's a couple F-bombs.
I don't believe that there is. I think that is. So, anyway, not to carry on. Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
No, none of those.
That never happens. So Freddy's now killed a couple people, and the woman's freaking out, and she's like, "What are you doing? They're gonna blame me for it because it's her body."
Yeah.
She's like, "They're gonna give me the death sentence," and Freddy's like, "Don't worry. Maybe some weirdo can channel you."
Yeah. Don't think I did it. I'll get the death sentence for this.
Don't worry. Maybe some weirdo can channel you.
Let me go.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's a really fun teasing line because it's so true. It's like, yeah, okay,
you're going to be a
you'll
ghost
be dead too.
soon,
So now some phony psychic chick can contact you.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's clever.
Is it funny?
It's as good as it ever got.
It's as close to a joke as you're going to get.
Yeah. So then the assistant Oliver shows up in the hotel room there's another huckster guy.
Yeah.
That I actually liked him. I was hoping that he was going to be the B plot or Oliver was going to be the B plot. Didn't happen, unfortunately, but he's just one of like the psychic chick's like fellow psychics, but they're actually like friends. They're kind of rivals too, but they have like, I don't know. That was fun. I like that guy.
They protect each other on the road.
Yeah. They're like looking out for each other. It's kind of like a fellow, what's the word I'm looking for? It's somebody in the same industry as you.
Right.
Like, not cohort. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a word. Mark, know the word.
No words, Mark.
Mark, use your psychic ability and pull the word out of my brain.
Contemporary?
Yeah, I was thinking contemporary, but that's not quite it. Yeah. It's like people that are just in the same field as you. Yeah. Yeah. Comment in the
insert word here.
Yeah.
Tell us the word that Justin
I'm going
is
to
thinking
insert the word. Yeah. In big bold letters, like, "Hey, dipshit, remember this." So then immediately the other huckster guy, because like they're like, "Oh, what's wrong with her?" And the other huckster guy's like, "I think she's in a trance, and an evil spirit has possessed her for real."
Yeah,
they're like, "This is real."
Don't you skip over this part?
Oh, I'm not.
Okay,
I laughed.
No,
it's so stupid. You can't help but laugh. Look at Mark. So then the guy's like, "Well, getting somebody out of a trance is very difficult. The only thing I can think of that would possibly break her out of a trance is the one thing she loves more than anything."
We're about to perform an exorcism.
But we're not priests.
We don't have to be. There's only one thing that can motivate her out of this trance, and it sure ain't religion.
Then what is it?
Power of money compels you. The power of money compels you. The power of money compels you.
The power of money compels you.
They're like throwing coins on her. Like, it's just the worst. And it goes on for so long. Like, from a TV standpoint, that scene, it stretches a little too far. Oh.
It was only a couple minutes.
No.
It was only a couple minutes. It wasn't. It's not super long. It's only a couple minutes. But then it doesn't end up working. And then the psychic guy's like, "Okay, I have another idea. I'll put myself into a trance." And this is, again, like Elm Street 3. We're all going to dream together. He's like, "I'll put myself into a trance and pull Oliver with me, and then we'll go into the dream world to try to get her out of it."
Yeah.
And it doesn't end up doing anything except it just transfers Freddy into the psychic guy, who then immediately grabs one of those stupid pyramid things and just jams it into the top of the chick's head.
Yep. Well, you missed one small part. The Oliver and what's his name? The friend there. they kind of lean over to see if doesn't she like smack their heads together like right out of a Three Stooges?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't remember all the good things that happened in this episode.
I'm like, oh, you're just killing the seriousness of your own show here.
Oh yeah, sorry. The great integrity, the high bar of Freddy's nightmares. Yeah.
Interior loft later. Serious.
Listen to the shit. This is the hot takes, folks. The million hot takes never ends.
They just keep
God. Later.
Yeah, as Freddy, she smacks their heads together to knock them out.
I vaguely, yeah, and then but he kills the girl, and it's actually one of the better gore effects. Like the pyramids like jammed in her head, and then she just dies. So she's out.
She's
now.
done.
And then he has a Freddy. He does the most stereotypical Freddy kill, which is the standard one. Yeah, he jabs the claws into his stomach, and then it manifests in the real world. They follow the Nightmare on Elm Street logic.
Yeah.
The psychic guy, he gets stabbed, and then Freddy didn't go into Oliver. He was in that guy. So then that ends the loop. And then Oliver just like looks around the room, the hotel room, and he's like, I better get out of here.
I gotta get out of here.
There's like 4 dead bodies at this point, and then he just leaves.
Yep.
Oliver is awesome. And they knew it because they bring him back. Unfortunately, not enough. So now we're gonna get to the B plot of this. So, do you want to say anything more about the A plot? Is the A plot what angers you so much about this episode?
No, more so the B plot.
So this was your number 4 worst?
Or my number 5 worst.
Number 5 worst. Oh, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Yeah, we can work with number 5. So the B plot. So it opens with we're in the same motel room that all this carnage just happened, and this couple they just had sex. So this is like post coitus.
Yep.
And there's a knock on the door, and it's room service. And the person delivering the room service is
none other than Oliver. He's back.
Oliver now works for the hotel. I love this kid.
Yeah.
I actually think what would have been a really funny thing. There's one other character that I'm going to reference that I would have also liked to see more of, like as a recurring character. Right. Oliver, he's just this innocent. You can't help but like him. Like, there's not a bad bone in him. He's just kind of rolling with the punches, but he keeps being around where all this chaotic shit happens. Yep. And he also just feels like a regular kid. He feels like a doofy teenager. Right. And
he just kind of stumbles into all this stuff happening.
Yeah. And I would have been great if they just kept bringing him back as a recurring character where it's like, he would just pop up in episodes and he's now has a different job. You know, like teenagers always have they do a job for a month and they go work at somewhere else
and then go somewhere else.
Yeah, that would be so great because now he's like a bellhop. Is that what they're called?
Yeah,
like the hotel people, staff.
Bellhop. Yeah.
So now he's like a bellhop. But it's like that would have been funny if like in random episodes you'd see him and it's like, oh, now he works at the post office or now whatever.
I got the sense that that's intentional because he thinks there's something weird going on in this hotel, and he wants to be close to the action. So I felt like they did that intentionally. Like that was a decision.
Oliver is hunting Freddy Krueger.
That's right.
Yeah, he's the real Dream Master.
That's right.
Is Oliver.
Right.
Yeah. But I would have liked to
untapped potential.
Yeah. No, honestly, I would have liked to see them bring him back. It would have been a fun recurring character, and he's also so innocent. You just don't want to see anything bad happen to him. So,
just as a note before we get too far, do you remember why Denise and Larry, that's our two kind of in bed people?
Okay, I got it. I got it all down. Yep. Oh yeah, I got it all down. Remember, this is my number 2 favorite episode.
Yes, yeah.
So
I love this one.
I like this.
Yeah.
I like the A plot better than the B plot. The B plot is weaker. The B plot does have one scene that I think is awesome.
Okay.
All right. And it's this scene. No. So then the guy takes the food from Oliver and it's like on one of those carts and it's got like the metal top to
tray
it. Yeah. And then he reveals what he ordered for food and it is one of the worst effects in the whole show. It makes no sense. It's a fake rat with like a real little mouse on top of it.
Yeah. I didn't get it.
What was that? Yeah. You couldn't come up with anything? I think what they wanted is somebody went, oh, wouldn't it be crazy if it was like rats? But then they were like, oh, we don't want to actually have a bunch of rats on the set. So they're like, all right, get a fake rat and we'll just put like one real mouse on it. And it looks so stupid.
But it doesn't reference anything. It's not like, they, I don't know, was she like afraid of rats or something?
No,
or
it's just so that she can then wake up and go, ah. That's it. It's just a stupid nothing opening dream sequence. Because then she screams and wakes up, and then she's still in bed with that guy. Denise is our main
Denise and Larry. Yep.
I couldn't remember the guy's name. And they are in town for a high school reunion, but not just any high school. Springwood High.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
It's not disappointing.
It is,
because one of the best episodes, like a lot of the best episodes. Your favorite episode of season 1, Springwood High, buddy.
Oh no, I love the connection.
Sisters
Springwood
Keeper.
High.
Now I know why you don't like the episode.
Yeah.
Now I get it, because you don't like the lore they changed. Yeah, that shit. So all of the, in my opinion, some of the best shit from season 1 is all this Springwood High shit.
Yeah.
Because that's the stuff that really feels like an Elm Street movie, where it's like you just got these teenagers getting preyed on by this spirit, this dream demon, you know?
And it's all like centralized on their location.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
High school and Elm
you know what?
Street.
Now that I think about it, I don't think there's a single episode that actually takes place at Springwood High in season 2.
Not that I can remember.
I don't think any of them do.
There's no kids.
That's a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah.
There's one kid where he's like a student.
Yeah.
There's a couple kids that are students, but they never show a shot at the school.
Yeah, they went too far the other way. Like, I didn't say that you had to get completely away from Springwood High. Just don't have like 18 out of 22 episodes revolve around that. But no, they're like, nope, completely gone.
Get rid of all the kids. Get rid of suck all the fun out of the show. Yeah. So then she wakes up in bed with them, and so they're in town for a high school reunion, and they're not. This actually took me a bit to understand this. They're not together.
No.
They're not a couple. What happened was they both went to Springwood High, but they didn't go there together. They just happened to meet at the bar of the hotel, and then they just fucked.
Yeah, my
That's
understanding is that like the reunion starts on the Saturday, but they showed up on the Friday night and went to the bar just to kind of
And they hooked
started
up.
talking and reminiscing,
Had some
and
sloppy sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So then it cuts to Freddy, who reveals he also went to Springwood High, and he has a funny line. Do you have the line?
I don't think I do. Go ahead.
It used to be kids just dropped out. Now they drop dead.
Yeah.
Sure has changed since I walked down them hallowed halls. It used to be kids just dropped out. Now they drop dead.
Yeah.
Mark, this is as good as Freddy. This is as good as it gets. The writing doesn't eclipse this. I don't know what you want Freddy to say. Like, do you want him to give a dissertation on fucking some like what do you want him to say? He's there to say stupid one-liners.
I don't
and
care
he does
about
it
his
well.
one-liners. That's not. His one-liners are not what get it for me or kill it for me.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get to it.
You'll
All right.
get to it.
So then, cut to the morning where the guy is typing out a script. And he's writing it on like a comically large electric.
Massive. I've never seen anything like this before.
The typewriter is like half the table.
Right.
Half the table is this.
Okay. I was born in the 70s. I'm an 80s kid, so we know this.
I was actually gonna. So I wanted to ask you. Do you remember when you went to school? Were there actual electric typewriters?
Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So because when I went to school, we had a computer lab, but they were like shitty early computer labs. So I'm saying, did you have like an electric typewriter?
We did.
Oh,
Yeah.
you did? Like a
Yeah.
room? Okay.
Yeah, by the time I finished high school, they were gone, I believe. But when I started high school, we still had typing classes but it was still, a normal human-sized
It was
typewriter.
decently
Yeah.
portable.
Yeah.
It would have been like what, the size of like a computer tower, probably turned sideways. 'Cause
Yeah, maybe a little bit
this
smaller.
thing is like the size of a keyboard.
It's gargantuan.
It's huge.
Yeah. So like what I was gonna say is like for our audience, like does this exist, or was this just comically huge? Like,
Oh, I'm sure it
don't
was
know.
real. I don't think that was a prop because
Like, it was like the width of a keyboard. Like
I know. I'm sure it's real. I don't know what dude, it's 1990. It's like 1990, 1991.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tech had not advanced much.
Dude, we had the internet like 4 years later.
Yeah, but
like there's no way.
You know what it was? That was probably a 70s thing, and they just had it. And
Right.
They just used it. They probably got it for free and dug it out of a dumpster.
It is comically large.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, that keyboard sent a man to the moon.
Send us that keyboard if you have it.
No, I will put our we have a PO box.
That's right.
We need to get a PO box so people can send us
I want
things.
keyboards to show up at the post office.
Yeah, I also want. There's some other things I want people to send us.
Right.
Like I want that Freddy Krueger nightlight. The nightlight.
Yeah.
I want someone to have that. Yeah. Why can't we have these?
Why don't we get nice things?
Why don't we get nice things? Yeah, I'd say we get nice comments. We do get nice comments. We do appreciate your comments. They keep us going. Back to the episode.
Yep.
Back to this fantastic episode. So it turns out the reunion. Oh, okay. So the guy, yeah. So he's typing on the keyboard or the typewriter. The reason he is he's a scriptwriter.
Yeah. He writes movies for Hollywood.
He is on he gets like at one point he's like on the phone with his agent that's like, hey, we need this new movie like yesterday. And he's like, I'm almost done. I'm working on something here, right? So there's a little bit of he gets a little bit of conflict, a little bit of plot development. So it's not just the girl is not necessarily the main character. It's kind of like we have two main characters. Mm-hmm. It turns out the reunion is taking place at the same banquet hall as the psychic fair was.
Right.
It's a neat little collection. Right? Yeah, that's exactly. There's our connection. People are setting up, and we get a cameo from the same dorky couple from Photo Finish that was at the opening. So in Photo Finish, it's like this woman that used to be like a hotshot photographer, and she was like very known in the industry. We're seeing her at the end, like the eclipse of her career, at the end. And so now she's resigned herself to just doing like family portraits. And she hates her life, basically, doing this. Yeah. And we get like this very stereotypical, it's like Ned Flanders' family. Like,
too perfect.
They're so dorky. Yeah. And so they're at the reunion setting up.
Yeah.
But if what you're saying is true and they die in the FBI one, that makes no sense.
It does not make any sense.
Because that takes place after, because Oliver no longer works for that photographer. So unless... No, they fucked up. They just had to have fucked up. Yeah, there's no way.
And you know what? I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that he referenced that.
I think you might be right.
When I saw them, I'm like... Then I started thinking, because I know that Beefy Boy Productions, when they put this together, they shifted around where the episodes are on the disc so that they could try to keep the paired episodes together.
Which was smart. By the way, thank you for doing that.
It made it easier to keep those plot lines.
It also made it easier to remember.
Right.
Because, I mean, fuck, you watch one of these episodes, try remembering it a month later.
Right.
Yeah.
The one thing that I was thinking about, though, as I watched this, I'm like, does this episode take place before...
No, it can't. It can't. Because Oliver references the fact that he doesn't work for that photographer anymore in this episode.
In this, right?
Yeah.
So I that's all I could come up with is, did I see this incorrectly or did they screw this up? But yeah, go back and check.
They didn't screw up anything.
Yeah.
Everything is 100%.
As it should be.
Yeah. What they gave you is what's called a flash forward.
That's right.
Yeah. They did a flash forward in the second part of Photo Finish.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got to see what would eventually become of that happy-go-lucky family. But anyways, they're there. That's a clever detail. So they also went to Springwood High. We then get introduced to this character that is just straight out of Revenge of the Nerds. You know which character I'm talking about? Remember the guy that shows up?
I put his name down. Howard.
Sure.
Yeah.
And he just looks like he's right off the set of Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah. It's so over the top. But it gets revealed he used to be friends with Fred Krueger.
Yeah.
He was one of the very few people that actually talked and knew Fred and was actual friends with him. And he actually has nothing bad to say about Freddy, which is interesting. I thought they were going to do something with that. They don't.
No.
They kind of do at the end.
I'm like,
we'll get to the
is
ending.
he going to be like his little henchman
That's
or something?
what I thought.
Luckily.
Yeah, that's what I thought might happen, but it didn't happen. But Denise, who has been out of town, so this is the main girl again, she's been out of town.
She doesn't live in Springwood.
No, she moved. She left. So she doesn't know about all the Freddy Krueger shit. She then gets all of that told to her from her old classmates while they're like setting up for the reunion. She gets like the whole backstory dump of like what happened. And understandably she's shocked and she's even more scared because it's revealed she stood up Freddy Krueger to prom.
Yeah.
Is this one of the things you don't like?
I mean, it's a little too convenient. You know me and convenience, right? Like just, Okay.
I mean, it's backstory we didn't need.
Sure.
It's backstory
Yeah.
we didn't need. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, sure, whatever. It's like now we're referencing like Freddy's prom date.
Right.
It's like, it's not as...
It's like, is he all bitter and...
Well, yes,
yeah.
and the answer is yes. So then what ends up happening is like Freddy still harbors this resentment towards Denise for standing up, but she actually stood him up in a really evil way where it's like she asked him... No, it's like he asked her to prom. He worked up the courage because the way I interpreted it was she was one of the hot girls, like she was part of the popular kids. So like Freddy was like a loser and an outcast, and no one really talked to him.
Yep.
So then there's also a really dumb line where somebody's like, "Yeah, and he always wore that red and green sweater," and I'm like,
just to hit you really hard on the head to make
I'm like,
sure
you didn't even
make
need
the
to say that.
connection,
It's like, remember he used to have like a claw with
Yeah.
blades on
and
it.
he would wear some hat all the time. Yeah.
Like, okay,
come on,
fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember a boy named Freddy Krueger?
Vaguely. It was kind of strange, wasn't he? Kept to himself. Hey, he was the guy who wore that red and green sweater every day, right? What about him?
Yeah. He always used to wear this.
He used to wear
Remember he did podcasts with this weird guy that had these like stupid takes
hot
on things?
takes all the time.
So, so she was like part of the popular kids, and then Freddy worked up the courage to ask her to prom, and then she said yes, but it was because her other equally like bitchy friend did it. They were doing it as a mean thing, kind of like a Carrie
I was going to
thing.
say, I got like a Carrie vibe from it. Right?
Yeah, where it was very mean spirited, and what they ended up doing is they were like, "Yeah, I'll go to prom with you, Freddie. Pick me up then." And then Freddie comes to her house, pick her up, and they just don't answer the door, and they were like watching from the window and just like taunting him.
Yeah,
that was kind of evil.
Yeah.
So now I'm on Freddie's side. I'm like, yeah, fuck this chick up. She's got to go.
Yeah, that justifies.
100%, Mark. 100%.
Yeah. Did you get scorned at porn? At porn?
At porn?
At prom?
Whoa! Whoa! This podcast is going off the rails, folks. Cue sexy music.
Wes, I feel so helpless and trapped. Hold me, Wes. Hold me like Hank did. Wes, you feel so strong and hard.
I did not, by the way.
Okay.
I did not.
No.
I had not one, but 2 dates to prom.
Ooh, at the same time.
No. That's a whole story.
Yeah.
Remember Art, how he did his thing?
Right. You're my Art.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So, okay.
She
So-
finds out about the whole history.
Yeah.
Yep.
So then she's freaking out. So
Yeah.
then she takes a nap in the motel room and she dreams of who else? Freddy. And we get Freddy in a tuxedo. Tuxedo Freddy we've seen before. Where have we seen him, Mark? See if you can get this. Where have we seen Tuxedo Freddy? You know it's in one of these. It's in the best one.
The best one. Yeah?
Well,
Yeah.
now it should give it away
Yeah.
because you know which one my favorite is.
Yeah. You're a part 3 guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in part 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's when Patricia Arquette is dreaming and Freddy comes in with her mom's head and he's dressed up in the tux.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, that's Tuxedo
Yeah.
Freddy. So we get Tuxedo Freddy again. Yeah, he's wearing the prom tux.
Yep.
And he starts like fucking with her and then she wakes up and the nerdy guy and what was the other guy's name?
Howard and you've got Larry.
Larry, and
Yep.
they come in and they're like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "I had this weird dream about like Freddy. I don't know." And then she falls asleep, and then she gets another dream about Freddy. But this time they deliver the kill. I like this kill. I thought it was kind of clever. She's so in the dream world. She's like dressed. She's in a dress now, and Freddy's still in the tux. And he like tries to pin a corsage to her. And then he's like, they always make these pins so small. And then he takes out this giant
Like
fucking
spike.
pin.
Yeah.
It's like a spike and then just jabs
Yeah.
it into her. And to give them credit, they go with the Elm Street logic because when she wakes up, she's got a pair of scissors stuck in her. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. I'm slowly warming them up, folks.
None of these points were the things that I
that
didn't
ruins
like.
it for
Yeah.
you? Okay, all
Yeah.
right.
You're still on good territory at this point. Yeah.
The episode's almost over.
Yeah.
See, you don't hate it that much. It's number 5, right? So then the police show up and nothing comes of that because the cops literally always in
like comically.
They're there for like 2 seconds.
Next scene, the police are there, but they don't really seem to care about Larry. And they just let the whole thing go pretty much. And it's never the body's still there.
Right.
Like, you said you didn't do it. So, okay.
Obviously you didn't do it.
On to the next.
Yeah. Mark, what do you want police to do? Solve these things?
Do you want them to be competent or what?
Like, you want them to
expect too much.
Yeah, you're asking way too much.
Right.
Mark, this isn't a fictional TV show like CSI where they can magically, swab things and see things on a computer
Like
screen.
if the guy doesn't admit to it, they're pretty much done.
That's it.
That's all they get. Right?
They asked him. And then the funny thing is, he actually didn't do it, though.
He didn't actually do it.
The reason we let it go is because it's like, yeah, okay, he didn't actually do it. And we know who did it. We, as the audience, knows who did it. But the cops in the fictional world do not know what we know.
Detective Jones has no idea. Right.
Yeah. So then the guy has an ingenious idea for a new movie script, and he scraps the script he was working on, and he contacts his agent, and he's like, get ready. I've got a great new idea for a movie.
Yep.
It's about a guy that kills you in your dreams.
Yep. It's New Nightmare before New Nightmare came around.
I thought you actually would like this part of the episode. Yeah, it's very meta. They're very self-aware. I thought that was kind of clever.
Yeah.
So then he starts writing basically the plot of Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the basic script of Nightmare on Elm Street. Then we get this insane sequence. And maybe this is why you don't like it. I don't know. The sequence is Freddy killing his entire remaining class. So it's like the actual reunion's like underway, and all of the main players are in this room. And it starts with like, is it Larry, the writer guy?
Yep.
So Larry, he's like he's like dancing with like the heavyset woman, and then Freddy's like, mind if I cut in? And then just like chops his hand off.
Yep.
And then he just like stabs the fat chick, and then everyone starts screaming and running out. It's very reminiscent of Carrie. It's like the ending of this is Freddy Krueger's Carrie moment, and where he just kills everyone in the banquet hall.
It resembles another Nightmare on Elm Street movie part that I was not a big fan of.
Which one are you referencing? What are you going to point to?
Remember when he kind of goes nuts in the pool party there at the end and just starts going hog wild?
Yeah. In the scene where that awesome song plays by Johnny O, the Whisper to a Scream.
Yeah.
Remember how awesome that?
Remember how that really had nothing to do, like that does not follow?
But
we're starting to break rules here.
Yeah, but the difference is that entire thing was a dream.
In the end, yes.
Yeah, so it doesn't actually go that far. Yeah. Is that why you don't like it?
No. Well, we're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought it was more like Carrie because he just starts killing everyone in the room, and then like I think he uses like his powers to like lock the doors, and they're trying to get out, and then he's like, "Where's everybody going? This party's gonna be a gas."
Yeah. Hey, well, where's everybody going? This party's gonna be a gas.
And then like gas starts, he's like a Batman villain, and like this cartoonish gas starts coming out of the vents and just like gases everybody.
It's like the Penguin all of a sudden.
Yeah, but then it's just a dream anyways. It's just nothing. Which I actually wrote down, but it's a dream. That would have been cool.
I said, this may have been the most insulting and disappointing, useless dream in the season.
Yeah, because it was cool how he executed everybody.
Such a punch up, like they
There's some
punched it up
effects.
so much.
There's some effects, yeah.
Nothing.
But you are right. Had it been real, it would have been this.
Yeah.
Because it would make no sense. How are they all asleep?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That wouldn't have made any sense. So then cut back to the hotel room where Larry gets confronted by Freddy for real.
Yep.
So Larry's like, he dozes off at the typewriter, and Freddy shows up, and he basically it's actually kind of funny. He calls out Larry where he's like, hey, you don't have the rights to option my life story. He's like, you got to pay up.
Yeah.
And the price is your life. And then he just like kills Larry.
Cuts Larry's heart out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the dweeby guy shows up, Howard, after this has happened. And he shows up. It's like before the police get there.
Yeah.
Oliver lets him in. I think Oliver's the one. Yeah. So Oliver comes back one more time. And that Howard knew that the guy was working on this script, and he sees the script is finished, and then he takes the script and leaves.
Yeah.
And then that's how it ends, because it cuts to Freddy, and Freddy's like, I thought this was a cool moment. Freddy's actually holding the script for Nightmare on Elm Street, the first movie. And at first I was like, holy shit, is that guy supposed to be Wes Craven? Like, is that what is that the little meta moment? But no, it's just Freddy had a friend named Howard, and that's who apparently wrote Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
And then Freddy has a funny little line where he's like, yeah, Howard option. I kind of appreciate the fact that Freddy didn't kill his friend.
Yeah.
Howard was the only one that was nice to him, and Freddy let him do it.
And it's kind of alluded to that. See, the reason why Howard and Larry come together is because Howard is a huge fan of Larry's movies.
That's right.
He loves the B movies that Larry creates.
Right.
So that's what sort of brings the two of them together. And then he tries to pitch his own script to Larry. It sucks, right? Larry clearly knows what he's doing in this business. But that's why when Howard comes back, sees him dead, he's like, oh, I'm just going to take this for myself. And it's suggested that he goes off and he becomes big and famous as a result of Larry's work.
It's good.
Is it?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like the ending of Freddy being like, yeah, the rest is history. And then he kind of just walks back into the house. It's like, yeah.
Because this was the last episode, wasn't it?
So no, it's
it's
not.
not the last episode.
So it is not. So this is the thing. So, okay, so it is actually.
It's like in the middle.
Give me one moment and I'm going to give you the answer. So if you actually go by the air date, this is the 12th episode.
Yeah.
However, Beefy Boy Productions, in his ultimate wisdom, fixed this, and it is actually the very last episode in the Blu-ray.
It makes a better finale.
It's a perfect end cap to the season.
Yeah.
It is a good season finale.
And I thought that was where this episode was placed until I realized that it wasn't. So thank you, Beefy Boy, for trying to do something with this. But unfortunately, I did realize that, like you said, it was right smack in the middle, which just kind of makes no sense to have it there.
But it's not on the Blu-ray disc, you're right? It's just in when it would have been broadcast, it would have been a mid-season episode, which is so out of place.
Yeah.
Because it feels so much like an end cap, right? Yeah.
Especially since this is where they took all of their effects budget from all 22 episodes and put them into this one. Right? So if you're gonna go out on a high, go out on a high. Don't peak in the middle and then leave another 11 episodes or 12 episodes after that to do nothing with, right? So
another point I want to make is speaking of this is this would have been a really clever finale to the season. So when the reunion's happening and Denise is she's catching up on everything. The fat chick who's the main organizer for the reunion. She's the head person in charge. She comments that the turnout is extremely low.
Yes.
Because all of the people this graduating class, the majority of them are now dead.
Mm-hmm.
And they've all died in weird, mysterious circumstances.
It was some crazy number, 264
right.
or something.
So there's only I think only 30 or 40 people were actually attending this reunion because the rest of them were dead.
Yes.
That is clever lore building. And the thing that I was oh my God, this would have been genius if they did this, but they didn't. Are we to then assume that all of the adults we saw this season that all Died in these weird circumstances, were they all a part of that graduating Springwood high class? That would have been so awesome.
Sure.
But but it's not.
But okay,
watch me get excited and then just instantly pop myself, pop the balloon.
Sorry, it was 146 of the So, okay.
That would have been such a clever idea because it also would explain why season 2 was mostly following adults.
Right.
It could have been the overarching thing was Freddy was using I kind of like the idea of Freddy gets his powers and then he uses it to settle some old grudges.
Go back.
I don't know. I don't mind that. Yeah. I don't mind that.
So this starts to step into what it is about this episode that puts it so low for me. Okay. Do you know what graduating class this was for? Do you remember? They have a banner up.
Oh, it says the year?
That's right.
Oh, so this is going to break the continuity?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but continuity doesn't matter in Freddy's Nightmares. They're not interested. Dude,
here's the thing though. Dude, like the pilot.
Yeah,
if you're going to touch it,
right,
you got to do it. And if you're going to fuck it up, leave it alone.
Right.
They touch it and they screw it up. And they screw it up pretty badly. Right.
What's the
So it's the graduating class of 1970.
Okay.
Now, if we assume, do you remember when the original Nightmare on Elm Street took place? It was released in 84.
It's released in 84, but I don't remember when it's supposed
1981.
Okay, it's 81.
Right? So 1981, right? Nancy Thompson is 16 years old, right? Which means that she was born, right? Mental math, right? In mid-70s, right? Sorry, mid-60s.
Yeah.
Right? This is the graduating class of 1970, right?
So
we know
Freddy is the same age as Nancy. Is that what you're saying?
So
you're right.
who are these victims?
Well, no, actually. So no. So no, I guess that kind of tracks because he would be graduating in 70 and then Nancy. So he would be like in his 30s.
Right. She's what, 5 at this point? So are we to assume that the parents of the Nightmare on Elm Street kids, the Elm Street children, were having babies when they were 12? Like it doesn't work, right? If you assume that, like, who is it that Freddy goes after? He kills the children, like the Nightmare on Elm Street children, right? Like, yeah, he takes out some of their parents, but he's not mowing down the parents. He's mowing down the children,
right?
But if you look at the math the way that this episode has presented it, it's the parents that are getting killed, right? And even then, it doesn't quite make sense because you look at Nancy's parents in Nightmare on Elm Street 1, like they're in their 50s, right? They were not the ones graduating in 1970.
So then when the hell did when did the Freddy Krueger torching thing take place?
That's right, right. So
that would have taken place, what, in like 70, like 75? Something like that? Like how many years? Like
it was 1968. Freddy was already on trial, right? So, like, it doesn't, like, how is he in high school in graduating in 1970 when he's already in prison, right? Like, so
Mark, you're asking a lot of Freddy's nightmares.
But here's the thing: if you're going to put it in the show, and they make a big deal of the class of 1970, right? I'm like, if you're going to have it in there, right? People are going to start to think about it, right? If you want to leave it completely just don't include that, right?
Well,
they didn't need to have
maybe
that.
Freddy was just like, he came back for like night classes or something.
It drove me absolutely nuts, right? Right? And it took me like 30 seconds to start figuring out.
Maybe he came back with his to get his GED. He was already like 20 years older than everybody else by that point.
I'm like, it's not like by this point, like they already had like all of these movies, right? So it's
the timeline, it wouldn't have been hard for them to make a phone call and go, hey, Wes,
hold
when
on
does
a
this
second.
one take place?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like these movies have been going on for a while at this point. Like they're breaking their own rules.
But they don't give a fuck because, like, by your logic, what you just said is it's 68, he was on trial, and yet Nowhere Mr. Nice Guy, it looks like it takes place in the 90s. And so it's like, it already made no sense, dude.
Right. But, and obviously, like, the episodes take place in the late 80s, early 90s. Like, you can tell by the fashion, the styles that they all have. Like, they didn't do anything to try to set it in the time that it would have taken place.
So
like,
what you're saying is that this should have been like class of 1960.
Yeah, right. And these characters would look age appropriate for I don't know. Whenever you do something like that, like, don't be careless. Like, it would have taken you 30 seconds to just do the math and do it right. But instead, it stands out so blatantly that you didn't think about that.
Yeah, because what you're saying is basically it's almost like Nancy and Freddy would have been in school at the same time by that timeline.
Yeah,
and
doesn't
then quite work.
And who are his victims? The parents or the kids? Right. And I always
in Freddy's nightmares, they're all
well, yeah, right, yeah. But I don't know. Like, if you're gonna make the connection to Springwood High, then it's the students, right? It's the kids of Elm Street, right? I don't know. The whole thing just, maybe I'm wrong. Somebody's going to be like, actually, Mark, I did the math, and you can definitely have like.
No, I think you're probably right.
So,
you're a very bitter man, Mark.
I hate when they do this. Like, because they're like the gospel.
I know what I mean. You have the Bible.
Yeah.
Why are you writing the fucking book according to, whoever?
Other things that I didn't like, part 2, they maybe hadn't really established the canon of Nightmare on Elm Street, so I can give part 2 a free pass over the mechanic of Freddy can possess you and take you over in real life and move you around and kill people.
Sure.
But they very quickly did away with that, right? That is not really a part of the Freddy mythos.
No.
And yet in this episode, everyone dies by him marionetting or using somebody else as a puppet.
I didn't mind that. I don't know. I didn't mind it. To me, it adds to the lore. I don't mind that.
No.
I don't mind that idea that he can do that.
All it is it's a cost-cutting method so they don't have to have him running around.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
You can have Greta run around killing people as Freddy.
It wasn't Greta.
No, I know, but whatever.
Don't sully my girl. Don't sully my girl, Greta.
You can have Denise, or Larry going around. I don't know. It sucks because there's so many things that they could have done with this, right? I see why you like it, but there's just too much that ruins it. Like, otherwise, just do an episode that's not tied to it, because I'm not going to give you a hard time about that. But if you're gonna tell a Freddy episode, right, do it properly, and they don't.
Okay, here's a fun. I'm gonna change it a little bit for you. Tell me if this fixes it for you. Okay, it's prom night at Springwood High, and Freddy gets involved because he's bitter about his terrible prom, and because of that, he takes it out on the Elm Street kids. Is that a better episode?
Okay, but remember, he was invited to prom, so he's not just some guy that's 10 years older than the rest of them. He's like, I'm gonna go and creep their prom. No,
but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm saying in this episode, change it from a high school reunion to an actual prom. And Freddy, because Freddy didn't have a prom. So I'm saying Freddy was envious. So he resents the Elm Street kids for having this happy prom. And he's like, I was invited and I got stood up.
Yeah.
Time to show these kids a night of their lives they'll never forget.
They'll never forget. Or remember. Yeah.
There's
ways you could do this.
Yeah. Do you like that idea?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. They didn't do that, though.
Right.
Right?
I still can't believe Denise is gone.
That makes 146 members of our graduating class.
We've run out of sympathy cards.
Do you guys notice a pattern developing here?
I guess the only question is, who's next?
So, I don't know. Like,
what other things didn't you like? I have another thing I really like.
No, I mean, there's things that I did like about it. Like, Denise doesn't have nightmares, but when she comes back to Springwood, she starts having nightmares, right?
That's cool. The idea, we're going to talk about another episode. It's actually one of my least favorite episodes.
Yeah.
The idea of somebody who hasn't been in this epicenter of like chaos and horror now coming into this and instantly feeling the effects and getting this weird exposition. You're like, what happened to my hometown? That's a neat idea. There's a lot you can do with that. And the Elm Street movies don't really ever do that. Bring in an outsider that comes into the air and is like, what is happening here? Like, I think Freddy's Dead might be the closest they get with Lisa Zane's character. And I can't believe I'm referencing fucking Freddy's Dead, but like Lisa Zane's character isn't aware of the lore. So then she has to kind of, turns out she is involved in it, but so
she comes in fresh. She doesn't.
Yes. And that's that works really well. I think you can do a lot with that. Another episode tries it and completely wastes it. We're going to get to it.
Yeah.
But I thought it works in this one. Yeah. Like exactly what you said. Like she just has a regular life, but she comes home to all this shit. It's like, and that actually ties into one of the things I like most about this episode is they're building the lore. They're building. The mythos is building. No, but hear me out. It's one of the things you like about Halloween 2, where the town is starting to react.
Yeah.
And we get the other attendees to the reunion. They're all starting to gossip. And their gossip's now floating around. It's like, hey, do you remember that weird creepy kid we went to school with? Yeah, he was actually a murderer and they killed him. I've heard people have been having dreams about him. And a lot of those people died. So like the town is starting to...
I never thought, 146 of our classmates died, but it wasn't until we got here together that I started to realize maybe there's a connection between them,
okay,
right?
Fair enough. It's a little, but
I'm not being facetious when I say that. I actually think... It sounds ridiculous when I say it. But
I actually think... Well, no, but okay, so the way to say it is like, okay, the number's ridiculous, but I think when they say that, where it's like, yeah, most of the people from that graduating class are dead now.
Right.
That's cool lore.
We never thought that it was tied to the fact that they all went to school together, but now that we're back for the reunion and we're suddenly thinking that they're not here, that's the connection that we never saw before. Yeah, there's definitely good things about this episode.
They
just fucking torpedo their own. They ruin it for themselves.
They ruin the timeline. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it could have been an absolute it could have been the best episode of the season, but
it almost was.
yeah.
Some might say it almost was. Not Mark though.
Not me.
Mark's a bitter old man who just can't get past. You can't look past your timelines.
I know.
This nit.
Right. Yes.
The nitpickiest of pickers.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to change man with the million hot takes. It's going to be the man with the nittiest nitpicks. The numbskull with the nittiest nitpicks.
Did you catch the Elvis Still Dead newspaper? References. There's a part of the episode, there's a newspaper on the table or something. Elvis Still Dead. Remember there's one of the other episodes where there's the reporter that was sent
are we going to talk about every episode this season? So what you're referring to is I think it's Springfield Confidential, or what the fuck was that episode called?
Just
the one with the writer.
The guy was sent to do an investigation
in Springwood, and then Elvis is real.
Right.
Real. Obviously, he was real. But Elvis is alive in Springwood, apparently, and he's staying in Springwood. Yeah. What was that episode called? Heartbreak Hotel.
That's right.
Fuck, we should have got that. It was Elvis related. Heartbreak Hotel. Is Heartbreak Hotel?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't believe so.
I don't have it on any of my lists. Are we going to actually?
No.
Okay.
No.
I feel like we're going to actually say every episode in this episode.
They will all be referenced
in this podcast. Everything gets mentioned. All right. So this is your number three. Number 3 favorite.
Yes.
So what have you said so far? You said, do you remember?
So I've got Dreams That Kill was my number 4.
Yep.
And then Interior Loft Later is my number 5. Every time I have to say it.
I'm yet to hear a good pick. Yep. Maybe this will be one. All right. What do you got? Number 3.
Memory Overload.
Show me your eyes. Shakespeare knew that a good play was not enough. You had to get the audience into the theater, and then you had to grab their attention.
Do you have this on your list?
It's on one of my lists.
It's at the bottom.
I hate the things that you choose to be.
I hate the person you choose to be.
This is my number 2 worst.
Wow.
I hate this episode.
I thought this was a great one.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
No.
This is bad.
No way.
This is a fucking mess. It is, my second least favorite episode. It's a fucking mess.
Yeah.
It's bad.
The B story I could take or leave.
The A story is just as nonsensical.
No, I thought this was great. Yeah.
I don't know what I know. Okay, go into it. Into it. Memory over. We're going to talk about 20 episodes today. Yeah, I'm resigning myself
we're not
now.
because you have it on your bottom list, right? So this checks off too.
We're going to talk about 19.
Yeah.
Oh, lucky me. All right, memory overload. Go to the A plot because the A plot and the B plot are completely opposite.
They really
not.
are.
They're so different.
Yeah.
But they have one theme, and that theme is nonsense. And they're both very good at that. Yeah.
Right. The connection is very much like a season 1 connection, which is surprising that I like this one. In that the character connection is so thin.
Yep. So thin. Yeah.
So this starts off with we have a professor.
Yep.
And he is teaching a Shakespeare class for adults.
Introduction to Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like a drunk.
He's an alcoholic.
He's like sipping from a flask.
He's like while he's doing it.
And it's important to note it's an adult class.
Yeah.
It's not like at a high school. Like it's at a high school, but it's like a night class.
Right. Yeah. One of his students, I'd say student, but she's like a grown woman, has the hots for him. Like she's enamored with him.
Yep.
Right. He loves Shakespeare. So does she. Right.
One of his students is this like cold-hearted woman.
Yeah.
I wonder if she's going to come up again.
Yeah. Her
Hold that thought.
Her friend does not like our professor character.
She has the colds for him.
Yeah. Anyway, so after the class is finished, we move to our professor's apartment.
Where we never are going to leave again for
Right.
the rest of the episode. We're much like Interior Loft Later. We are staying in this interior
Not
forever.
entirely, but yeah, for the most part.
Pretty much.
When all of a sudden he gets a knock at the door, and there is a young man when he opens the door. It's Kyle Chandler.
Kyle Chandler. Kyle Chandler, probably the biggest cameo in this season. Yeah. Kyle Chandler, who, if you don't know him, he's in everything.
Yeah.
I would say his most notable role is the excellent TV show Friday Night Lights, where he played the coach, the central coach of that show. Did you ever watch Friday Night Lights?
I have not seen it, but I
don't know if you would like it or not.
Yeah.
It's maybe a little too teen sappy for you, but the sports drama is excellent. Yeah. It's in my collection. I own it.
Yep.
I absolutely love Friday Night Lights. I think it's like the perfect.
Eventually, I will catch up to it. Once you stop feeding me crap to watch for this damn show, I will eventually have time to watch.
Mark, you're gonna be dead before that happens. Let's be honest. I'll have replaced you with like another younger model,
some other sap,
just some like
sucker,
some like hot babe.
Do that. Do that.
I would love to do that.
I would
Believe
watch
me,
that in the afterlife.
If there is a hot babe watching, for whatever reason, watching these two ghastly figures on screen, and you would like to be a member of the top tier,
right? The quality,
the top echelon of podcasting, the Slash Cinema crew, reach out.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the plot. So Kyle Chandler shows up. It's a young Kyle Chandler too.
Yeah, he's also in Wolf of Wall Street. For anybody who hasn't seen the Friday Night Lights.
Yeah, he's the
agent.
main antagonist in Wolf of Wall Street. Other than debatably Greed.
Yeah,
that's the real.
That's the real antagonist.
Anyways, Kyle Chandler. It's funny to see him though, because he's playing everything you will see Kyle Chandler in. He is a dad. He is a figure of authority. He's a coach.
Not in this.
I've never seen him as a boy.
Yeah.
And he's playing like a teenager. He's a struggling former student of the drunk. And he's come for help.
Yes.
Because
so he was in the army, but he has gone absent without leave.
Yeah,
right?
he
left.
He's a deserter.
He deserted, yeah.
Mark, what war would this have been? I was my first thought. I'm like, what war is this?
For an episode in 1989.
What year's the Gulf War? Isn't that 90s?
Yeah, it would have been after that. Nothing. Like, maybe.
That's what I thought. Okay, good. I just wanted that to be.
Well, I mean, it's fair because
he just deserted the military. It's not necessarily that he deserted a war.
And maybe he did, but we will find out later why maybe it makes a bit more sense, right? But you're right. In the context of what we know at this point, our Kyle Chandler character has left the military. Chuck, he has left the military.
Yeah.
Seemingly from a post where he was in combat, and the army is now looking for him. And he has gone to his professor to basically provide him a place to go, a safe place where he can hide.
Right.
Right. And he's erratic. He's obviously because people are looking for him, and he doesn't know where else to go. And this is the only person that he can think of. Right. And his professor friend takes him in. Right, and kind of gives him a couch to sleep on, right?
He gives him like, what's that called? He's like, not shelter, but he's like harboring him kind of idea. Yeah, he's allowing him to stay. I mean, I guess he's not technically not a fugitive. I guess it's not illegal to desert the military.
It is.
Oh, is it actually?
Yeah. You can't do it. Like
what do you mean you can't do it?
The military is not like a civilian crime or a job where you can just leave. Like you. No, it's when they find him, they're going to charge him. Like,
what would the charge be though?
Desertion, like AWOL.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, but so how do you leave?
Well, think about it, because if every soldier just decided they didn't want to fight in a war anymore, they would just walk away. No. If you're in, you're in. Like you can release, but you have to. There's a process for releasing. You certainly can't just decide one day that you're. That's right. Yeah. So when the army, they're not just looking for him because they're like, oh, one of our members has decided to leave. We should go and find him. No. They're going to grab him and bring him back kicking and screaming. And when he gets there, he's going to be court-martialed. Like, yeah, it's a military crime to.
Wow.
Yeah.
Doesn't the military sound so fun, folks?
It's a good time. Yeah.
I know. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I know. I can't wait to enlist, Mark.
He's in serious trouble.
Daddy, please. Don't worry. I won't let them hang you. But only because hanging is too good for you. Shoot him in the knees! No!
Cool. All right.
So anyway, so the professor decides to help hide Chuck. Then Chuck starts having similar dreams, but now they take place in the professor's apartment. So he's having like flashbacks, right? Our two characters, our professor and Chuck, their lives almost start to swap over, right? So our alcoholic professor stops drinking, right? He's getting up in the morning, right? He's delivering his class with a little bit more
zest.
Yeah, he's not so depressed and like the whole time,
Yeah,
right?
but then Kyle Chandler's doing the exact opposite.
Chuck, he's starting to sleep late and he's starting to drink. You know, he found the professor's liquor cabinet,
Yeah,
right?
their personalities swap.
Right. They're starting to kind of become the other for some reason, right? Then Chuck's army father does come to the apartment and the professor gives him up, right? Then his army dad shoots him only to have him disappear.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. I love when things that you're watching make no sense.
That's when we realize, and this is like the hook of the episode, I think, right? That the professor is Chuck and he's talking to his own father who is long since dead. We realize that all of this time, the professor, Charles, has been feeling guilty about the fact that he deserted the military when he was younger. And he's become an alcoholic. He has these sort of recurring thoughts because the guilt sort of racks him, right? So there is no Chuck.
Right, because in Freddy's Nightmares, it's always you.
Yeah, it's always you.
You are always the thing. They love doing this.
Right.
And
I thought this episode utilized the dreams well because they're actually he's having flashbacks and he's
but
the
then
guilty
what is
feeling.
all the shit about like was he hallucinating?
Yeah,
like
well, he's
when the
an
guy
alcoholic
was
too,
there
right,
and
yeah.
it's such a mess.
Yep.
And
Chuck,
then the ending. Oh,
Chuck wakes up. He realizes he's still an alcoholic, and he's just he kind of relives this over and over. And that was one of the
that ending.
Oh, I love that part.
So it ends with it ends, and then he's just like a drunk, and he's like, oh, that wasn't a dream, and then it just loops.
Professor Winton, it's me, Chuck. Chuck.
Chuck! I didn't recognize you. Come in.
Professor, I need your help.
What is it? Are you in trouble?
And then there's a knock
There's
on the
another
door.
knock on the door.
And it's what was the kid's name? Charlie?
Chuck.
Whatever. Kyle.
No.
Kyle Chandler.
Kyle
Chandler's there again. And it just loops and we're going through the same thing. He's like, Fredster, you gotta hide me. And I'm like, what am I watching? What is this?
No, the real kicker is that in the bumper, Freddy says he has to relive that 10,000 times or until he dies.
Here, I'm the head of the class, and the professor is a dunce. His punishment? He has to relive that 10,000 times or until he dies. Whichever comes first.
So again, similar to like the coma, the idea that this character is now locked into this nightmarish repeating. He's never going to be able to get out of it until it either kills him or he continues to sort of just the psychological manipulation going on with this. I thought that I loved it.
But it's so boring to watch because it's just nothing. It's just Kyle Chandler being like, Professor, you gotta hide me. You don't understand. I can't go back. I won't survive. And then the professor being like, don't worry. It's gonna be okay, Kyle Chandler. We're gonna take care of you. Yep. And then he's like, and then for some reason Kyle Chandler starts acting like a drunk, and he's like, I'm like, fuck all of you. Yep. I hate watching this. It's so boring to watch. And then it's like, and then the kicker's like, well, we could make you watch it 10,000 more times, but you get the point.
We won't.
Yeah. No, it's just a wet fart.
No,
and we never leave that apartment.
I thought it was the narrative was interesting. The twist at the end was unexpected, but also not like they do kind of reference it, right? The idea that, the guilt that this kid feels, it's him, right? He kind of sees himself and he's having this debate. It's not Chuck's father, it's his father. The
real question we all want to know is, Mark, this obviously happened to you.
Well, yeah, I lived this.
Your military father.
This is not water. This is.
That's how Mark gets through every one of these episodes. Right. Although in your case, it would be like I'm forcing you to endlessly watch
That's
shit
right.
you don't want to watch.
And it feels like it's happening 10,000 times.
Yeah, where I just knock on your door and I'm like, hey, buddy, I got another series. And you're like,
yeah, he legitimately has the next DVDs ready for the next one we're doing. So, yeah.
I literally prepped them, yeah. Well, this time we're going to try to do a little bit better and give you an episode a little bit quicker this time. We took a big break.
I'm hoping it's not going to be as painful as this one, so...
I mean, it's going to be, I think it'll be an easier watch. Get to the B plot, because, man, the B plot sucks shit.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to say about it.
I do.
Yeah, you can take this one if you want.
Oh, please, I would love to.
It is not on the strength of the B plot that I have this one ranked. It was the A plot that I liked.
The B plot, again, this is your, third top?
This is my number 3.
Oh, God. Yeah. The B plot, it follows the bitchy girl from the professor's class.
One of the students from the professor's class.
And it just does its own thing. That's it. That's the only connection. You're just following this woman. And it opens with like a narration from a computer. Right. And we're doing a dragnet
style, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
This is the city, Springwood. It was 9:01 a.m. I was working security beat at Computer Credit headquarters. I carry a 30 meg hard drive and a full complement of RAM. I know, I'm a computer. I was interfacing with a cute little Mac next door when I got the call. It was a hot tip from one F. Kruger.
Why? It's so lame. Dur, 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 dur. I was in this building, and I'm a computer, and I'm going to give you the narration, and that's the voice, and that's it.
1:03 p.m. We're in the that kind of.
But it's the computer talking.
Right.
It's the computer talking.
Computers.
No, this is the one computer. Yeah. This is the one computer talking. The one computer that the girl has is their terminal. So the girl, this cold-hearted woman, she works at a credit bureau.
Yep.
How appropriate. That makes sense. And it shows that she abuses her powers because like she helps her mother's credit rating. Meanwhile, like there's all like these good, people that show up that their credit got fucked because of basically mistakes the bureau made.
Right.
And then she's just like, yeah, well, I can't help you.
Yeah.
Can't help you. Can't do nothing about it. Which you just want to strangle this woman. So it's like, please, Freddy, show up and murder her.
Yeah.
Please, Freddy.
She clearly has the ability to make changes because she makes changes for people that she wants to.
Well, we're getting to that.
Yep.
So then she meets like there's this charming, handsome guy that shows up and she instantly hits it off with him. And it cuts to them like, it's like, he schmoozes her and then it just instantly cuts and they're like at a fancy restaurant making out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know these episodes, it's like they only have 22 minutes to work with when it's like one of the A or B plots. So it's like they kind of got to move a little faster. But oh, fuck, does this one move quick. So then she's like swooning over this guy and she's like bragging to her coworkers about like, oh, I met this hunky guy and he's the one. And then they have another date and he stands her up. She gets stood up for the date. So then she goes back to the credit bureau and she's like, oh, I'm going to teach him a lesson and I'm going to destroy his credit rating. So she maliciously destroys his credit rating. But then he shows up and apologizes. He's like, I'm really sorry. There was a family emergency and this is before cell phone technology existed. So I didn't have the ability to just shoot you a text. I mean, this is literally the reason.
Yeah.
But and so she's like, I'm really sorry. Can we make it up? And she's like, now, obviously, she's like, I did a terrible thing. And then she's like, yeah, I destroyed your credit rating because I thought you were a piece of shit and I'm a piece of shit. And then he obviously storms off and angrily. And then she's feeling guilty. And then the computer starts talking to her and it's like putting messages on the screen. And it's like, we can fix this. And then she gets teleported into the computer and then she's in the computer and she's like, she's interacting with the software of the computer, but like when she's interacting with them, they're like the software.
Right.
If it sounds like I'm struggling to explain it, I'm struggling to explain this. So the computer's self-aware, and in the computer, the computer acts like the software itself interacts with her as people.
What kind of people are you? We aren't people. We're numbers in a computer.
Please make her stop. She's killing me.
I would
like to, but she's programmed that way. However, if you can wait 3 months.
And the whole idea is like, she's trying to go into the computer to erase what she did to this guy's file.
Yeah.
But the thing is, at the credit bureau, if you make any alterations, there's a record of it, and you can get in serious trouble, like maybe even criminal trouble for manipulating that shit. Which I find weird because they say at the beginning of the episode, it's like, well, your bureau made this mistake, just undo it. So it's like the credit bureau's, you're allowed to fuck up somebody's rating, but you're not allowed to try to undo a mistake.
Yeah, I got the sense that she just doesn't want to. She has no interest.
No, because there's stakes at the end.
Yeah.
Because so what ends up happening is like the computer is for some reason trying to like the computer is against this woman.
Oh, I got it. I just, so she goes in, when she does these changes, she's signing in under her assistant's name, right? And what happens is she realizes that when she made the last change, Millie, her assistant, calls in sick. And so she was not going to be there on the day to make the change that she made, right? And she realizes that she's like, uh-oh, I've got to go in and undo that so that it doesn't record that that Millie made the change. The problem is that our character Barbara, she does not understand or know the systems well enough to be able to do this, right? She, right at the beginning of the story, she makes a comment like, I have you to do that. And Millie's like, you really should learn how these systems work, right? And now it's coming back to bite her in the ass because she doesn't know how to go in and manipulate the system and make undo the thing that she's done.
And in her defense, I don't know that any person would know when you get teleported into a computer how you're supposed to interact with a computer to make it do the thing you want it to do. I think we would all struggle with that, Mark. I don't know that's a very fair criticism to make of poor Barbara. So like, but the computer is like trying to get her as well for some reason. The computer baits her and is like, come into me and erase the file you need. And then she goes in and she does that, and then it cuts, and it's like now she's not in the computer, and she's just smashing the computer, and then the police come and arrest her.
Yeah.
So there was some consequence to this. It sucks. It all sucks. And then let's get to the twist, which makes even less sense. So then the twist is the lover boy was actually a plant, and her assistant Millie, I didn't even know her name, wanted Barbara's job. So she asks her hunky brother to seduce Barbara, but then like let's run through this. Their plan was to have the guy seduce Barbara, but then do something shitty to Barbara, knowing that it was to bait her, knowing that Barbara is an awful person. She's probably then going to try to fuck with his credit rating, but then make up with Barbara because then she's going to try to undo it and we'll catch her in the act and then she'll get fired and then I'll get her job.
And that's what happens. So it works.
Oh, please.
Yeah, again, this is one of those examples, and you got to understand, folks, like when you're looking at these, it's a tough debate because do you grade the episode on both the A and the B story? Can you like one?
Yeah, the answer is you kind of do. So you kind of have to.
Yeah.
So with Silence is Golden, it was my number 5. It was my number 5 because I like the A plot, but the B plot sucks so hard that it's like I got to put it back.
Right.
You know.
I don't know.
It is one of those things.
I got to the point where I'm like, if both stories have to hold the water, then none of them are going to get picked. So sometimes I've got to have some that I'm like, okay, the one story is good, the other story not so much. I will give the whole episode the benefit of the doubt.
My number 1 might be the exception to the rule. Although you haven't liked any. We haven't had a single crossover yet of the same.
On the same side.
On the same side.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're going to.
No.
We seem to be I don't understand some of your picks. Going back to this fucking episode, this is what I consider to be one of the best examples of both the A and B plot are what I will call plots, where you are going to constantly be asking, what is happening? I don't know what is happening. Kyle Chandler, what is going on with you and your professor? You're the same person? You're not the same person? Are you awake? Are you not awake? Is this actually happening? I don't know. Second plot, Barbara, are you actually in the computer? Or are you just imagining this? Is the computer actually sentient?
I think she wakes up from a dream and realizes it was all just,
Does she?
I think so.
Because the other issue is the whole like the dragnet thing. The computer fucking like narrating. I don't need this. And it ends with the computer being like, we got our person. Dun, 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 dun.
It was 10:22 p.m. The city was quiet. I still had time to find that cute little Mac and show her my hard drive.
There's a lesson here, kiddies. When you hire somebody, make sure they're at least as dumb as you are. In your case, punks, that probably means brain dead. I cracked myself up.
Dragnet?
Yep.
Dragnet? Come on. Did Mark Skews write this episode?
Yeah.
Like, what else are we going to reference?
I couldn't write as well as this. Yeah.
Oh, it was too good. Are we going to reference, like, Night Court next? Like, please.
Hey, you love Night Court.
By the way, fuck you to the people that encouraged this fucker and his goddamn Night Court rendition. I finally listened to the Night Court theme. I don't know that you were anywhere near what it sounded like.
I think our viewers, they just know that maybe I'm the one that's a little bit more connected. You know what? They appreciate what I bring to this show. So you know what I'm going to say? Now, you can't replace me with a younger, hotter female version. No, you need me.
Yeah, buddy, you're the B plot to this podcast.
That's right. Yeah.
I am the A plot that sets it up, and you're the B plot that makes everybody go, what?
That makes you question whether you like the A plot.
Like the show in general. I don't even know that I like this episode. Yeah. Well, hopefully this episode will be slightly more popular than our worst viewed episode, Freddy's Nightmares Season 1. Which I thought for sure more people would watch just out of morbid curiosity. Because who knows what it even is, you said that I don't like the limitation of the A plot and B plot needing to have some connection. This is one where they needed a little bit more.
Could have been a bit more, yeah.
Because it's like they're so opposite. They're polar opposites. It's like the A plot, we got this drunk professor dealing with his inner demons. And the B plot, we got this evil credit bureau woman who's going into a computer.
Yep.
They're so disjointed, like to the point where they almost feel like they're from two different shows.
Yep.
Yep. It's a little too, out there.
No, I would agree with you on that. Yep.
Yeah. I think I'll let it go. I don't know that I have any other things
I've got
to dunk on. I mean, I went over the twist. They needed to connect better. They both drag. They both suck. I mean, I think I covered everything.
No. They still both suck.
Yeah.
Those things can both be true at the same time.
They can both be mutually true.
Right.
Yeah. Let's take a break, buddy.
All right.
I think it's time. We have earned our break. Stay tuned. Freddy's Nightmares will return. Yeah. This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. And we're back. We took a nice little break, got some Frosties at Wendy's. Again, not a sponsor.
Stopped talking about Freddy's Nightmares for a moment.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. We had a few revelations while we were out eating. Maybe they will come up in the discussions. But without further ado, let's get back into it. You still have 6 episodes to talk about.
Yeah, I've got 2 favorites, I think, because you doubled up on one, so... Maybe it makes sense if I go with my second.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't you go again? Because I've got 1 more top pick, and then I got 4 bottom picks.
Yep.
And you've got 2 and 4.
2 more top and 4. Yeah.
Right. We're going to talk about all 22 episodes.
Damn it.
Okay, Mark, without further ado, what is your number 2 favorite episode of Freddy's Nightmares Season 2?
My number 2 episode is What You Don't Know Can Kill You.
In a moment, I'm going to count to 3. You will then open your eyes and feel completely refreshed. When you see me, I will appear to you as your husband, Todd.
No crossover, eh?
No. And it's just a fart episode. This is I don't want to talk about these nothing episodes. This is the one with the psychiatrist.
With the hypnotist.
Yeah. Wow. With the pervert.
Right.
Yeah. This is why you liked the episode? Okay, now I get it. All right. Well, why don't you get into the plot while I try to find this?
So we have a true villain in Dr. Crowley.
He's such a piece of shit.
He convinces, he's a hypnotist and psychologist, whatever. He has a patient, Mrs. Lowe. So he, she's come to him for assistance, but he hypnotizes her so that he can take advantage of her and pretend like he is her husband, right? So he manages to successfully do this. He gets to take advantage of her, but while he's doing that, his boss, Dr. Rothman, comes in and catches him in the act, right? Thinking that his boss will rat him out. We're kind of left with, that's the first issue of the episode, right? The drama has been sort of set up. Shifting to a different scene, we have two new characters laying in bed because, again, every episode of Freddy's Nightmares has to involve some kind of torrid love affair or husbands, wives cheating on each other. So we've got two new characters talking about how they can't get married while one of them, Dr. Veneer, while she is still married to her husband, whom she does not love. The man, by the name of Derby Brown, he's a smoker.
There we go. I finally found this episode.
Yep.
I was scrolling. I'm like, where the fuck is this goddamn episode? So, sorry, I have a thing that you kind of glossed over this. He sexually assaults this woman.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to, because I think you kind of said like, he takes advantage of her. It's like you were kind of cleaning it up a little bit. I'm
keeping it PG for radio.
Right. Well, let's not. Let's turn it into the R-rated now.
Yeah, he's a full-on villain. Yeah.
Right. He is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Where he's like, you will now think I am your husband, and that means we can sleep together and fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he says fuck. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
I'm 100% certain that he drops a hard F on that.
I wish that he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he pulls a Revenge of the he basically Revenge of the Nerds her.
Right,
like he gray area grapes her.
Right. She thinks that she is with someone else, her husband.
Right.
Yeah.
Because she's hypnotized.
That's
but
right.
it's this just schlubby like psychiatrist guy. And I fucking love his like colleague calls him out and he's like, you don't understand. It was a different form of treatment. And he doesn't buy it for a second. He's like, you were graping her.
That wasn't what it looked like. Yeah, I was trying an experimental therapy to improve the patient's self-image.
You were raping her.
Rape? It would only be rape if she were forced against her will. Look, she started it. She thought I was her husband.
But he doesn't really do anything. He's just like, I don't know about that. But instead
the
of
fact that he just point blank uses the R word, they just without hesitation.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. I think Freddy's Nightmares likes to use the word grape a lot. I feel like it came up in a lot of episodes, and I'm like, you were saying like, oh, that's a little racy for television. It's like, now you wouldn't hear that term used much.
No.
I mean, we have to watch it to not to get demonetized here, but like in that, I swear to God, in that show they say it a lot.
Right.
I think a lot of characters got graped in Freddy's Nightmares.
There's a lot of no permission sex going on in this show.
Did you cut? So, where were you in your plot summary? Did you already cut to the B plot?
No.
Okay.
No. So we're just introduced now to our two new characters, Dr. Veneer and Derby Brown. Dr. Veneer is she is also a doctor, and she's having
like
an
the
affair.
hot babe.
That's
She's
right.
like, yeah.
And she doesn't like, or Derby Brown doesn't like the fact that he's a smoker, and so she suggests that he go and see a colleague of hers.
That's right. The hypnotist. To cure his smoking.
That's right. Right. So he does. He like the funny thing about it is that they are introduced as she's cheating on her husband, but then they never reference that again in the episode.
No,
it's like they just put that in there to try to be tawdry.
Because in the B plot, it's basically just that's her boyfriend.
Right. So like they didn't have to have that at all.
No, they did. Because Freddy's Nightmares is very clear about its feelings about marriage.
Again, don't get married.
Yeah.
But sleep around.
Sleep around. Have fun.
Right.
Have fun. That's what Freddy's Nightmares is really telling us. Yeah. Don't let the bonds of marriage and like the commitments you made like stop you from having a good time.
Right.
Yeah.
So back at our doctor's office, Dr. Crowley is having nightmares that Mrs. Lowe, the woman that he took advantage of, is trying to kill him. Right, so he's starting to get sort of thrown off by that.
Well, he also, I think, is paranoid that like his colleague's going to report him.
That's right.
And
he starts to see that she's having conversations out in the hallway with Dr. Crowley, his boss. Right, so he's starting to like think about what do I got to do about this? How do I sort of solve this problem? Right.
And he kind of comes up with a simple solution it's actually not that, I mean, it's stupid, but it's like, it's kind of neat.
So in comes Derby,
the
smoker, who, he is there for one reason, but our villainous Dr. Crowley has a different idea. So he puts Derby under hypnosis with the suggestion that he needs to go and kill Mrs. Lowe, right? I mean, if she's dead, it solves the problem.
Right. So he Manchurian candidate.
That's right.
That's literally what he does.
Implanting thoughts. And
he's a sleeper agent.
That's
just
right.
waiting to be activated. Right.
What else we got?
And he does. It works. He does do the thing.
He goes and kills her.
Yeah.
Hearing of Mrs. Lowe's death, Dr. Rothman accuses Dr. Crowley because, of course, why wouldn't he?
Why wouldn't he? Because it's like, hey, that woman you just assaulted now is mysteriously dead. And he's like, well, I obviously had nothing to do with it, and he has a perfect alibi.
But like we saw before, Dr. Rothman doesn't always sort of carry out his accusations because Dr. Crowley just tells him, okay, well, let's just wait until tomorrow morning. And then he's like, okay. So he... this Rothman guy, he's a man of action, right?
This is like your number 2 favorite. I know. Like, I haven't heard anything good yet.
Meanwhile, our smoker, Derby, is having nightmares of him killing somebody.
But he doesn't understand why.
But he's like, why am I seeing this, right?
Yeah.
And it turns out, obviously, because he did kill this person, right? Effective use of the nightmares and the dream aspect, right? He's actually getting flashbacks of his own actions. He just doesn't understand, right?
And then the doctor, he's like, well, it already worked killing one person.
Right.
Why not snuff out another annoying thorn in my side? So then he programs the smoking guy to then kill his colleague.
Right. But he does so, he's not clear in his direction.
So this is a toy gun, Mr. Brown. Couldn't hurt anyone. I want you to take it with you after our session. When your alarm goes off, you will come back up to this floor. And you will go to room 243. You will go into that room, and you will shoot the man inside with the toy gun. Do you understand?
Yes.
This is
a key point.
Right.
Yeah. No.
Right.
Well, it's actually no. It's not that he's not clear in his direction. It's that there's something. The smoking man has a impediment that the hypnotist was not aware of.
Right.
So he sends them to he's like, go to room such and such
243
and kill the man inside.
Yeah. But there's a moment earlier in the episode that I should have brought up where it's referenced that Derby is dyslexic.
That's it.
Right. So he flips numbers around in a list sometimes, right?
Yep.
So when Dr. Crowley is very specific when he says to go come back and shoot the man in room 243, he doesn't tell him a name or anything. He says, shoot the guy in 243. Yeah. What he ends up doing is he gets the numbers backwards.
Because he's dyslexic.
Right. And he shows up in Dr. Crowley's office.
And shoots
him instead.
Which is great.
Right. Yeah. Forgets the code word to stop. Or also, he has like this Dr. Crowley, he thinks he's super smart. And he's got this, keyword that he can use to sort of undo if he doesn't want the person who's hypnotized, if he wants them to snap out of it. But he forgets, right? So he can't sort of back out of his own nefarious plan at this point, right? So I think that's pretty
That's
much
the A
it.
plot,
Right?
yeah. So do you like the A plot or the B plot?
I thought the A plot was great, and I'll tell you why. I thought it was a great. I like the episodes where they have a concept, whether or not you believe in it. It is some kind of horrible concept, and they see it through.
Right.
Hypnotism. You may not believe that hypnotism.
Hypnotism
is
is absolutely real.
Right?
No, that actually hypnotism 100% works.
Right. They use that as like a horror tool, and then it creates sort of the basis for the story, right? So I liked what they did with that. I was watching it again. I keep coming back to this, but it reminded me of a good Tales from the Crypt episode.
Well, the concept of this evil hypnotist that's using people to carry out his crimes, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of a neat concept. That's a neat character, right?
Right. It was a clear, easy to understand plot that sort of held my again
It's simple.
The bare minimum that these stories need to have.
It's just have to have a through line that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So yeah, I watched this.
There's
one. I was
nothing. There's not a lot of plot holes in this.
It was a tight little story.
Yeah, it's very self-contained. It's simple. Almost the whole thing takes place at the hospital,
right?
Like wherever they work. Yeah.
So
it's fine. Yeah. I just think it's a meh. You know.
Yeah.
I think more so for the B plot. The B plot really, I think, drags and sucks shit.
Yeah.
But so the B plot, we are of course now following the smoking man, and it like opens and like he's immediately trying to like get out of the hospital because he just killed a guy.
Right.
So I mean the police are going to show up any second, but then his hot doctor girlfriend,
Veneer,
she's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll give you reconstructive facial surgery."
She's like a plastic surgeon, I think. Yeah.
Sure, whatever. She's whatever the plot needs her to be. She's like, "I'll give you reconstructive surgery and give you a different face so that they can't find you."
Right. But like the face she picks.
But like just even that alone is like, oh, please. Firstly, scheduling a plastic surgery, you can't just as a doctor be like, yeah, I'm going to go take this guy over into surgery and, mess around with his face. He's not a Mr. Potato Head.
Or you can't do it in your own bathroom at home.
Right. So like, how is she performing this surgery? Like she would need like his like the hospital. Firstly, you can't just instantly go into surgery.
Hey, these are all nitpicks. Right?
No, it's not. The hospital would need like paperwork drawn up.
Right.
They would need his insurance and information. Like there's so many
No, they got all that.
check boxes that had to happen. But instead she's just like, all right, let's go in that room and I'll just, chop up your face and make it look completely different.
Right.
Yeah. And they're like, well, we got to pick you a new face.
Right. As if it works that way, right? Like,
yes, it's face off.
Face off, right?
It's face off.
You are now John Travolta. Yeah. Well, the face that they pick.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
they just pick it. They're like looking at a newspaper,
like a magazine,
and
or something,
and I think she's like, that guy's pretty handsome.
Yeah.
Go with him. Yeah. And she picks a guy, and the guy they pick is coincidentally a former mob member that's informing on the mob.
Right.
So he's like he's an informant.
Right.
But they picked him from a news article.
And now he's suddenly in a whole world of all other trouble because there are people looking for this guy, and he is now that guy. So yeah, this is definitely one of the goofier plots.
It's goofy.
Right.
You want to talk about nitpick? Here's another nitpick for you. They cut ahead, so they do the surgery, and then it's like a week later after the procedure. And, it's a success. You look exactly like that guy. Yeah, he has like zero scarring or bruising. Like it doesn't look like he just had surgery. Like I know people that have had actual surgery. You've got like bruising and swelling for months.
Right.
No.
Face off, buddy.
This is Freddy's Nightmares surgery, where you can swap a man's brain, you can swap a man's face, you can do whatever the fuck the writers say you can do. The writers are the real gods.
They are the real heroes.
Yes. Well, I guess it goes back to what we were saying. It's like, where are these doctors?
Yeah.
Just start swapping people's faces. Let's see what happens.
Why do you have to have scars and swelling?
Why? Yeah.
Clearly they can do this in an afternoon, and
and this is like 1990.
Right.
So the technology should be even better now.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a lot of hateful comments from doctors.
That's all right.
Like real doctors.
No doctor, no self-respecting doctor watches this show.
Watches Freddy's Nightmares.
No, our show.
Oh.
Nobody's watching us. They have real work to do.
That's right. Yeah.
Doctors, you're great. Yep.
Anyways, moving on with the plot.
Yep.
So now I wrote, and what follows is wacky shenanigans.
Right.
Because
like an assassin comes to try to get him.
No, so what it was like, it's like he's in the hospital and she's like, okay, now that you look different, I got you a motel room, hide out in the motel room, and then you and I will run away together, something like that. He goes to the motel room. Coincidentally, at the same motel, I guess it would be the police. Who holds you when you're an informant?
Yeah, so
the FBI.
So my understanding is that he's under witness protection.
Yeah, it's witness protection. So I don't know who those are. So whatever. It's he's being protected by some authority police figures, right? And that mob informant, the real one, is in a room that's like right down the hall from where this guy is. Oh, come on.
Yeah. And then people are trying to come and kill him, and it's kind of like wacky hijinks where like he comes out the door but then goes in the other one, and they don't know which one they're looking at.
And then the hitman is just what follows is the hitman just like goofily trying to kill the same guy over and over again. He keeps bungling it up, and then the girlfriend hatches a plan to help the mob kill the actual target,
right?
Because she like distracts the agents that are protecting the informant. She like fires a gun and then she knocks out one of the agents, which is like
super doctor.
The thing I was thinking, I'm like, okay, you are risking your career performing this surgery. You are now risking your freedom by helping a criminal and committing multiple felonies here. Honey, just how good is the sex?
Yeah, for love.
Oh,
for love.
No.
Yes.
That dude was packing.
Yeah.
That was the only thing she didn't have to commit surgery on.
While she was there.
That guy had a fucking piece on him. That's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only.
These are the lessons that we're learning from Freddy's Nightmares, right?
Size does matter.
In the end, they end up in the same room, but our Derby character is hiding in a closet. The informant, the guy whose face he has, is standing out there. The assassins shoot him, but it goes through him into the closet and kills them both. And that's how our story ends.
Marco, if you're gonna kill me, will you do it already?
What do you think I'm trying to do here?
Plastic surgery. Should I get some? Why mess with perfection?
Yep, this is definitely worth top pick. Anything? I have nothing else to say. I mean, there's nothing else to say.
Yeah, this is another one of those, like the A story definitely won me over much better than the B story. The B story, I could just take it or
You know
leave
what's funny? I don't even know if there's a single one of these where the B story is better than the A story.
It doesn't usually happen.
Yeah, because it usually just, they run out of steam.
Yep.
Is part of the problem, right? So, I guess we're going to move on to my number one pick. Mark, you have not said your number one top, right?
No.
Okay. I think it's time.
I don't think that
Mark,
my favorite's going to be your favorite, though.
No. I think it's time. For the love of God, there has to be one we agree on. We've agreed on nothing. This is my number one. Here we go, buddy. Come on, Mark. My number one favorite episode. Now, I put this above the Freddy episode.
Yeah.
This is not a Freddy episode. I think this is... Remember I said, I was like, there's like one that I think is pretty good?
Oh, shit. Here we go.
This is the one that I think is pretty good. I actually thought this was pretty good. We keep comparing it to Tales. Like, we keep going like, oh, this could actually be a Tales from the Crypt episode. It obviously is saying that like Tales from the Crypt is I guess the gold standard for anthology.
Or like Tales from the Dark Side. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
But like, so this is an episode where I totally feel it's like, yeah, this could have totally worked. I could see this one working. Episode 10, Do you know where your kids are?
Hello? Hello? Freddy, you're dead!
Hi, I'm Lisa, the sitter.
My name's Will, and I'm this many years old.
This is the babysitter episode.
No.
Is it on anything?
No.
We're talking about every episode. There's no crossover.
I found this episode to just be so where do I have that?
I like this episode. Obviously, it's my number one. Yeah, I like this episode a lot.
It is my number 6 worst. It was part of my bottom 5, but got bumped out with It's My Party and You'll Cry If I Want To. Otherwise, it was bottom 5.
It's funny because with season 1 of Freddy's Nightmares, we agreed on a couple.
Yeah.
Season 2, I think. I don't think neither one of us is necessarily wrong on this. It's just I think more what it is all the episodes are pretty shit.
There's no quality, so there's nothing that kind of rises.
So
right?
what ends up happening is it's just more like when you watched it for whatever reason, it didn't resonate with you.
Yeah.
And it's true of all of these. So it's like it's whatever gave you a feeling of like, yeah, I remember this one being better than the other ones. And that's kind of it, right?
Yep.
But now I really like this episode. Let me get into it.
Yeah.
Firstly, I love the title. Do you know where your kids are? That's a better title than It's My Party and I'll die or you'll die if I want you to,
Right.
which is a terrible wordy title. Do you know where your kids are? It's good. It's clever. It's obviously referencing those old television PSAs.
PSA announcements.
It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? Right. I'll tell you where they're at. They're on fucking Freddy's Nightmares.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. This is a follow-up to Bloodlines.
Yep.
Do you have Bloodlines on any of your lists? Do you want to get into Bloodlines?
I do.
All right. I guess we're doing Bloodlines. Let's do Bloodlines, folks. Let's pause. So, what episode is Bloodlines? Do you have the episode number?
I don't know where it was
All right. Well,
but I can tell you where it ranks on my list.
Bloodlines.
You got a warrant? If not, get the hell out of here.
What? I need a warrant to use the bathroom.
The bathroom? Go use the bushes. What the hell are you doing?
We're watching your house.
Look, since you're so damn sure that I did something, why don't you guys just arrest me now and let's get this over with?
You? We're not here for you. We're looking for your old man. Don't you people talk in this house? Your old man busted out this morning.
It was my 3rd worst.
Okay. I don't like Bloodlines.
Yeah.
So I'm not defending Bloodlines. Why don't you get into Bloodlines? Because I was just going to do a quick summary. Because Do You Know Where Your Kids Are is the follow-up. Are we confusing you yet, folks? Because this is the show. It is the follow-up to Bloodlines.
Yep.
So why don't you go over Bloodlines here? We'll knock Bloodlines out.
So just very briefly at the beginning, as almost like a throwaway comment of the episode, we start hearing that no indictments will be handed down in the death of Freddy Krueger.
In local news, a grand jury decided today that no indictments will be handed out in the fiery death of child murderer Freddy Krueger. Springwood should rest easier tonight. That's the last we'll hear about that guy.
So, again, doesn't necessarily contribute to this episode, but if you're sort of following along with the Nightmare on Elm Street mythos, it was on like the radio or something.
Oh,
in the
just
background.
a quick little thing.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't catch that. That's
so just a little bit
Easter
for
egg.
You. Yep,
that's cool. Bloodlines, by the way, is like it almost was in my top. It was almost in my bottom. So it was almost in my worst. Bloodlines suck shit.
Yeah,
this episode's terrible. Yeah. But
we have Woody, Jack's dad, has broken out of prison.
Yeah, it's like it's this escaped convict, and he's going home to reclaim money that he hid in the house before he went into jail.
The best part of the episode was a bumper with Freddy eating his way out of a prison, which I thought was kind of funny.
Yada, 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 what? Hey, what? Let me out of here, come on! You promised me some good time if I behave. Breaking out is hard to do, but not for me.
I don't even remember that.
So, again, if we're looking for the smallest little bit of redemption, that was the only thing that I found in this episode that I enjoyed. Joyce, the wife and mother, has imagined a relationship with her husband for years. He has gone away for crimes that he committed, this character Woody. And in the time that he's been away, Joyce has kind of gone a little bit insane, right? She's kind of lost touch with reality a little bit,
Yep.
right?
We're introduced to Woody's son, who is now, he was like a little boy when he went away.
Yep.
And his son is Jack,
Yeah.
he looks like he's like 18 or something.
Right.
Like he looks a little bit older. He's not like quite teenager.
Right.
I would say like maybe 19 or 20.
And
he's a little bit older.
The police think of him as a ne'er-do-well. Like he doesn't actually do bad things, but they just kind of think you're only one step away from doing something bad.
The way I interpreted it was he's getting punished for sins of the father.
Right.
That's the way I interpreted it. Trivia. What is Jack's last name?
I don't know.
Oh, you should know because I couldn't believe they went with this. His name is Jack Burton.
Oh, they don't get to touch that.
Big Trouble in Little China, buddy. Oh, there's no way that wasn't deliberate. There's no fucking way because that already come out. Yeah. Jack Burton,
Jack Burton.
Old Jack Burton here. What's this?
Kurt Russell.
Thank you.
Yep.
Kurt Russell's character in the classic Big Trouble in Little China.
Yep. Go watch that instead.
Yes,
I'm not a big...
you don't really like that movie.
But I would still watch it 100 times over.
Yeah. So Jack Burton, I just thought that was interesting. I'm like, Jack Burton? You know Jack Burton? Really?
Essentially, Woody, the dad, his intention is to come back to the house to get the money that he's hidden there, right?
Yeah.
I do have a note sort of in the middle of this episode basically saying, like, this is a pretty boring story up until this point. Like, there's really not a whole lot that happens other than just characters talking.
Oh, the father doesn't show up until the halfway point. His father shows up like 12 minutes into the episode because like Jack, what happens is like the cops show up and they're like, they warn Jack and his mother and they're like, just so you know, Woody escaped. He might be coming back to the house.
Yep.
And the mother she's like delusional and she still loves like her ex-husband, her con husband, her criminal husband. Jack hates his dad because his dad was like abusive and like he was a piece of shit father.
And they reference that he might have thrown Joyce down the stairs at one point.
That might have given her like some brain damage or something. Yeah,
so
there's some throwaway line. He's an absolute piece of shit. Yep. So then the cops are like, we'll keep an eye on the place. And then there's like a knock at the door and it's a cop, but it's actually it's Woody dressed up as a cop, implying that like, did he kill that cop and steal his uniform?
I don't know.
Like he did something to one of the cops. Yeah. This guy's a piece of shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
He gets his money. He kept it in the stairs, if I remember correctly.
Going back to what a piece of shit he is, he point blank tells his own son, he was like, yeah, I never really wanted you.
You and me, we were never friends or anything, were we? I guess that's because I never really wanted you.
Yeah, that's a good way to...
God, Jesus, like that's brutal.
Right.
Yeah.
So nothing really happens. I said, there's no Freddy involvement. There's no real dreams. I mean, the only thing that you could really say about like hallucinations is that Joyce continues to dream about this trip to the Grand Canyon that she always wants to take because she keeps thinking that her husband is going to come home like in an hour.
Yeah, and everything's going to be...
And they're going to go on this trip that they were supposed to go on.
Magical thing.
Right.
She still thinks she's like in the past.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're, all that happens is like he gets his money, he finds the money in the house, Jack knows where it is, and then I think like Woody... He realizes Jack knows where it is, but he like threatens the mother.
Yeah.
So then he's like, all right, fine, it's here. It was like in one of the steps in the stairs. Yep. And then they're like, all right, we're all going to go on a family trip. Woody's like, let's all go in the car. We're going to go on a family trip. And he's planning on killing his own son.
Right.
And he like buries, he like digs a grave and he like pushes his son into it. And then I think his gun falls out or something. Because for some reason, Jack gets a gun and just shoots his dad.
He shoots him instead, yeah.
Yeah, and then I literally wrote down, Jack wakes up in a half-dug grave, shoots his father. That's it.
Yeah. So, yeah, this episode, like that, It's terrible. Like it
awful.
is one of the worst pieces of crap from this. But then it just goes into like full on like cocaine.
Oh,
into
the second
B
part.
story.
Let's get into the B part. The B part is all just wild.
I don't even know where this comes from all of a sudden. But
so the B part is like, okay, so now we're following Jack, and he's a bit older, so we've time skipped a little bit.
I guess, yep.
And now he has like a wife.
Yep.
He's married. It's like, okay, sure. And they want to adopt a child, but like, I don't know if you caught this. There's some line where it's like, they didn't actually adopt a child. They bought a child.
Look, she's got a nice home with loving parents.
I'm sorry. It's my fault anyway.
No one's at fault.
It's wrong to spend money on a baby, especially that money.
Look, that money was the only good thing that ever came out of my father's rotten life.
Yes, I said they stole a baby?
No, so they didn't steal the baby. What happened was they took some of the money because now they got the money. He's got his dad's money,
Yep.
and they took some of that and they bought a baby on like the gray market.
All right,
that's what I swear to God, that's what it was.
All
yeah,
right.
sure. They used some of the money to do something good. Was the implication? I wrote down so Jack's wife or girlfriend, whatever. She has one of the most annoying, whiny voices in the entire series. And that's saying something.
I didn't think I'd feel this way. I need to know who her parents are. I need to know what her background is. Is there any medical history that we should know about? Our daughter broke another child's arm. I don't take things like that lightly. And I don't take it lightly when my child's school principal looks at me like I'm the one who did it.
You're reading too much into these things. The way Patty told it, it was an accident.
That's not the way it sounded to me. I don't want her anywhere near Patty.
Look, don't hide behind Patty. This has nothing to do with her.
And I want the name of that lawyer.
What lawyer?
The lawyer who helped you find Patty.
Do you remember that episode? The divorce episode where the guy gets married. I can't remember. The Bride Wore Red, where the wife was just like, "Daddy, why?" Remember that?
Just way over the top.
Oh,
yep.
This woman is just as bad.
Yep.
Yeah. I put down, her voice is so bad and so annoying, it makes me want to hurt small animals. And I stand by that comment.
Yeah.
I stand by what I wrote at the time of viewing that episode.
Well, you don't need any help to be motivated to hurt small animals, though.
No, absolutely not. Sorry, I've hijacked the plot. Do you want to keep going?
No, that's perfectly fine because I hate talking about it. Yeah, somewhere along the line, Jack's wife starts to suspect that there's something not quite right.
She thinks the baby is like evil.
Yeah.
She starts thinking the baby is evil. And then like Jack's mother, who's still a little nutty, lives in the house, but she ends up bonding with the little girl because it's a little girl they adopt.
Yeah.
And for some reason, the grandmother and the little girl are bonding together, and the wife just keeps being like, it's literally the whole episode is the wife just being like, there's something wrong with her, Jack. There's something wrong with her, Jack. I don't like how much time she's spending with your crazy mother.
Where did she come from? Who is she really? Yeah.
Which reminds me of another terrible episode from season 1, the adoption episode.
Right. Yeah.
That's another garbage episode where it's like, if I don't know where I came from, I don't know who I am. I'm not a real person.
So our Freddy's Nightmares rules are: don't get married. Adultery is cool, and if you're adopted, you're
fucked. There's something
you're
wrong with
trash.
you. There's something wrong with you. Yeah, there's absolutely something wrong with you.
That checks out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it's just, what follows is 20 minutes of this annoying wench loudly whining about their daughter's parents because she keeps being like, we have to find out where she came from. If we don't know, it's like, but what is that? Okay, sure. What?
Yeah.
What are you looking for? Like, oh, it was Freddy's child. Like, what is it?
And like, why does it matter so much?
What? Yeah, right.
Yeah. And she starts having nightmares of things happening, like the Rottweiler attacking her, the mother cooking a cat, I think.
Well, they basically turn it into like the kid is doing evil shit. It's like something out of the Twilight Zone. It's like this kid. It's like.
But then the mother, she wakes up. So like none of it happened. Like she thinks that these things are happening.
Oh, except it did happen.
Well, yeah.
Because then we get our ending. Mercifully, the episode just kills her because like I think the daughter does something that makes her step onto a roller skate, and then she like falls off the balcony of the second floor and then breaks her neck or something. Is that what it is? It's like, I think that the little girl is evil.
That Patty, the
Patty,
child,
yeah, she's
turns
evil
out she
because
does have powers. Like
yes,
she has like superpowers or something.
She doesn't really have powers. Yeah. She has some
control stuff with her mind all of a sudden.
I don't think that she can do that. I interpret it more as she was mentally, like, I think it more of as a psychic. I don't think it was telekinetic. I think it was more of a psychic thing.
I mean, this should tell you right away. The fact that Justin and I both have notes on this episode.
We both watched the episode.
And neither one of us could figure out what the hell's going on.
Well, okay, I can tell you the answer because the second part, the B episode, Do You Know Where Your Kids Are, is my favorite episode. So Patty doesn't have powers. She just is evil.
Yeah.
That's what it is. She's evil. And somehow the wife gets killed. Yeah. And that's how it ends.
No. So that's my...
That's Bloodlines.
That's my
Bloodlines suck
worst.
shit. Bloodlines suck shit.
Yeah. So the less about that, the better. But that leads into your favorite episode.
And literally, the only reason, all I was going to say, that's why I asked if it was on your list, because I'm like, let's just talk about it. All I wanted to say was, in the first part, there's this family that adopts a little girl, and the little girl's evil.
Yep.
That's all you need to know. Because that's the connection into this episode.
Yep.
Bloodlines suck shit. This episode is awesome.
It isn't, though. Go ahead.
This episode redeems it. It takes the one thing from the first part that was interesting, which is the evil little girl.
Yep.
And then it just builds a whole episode around an evil little girl, and it is excellent for Freddy's Nightmare standards.
Yeah.
So the A plot opens with we get two teenage girls.
Yep.
This, I think, is the only episode in the entire season where we have teenager protagonists.
Right.
Or if not the only, like one of two.
Mm-hmm.
There's like no actual teenagers as protagonists. It like never happens in season 2. So right off the bat, I'm like, you got my attention. I'm paying the fuck attention. I'm like, oh my God, Elm Street kids?
This might actually mean something. Yep.
Right. So we get these two teenage girls, Lisa and Heidi. And they're like two stereotypical like teenage girls. They're talking about boys. They're hanging out in the one girl's room. Heidi's over at Lisa's house. And Heidi asks if Lisa can take over her babysitting job for tonight because Heidi wants to use Lisa's room to bring over this hunky guy to like make out with him so that she can do it not at her own house.
At her friend's house.
At her friend's house, which is not that far-fetched. So in order for that to happen, Lisa then has to do her babysitting job for her.
Right.
So Lisa heads over to the house and meets one of the two kids that she'll be babysitting. And as soon as she gets into the house, so it's like this little boy, and then as soon as she gets into the house, she starts hearing these like horrifying like wails and cries coming from the basement, and the walls start rattling.
What was that? There it is again.
Oh, that's my sister Patty.
Which is like, what the fuck is going on? And then, surprise, it's actually Jack Burton's house. Which, if you had already watched Bloodlines, you're like, you might immediately pick up on that. It's like, oh shit, that little girl was evil?
Yeah.
That must be the other kid, right? We never saw the little boy. The little boy is new. But the little girl, that was established in Bloodlines. So this is Jack Burton's house, and he has a new wife. He's remarried now. He got rid of that whiny chick, brought in a new woman, and we get a shot of the wife, like the first shot you see of, so like the girl comes in, Lisa, and she's like, what is going on here? She's trying to like, and the Jack Burton and his new wife, they're like getting ready to go out the door, and they're like rushing to leave the door, and they're like, oh yeah. Like, oh, nice to meet you. Like Heidi recommends you, like this will be fine, right?
Right.
And Lisa sees a shot of the mother. There's like a dumbwaiter in the kitchen, and she has a plate of food, and she puts the food in the dumbwaiter, and all you see is the food go down the dumbwaiter, and it's exactly where the noises are coming from. These horrifying wails we're hearing from the basement, and they don't address it. So like Lisa sees that and is like, huh, that's weird.
Right.
And then Lisa keeps trying to ask them about the scary noises in the basement, but they keep being all dismissive and like nonchalant about it. Like, oh, well, didn't Heidi tell you the situation here? Like, oh, no, she didn't. It's like, oh, well, don't worry about it. No, don't worry. Like, things will be fine. There won't be any issues as long as you don't open the basement door.
Go down. Yeah.
Okay, well, see ya, we're off.
Yeah.
Like, it's so like unnerving where it's like you're so badly like, what is happening? And these people are just like, yeah, sure, like you're fine. Like, don't worry about it. Things are fine.
You use the word unnerving. I would say ridiculous.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's correct.
Let me say my thing.
That is correct. Yes.
So it sounds a little nitpicky, if you ask me. So then the couple leave, and Lisa is now alone in the house with this wailing from the basement and a little boy. And we get this really great shot of, it's actually like a shot from like The Shining. I don't know if you caught this. So like the little boy, she's like in the kitchen.
Yep.
And she's like, okay, what's up with the noise in the basement? And the little boy is pedaling on a trike around her. And they do the shot from The Shining, like Danny on the tricycle.
Yeah.
And it's actually really, I have like no good things to say about the choreography in this season. This is like the one shot that I was like, okay, that's a cool shot.
Right.
I like the way they do it. He's like spinning around her,
Yeah.
and he gives the exposition dump where he's like, they didn't tell you about my sister Heidi? She tried to hurt me when I was little. The doctors tried to lock her up, but my daddy wouldn't let them do it. So they locked her in our basement instead. Which is like, that's so fucking creepy. It's like, what? The daughter is locked up in their basement?
Right.
What is happening here? And great blocking, like great shot. The way this played out. Just as the little boy finishes delivering this horrifying story, delivering this exposition, the dumbwaiter comes back up. Except the food on the plate is all gone.
He's making it sound a lot more dramatic than it actually was.
This is the best episode there is. You shut your hole. This is good, damn it.
It's a piece of shit.
So this is an awesome setup. I love this setup. So then, so now Lisa is babysitting the little boy. Meanwhile, she's so like, her mind is running wild with like, what could be so bad like about this girl? This girl's in the basement.
The curiosity is starting to get at her. Right?
It's like driving her nuts, right? And she starts having nightmares about about the creature in the basement, and like these are so fun. I love her. Again, the nightmares in this work great because it's playing on her fear of the unknown. Of like, what is that? What kind of creature makes these noises? And even we as the audience are like, I'm getting hooked because I'm like, what? Yeah, what do you got in there? Like the audio cues are. It's just like, oh, and it's like, that's my sister Heidi, and it's like, sister sounds like a monster. What the fuck, right? And I wrote down babysitting scenarios. They're just always fun. I love the babysitter trope. I'm so down for it. Yep. It feels very urban legend. Like, I love that. It's this whole episode. That's why I love this episode. Is it feels like an urban legend. It just feels like one of those stories, like, you know, the hook on the handle of the car. Like it has that vibe to it, you know. There's this babysitter, and she goes over to babysit these two kids, but the one kid's in the basement, but there's a locked door, but she doesn't know why. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you just hold your little comments. All right. Shout out to, there is 2 pieces of set decoration, which make absolutely no sense, but I love them. You probably have it.
I have one.
Yeah, go for it.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre poster.
On the wall. In the little boy's bedroom, there's a poster of
6-year-old's wall
of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So in case you were thinking there was no connection between our last episode of Slash Cinema, the Texas Chainsaw, and Freddy's Nightmare Season 2, there is absolutely a connection, and there you go.
It is a Freddy's Nightmares A and B story level of connection. So it's clearly very strong. It makes a lot of sense.
Extremely thin, yeah. So yeah, get the fuck out of here. That's obviously whoever was set decorating was like a horror person was like, oh, cool, I'm going to put up some horror posters. But it's like, what little boy is going to have the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? He also has, there's a, like, blink and you'll miss it. There's a poster for a very obscure horror film called Extro.
Yes, yeah, it's like a science fiction movie almost, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a body swap movie. That's a very obscure reference. That's cool.
But it's also on point, given where this goes, right?
Ooh, I didn't even consider that. You're liking this episode more as we're going.
Really.
I didn't even think of that. It's body swapping, and hold that thought. Okay. Okay, so then while this is going on, Lisa's going nuts. And she's like, you know what? Fuck Heidi, because Heidi's just at my house, like, getting busy with some guy. And it cuts, so Lisa calls her house, and it cuts to her house, and her phone's ringing. You see it, like, in the foreground. And in the background, on her bed, her friend Heidi's just making out with the hunky boy.
Right.
And then she, like, leaves a voicemail being like, hey, fuck you. Like, what is going on here? Tell me. And then, like, they don't even pay attention. They just ignore the message, keep making out.
Because mom might not be the first person to come home and hear that message first, right? Like, and wonder what's going on.
Well, no. The way I interpreted it was that the mother was not around. That's why Heidi wanted to use her house,
right?
Something like that. Yeah.
But I mean, someone's going to get home and
no
hear that
matter
message.
what you say, I'm going to have a counter. I will accept no faults for this episode.
That is the strongest argument.
Yeah. Curiosity eventually gets the best of Lisa, and she opens. So they're like, don't open the basement door.
Yep.
So she opens the basement door upstairs, and what she finds is this creepy, dark stairwell leading down to an even more ominous looking door.
It's like a dungeon door.
It's like something Leatherface would be like, a la Texas Chainsaw 3D. It's like this big steel metal door with like bolts in it.
Yep.
And the noise is coming from behind that door. So freaked out, she calls home again, and there's actually a very funny little moment here where she knows Heidi's there, and she knows they're just going at it, making out, and they're just ignoring her, right? So then Heidi's like, if you don't pick up this phone, I'm going to tell everybody that you gave, I'll say his name's Donnie. He's like, you gave Donnie herpes.
If you don't pick up, besides never talking to you again, I'll float a rumor at school that you gave Kurt your herpes.
She's just kidding.
Lisa, is that you?
Why didn't you tell me about the Burton's daughter, Patty?
And then immediately the guy's like, "Whoa!" Because she just hear, and Heidi's like, "She's kidding, I don't." And she picks up the phone. She's like, "What?" That's clever. I like the fact she's like, she knows they can hear.
I know you're
this.
there.
Yeah, but she knows that they can hear the voicemail. Right. So voice. I said voicemail, but that's not really what it was. This is a
answering machine.
Answering machine.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm saying she leaves a voicemail, but no, she leaves a message in the answering machine. Right. Answering machines used to be these boxes that you would have physically in your house back when you had physical phones, like actual landline phones
with cassette tapes in them.
Yes. Yeah. And when someone left a voicemail, I did it again. When someone would leave a message on the answering machine, it would play. You would hear the audio playing unless you turned the volume off. Nobody ever did, though. I found that was a big thing at our house is you would hear like...
Well, because you can't screen your calls if you put the volume down.
Right. You got to turn the volume up so you can hear who's calling you, so you can hear the...
Then you can decide if you want to pick it up while they were still talking.
Come over and watch Freddy's Nightmares.
And I can ignore that call.
So then Lisa demands that Heidi come to the house. She's like, look, some freaky shit's happening. Get the fuck over here. I didn't sign up for this shit. Fuck your stupid date. Like, get over here. And Heidi's like, okay, fine. So it cuts to later, and Heidi shows up. And I thought this was kind of a creepy shot. Heidi shows up, and she's like, oh, I'm here, fine, relax. Like, I'll go check on Timmy, the boy. She goes upstairs, and then the phone rings. And Lisa answers the phone, and it's Heidi. And she's like, what the hell? Why are you calling? Why are you calling from upstairs? Yeah. And she's like, what are you talking about? I haven't left your house yet.
Yeah.
Hello? I'm leaving now, okay, Lise? Heidi, that's not funny.
What's not funny?
You're calling me from upstairs.
What are you talking about?
Heidi, stop it. Come on. You just went upstairs. Lise, I'm at your house. Stop kidding, Heidi. It's not funny. Lise, I don't know who's over there, but it sure isn't me. Here, listen. Hi, this is Lisa. I'm not home to answer this call, so tell me who you are, and I'll call you back as soon as I get in. Then if you're not upstairs... Oh my God, Lise, get out of the house now.
That's creepy. That was effective. The way I interpreted it with that was like, okay, it's just a dream. It ends up being a dream. Nothing actually happens. But then part of me was like, is Patty like the evil girl in the basement? I'm like, does she have like psychic? Because they kind of hit this in the first one. I'm like, is she psychically getting into her mind and like fucking with her this way?
See, I interpret that it's just simply a reference to the urban legend of the phone call is coming from within the house.
Right. But it's creepy that it's like a doppelganger thing where it's like, I just saw you. Yeah. So if that wasn't you, who the fuck was that?
Who is it? Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like, was that Patty like psychically manifesting as like fucking Heidi? Yeah. I'm giving this episode.
Just a dream though.
Yeah,
So,
no, it's just
useless.
a dream. It ends with nothing. Yeah. Yep. So the A plot ends with Lisa thinking that the boy accidentally went down the dumbwaiter and into the basement. And she's like, oh my God, Timmy, I've got to go save you. So against her better judgment, she runs down the stairs, opens up the latches on the basement door, and she gets pulled in and attacked by the evil daughter, Patty, who then escapes. And we get a shot of Patty because we're like, the whole episode, you're like building your mind. You're like, what does she look like? Is this going to be a mutant? Like in Bloodlines, it's just like a cute little girl. So it's like, what is she going to look like? She just looks like an ordinary teenage girl. She actually, in fact, looks a little bit like Lisa does.
Right.
She's like blonde hair, thin, and she attacks Lisa, locks her in the door, puts on her school sweater, and then takes her car and then drives off.
Right.
And there's a great ending shot. So then the parents come home and they just assume, they're like, oh, okay, I guess she left. That's weird. And then like Heidi and her boyfriend showed up too. And they're like, can you believe Lisa just took off? Like, well, how irresponsible.
Right. Meanwhile, she's screaming in the basement, but
And we get this great shot. And this is where the urban legend is like, this is so urban legend. It ends with, it shows the dumbwaiter and you hear the wails and cries for help, but they just assume it's Patty.
Right.
So now Lisa's locked in the basement and taken her
because
spot.
Patty screams all day.
Right.
So they're just
they literally there's nothing really distinguished. Like, and even if she's like, it's not Patty, they're gonna be like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Right, yeah, fine.
Exactly what Patty would say.
Great ending.
I don't know.
Great ending,
Whatever.
man. Great. Yeah, I can't win them over. Folks. Okay. The B plot.
Yep.
Not as strong.
It gets a little bit
it loses steam. It loses steam. The B plot, there's some connections I like. There's some things I like, but the ending is really bad. So it opens with Lisa's mom showing up at the Burton's house with a flyer because Lisa's now disappeared because she's in their basement.
We imagine that there's been like some time has elapsed, right? And she's looking for her daughter.
Yeah.
You can't find her, and she's starting to stick up like lost posters or missing posters.
Yeah,
right?
missing posters. And then and there's like a brief exposition dump where they explain that Patty, when she escaped in Lisa's car, she crashed the car and the car caught fire and burnt. So people think that Lisa just died in the car.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Like that's what it is. So and most people just assume Lisa's dead. It's not necessarily that she's missing. It's like, no, Lisa's dead at this point, right? So just another reason that they have absolutely no reason to suspect, oh, the girl in our basement is Lisa.
Right.
Lisa ran away and Lisa's dead.
Yeah, and it all kind of leans into the idea that the mom is a little bit insane. That like she's crazy to begin with.
She's dealing with grief. Yeah. Well, though I interpret it that she's just grief stricken.
Yeah.
Like that she almost can't. Everyone else is like, look, Lisa died in a car crash. You know, we'll put these posters up for you, but like, she's not coming back. She's not missing. Yeah. She's dead, right? And she's like clearly stricken with grief. It cuts to a shot of Lisa in the basement crying out for her mom for help, which is great. It's just establishing that Lisa is now trapped in the basement.
Yep.
She is now taken, for better or worse, she is now Patty.
Right.
She's taken Patty's place in the basement. Lisa's mom, traumatized, runs into Patty, who's like trying to steal from her car.
Yeah.
So she's like trying to steal shit from Lisa's mom's car. And she sees that like Patty looks all like haggard and rough. And she's like, oh my God, this poor child. So like her maternal instinct kicks in and she's like, come in and I'll feed you. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
And then as soon as she brings Patty in, this is where she starts hallucinating a bit, and it's her grief. And it's like, it's I don't even know. I know there's a term for this, but it's basically just like your mind is showing you the things you want it to be.
Yep.
So what ends up happening is she sees the school sweater on Patty that she stole from Lisa.
Yeah.
And her mind makes her go, wait a minute. You are Lisa.
You are my daughter, yeah.
You're Lisa. You've come home.
Yeah.
And then Patty realizes like immediately like, oh, I can take advantage of this woman.
Right.
And so she plays into it and starts pretending to be Lisa. Meanwhile, the real Lisa is still stuck in the basement and she gives up on having anyone come rescue her. So she's like, fuck it. And she starts tunneling out of the basement.
Yeah.
Man, you go, Lisa.
Good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like proactive characters.
Yeah.
I like that she's just like, fuck this.
Yep.
I'm going to like make an effort and get out of here, right? And there's even a moment where like Lisa's friend Heidi shows up at the house. And so at this point, Patty is pretending to be Lisa. Lisa's mom is just feeding into this delusion.
Yep.
And then somebody from like an outside person comes in, and it's Heidi, who's Lisa's friend. And Patty's mom's like, look, or Patty's mom, Lisa's mom's like, look, Lisa came home. And Heidi's like, what the fuck? You're not Lisa. She doesn't know what Patty looks like, but she's like, you're not Lisa.
I know you are not who she says you are.
And then realizing like, oh, this girl could blow my cover. Patty just kills Heidi.
Right.
Which is like, poor Heidi. She did not deserve that. Lisa escapes. What she does is, it turns out there's a cellar in an adjacent room to the room, to her like little holding cell in the basement. So she's able to dig through the cement into that room, which that cellar has a cellar door on the outside of the house. So she's able to escape, and she returns to find that like Patty has replaced her, which that's kind of a cool little thing. Like, again, it's the whole like extra, it's like the doppelganger, like you're being replaced kind of idea.
What is this? Who are you?
I'm Lisa Wax.
Mother? Who is this person and why is she in our house?
The question is, what are you doing in our house?
Yeah, I mean it's like the Linda Hamilton and her twin sister in Terminator 2, right? But the whole idea is the two people need to look the same, and they don't.
They look
right?
similar.
Well,
they look similar. Yeah, they're both like just like, but thin blonde girls.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and it plays on the idea that the mother...
It's the mother's grief.
She's going crazy and she doesn't know, she can't tell the difference, but it's a little goofy because...
It is.
Like normally, those two people look the same and you're trying to figure out which one's the real one. We know who the real one is. It's just the mother that doesn't. Right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different twist on that. Yeah.
And that plays out almost immediately because then the mother like takes out a gun and aims it at Lisa, thinking like it's an intruder. And then Patty's like, I'm Lisa. She's the imposter.
Right.
Shoot her. And then the mother just shoots her own daughter. And she shoots and kills Lisa. And she's immediately arrested because, duh, of course she would be. Oh, hey, this is the one time the cops got it right, buddy. The cops showed up and they're like, okay, you did that. You come with us.
Guess what?
Yeah. It wasn't like every other episode where they come in, they're like, yeah, we'll get back to you about this. Yeah. We may never come back in the episode.
Thanks for your time.
Right, exactly. A little
bit at the end there.
Yeah, there's more. I wrote down, they went with that. It's so disappointing because by this point you start rooting for Lisa. Like you're getting behind Lisa because you're like, okay, you go, girl, get out of that basement. Go get that bitch that's like taking your spot, like pretending to be you. And then the mother just and then also it's kind of a cruel death because like you got killed by your own mother.
Yeah, but that's like the only redeeming part of it. Like it doesn't end the way that the happy fairy tale ending would have you believe it would. Nobody gets out. Nobody comes out on top.
Very rarely are there happy endings in Freddy's Nightmares. There's a couple.
Yeah.
This is not one of them.
This is not one of them.
No. And so it ends with Lisa getting shot and killed, the mother getting arrested, and then Patty goes back to her own house, and then she locks her parents up into the basement, and then it ends with like her approaching her little brother sinisterly, and like that's the ending. So I guess there is a happy ending for Patty.
Did we not
like why give Patty the happy ending?
Yeah.
And what is the implication there? Like, hey, now I get to torture my little brother. Like, cool.
Well, hey, this is your favorite episode, right? So this all works for you.
Yeah, well, you can't. There's nobody gets out clean in Freddy's Nightmares. There's the B plot always brings down the A
it's a
plot.
letdown.
Yeah, always.
Well, how is it when Patty locks the parents in the basement? They can't just immediately walk out of the hole that Lisa creates?
She cemented.
Did we see that?
Yeah. They show.
I must have missed
this
that.
episode was tight with things like that.
Was it?
They didn't miss details.
Yeah, they weren't gonna. They weren't
No,
gonna
it
miss
actually
a-
does show her like she's got like a fucking trowel, in her hand, and like she's around like some cement. So like she reseals the hole that Lisa opened up.
No, this was not number one for me, man.
Okay, so the things I really like, it's one of the few episodes where there's teenager protagonists, and I love that. I love the babysitter urban feel to it.
Yeah.
It's fucking fun.
The idea of like babysitters are generally young themselves.
Yep.
This is like the first real piece of responsibility they've ever been given to like look after something and take care of it. They have the house. They're kind of in charge of something for the first time in their lives, but it's an environment that they're not familiar with. All right.
And you're kind of vulnerable because you're not at home.
You're usually going late at night
you're also in this weird environment where like you got these moans coming from the basement. Like, what the fuck? That's not normal.
Every babysitting situation has that. You just have to deal with it.
Well, you have to deal with something. Yeah. This just happens to be the thing in this one. Right. Yeah. Sometimes it's a guy calling from within the house.
Right. And the whole idea that everyone in the family just buys into the fact that, and we keep our daughter in the basement. Would you like an extra slice of pizza? It's like, okay.
It's a bit of a stretch. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but I don't mind it. I'm okay with it because like the way they explain it is like, well, the daughter needed treatment, so like I don't know.
I remember watching this one thinking, I bet you Justin's gonna love this. I bet you Justin's he's gonna bite on this hard.
I did. I think my favorite thing in the episode is that dumbwaiter. It's just such a cool visual because it's just this. And they use it effectively multiple times where it's like, it's just this, like a dumbwaiter. What is a dumbwaiter? The best horror is something that takes the ordinary and makes it inordinary. Yeah. So what is a dumbwaiter? A dumbwaiter is just in case people don't actually know, it's an old timey little food elevator thing that's not big. It's like the size of a microwave, and it would usually connect the different floors, and it was a way for like servants from the kitchen.
Think of like a massive house.
Yeah, to lift meals up to the serving area on like the third or fourth or fifth floor of like a larger building. Like estate homes would have these type of things, right?
This house does not need one by any stretch of the
and I think they still use them in maybe some commercial buildings have things like this. Like they might have some form of this, although it would probably be a freight elevator. But like a dumbwaiter, it's just this. You got this little opening, and it connects down into the unknown. And I love that idea of all we get to see is just a little box opening. We don't know what it's connected to. And it's so creepy, the thought of you're sending this down, you're hearing all these horrifying noises, and then it comes back up. So it is effectively somehow it's reaching out into that darkness, coming back, but you don't know what's on the other end of it. And that's so fucking unnerving. And a lot of the dream sequences are like something's coming out. It's like a portal almost between the basement, the unknown, and the upstairs. And a few of the dream sequences are like something comes out of it. It's something's crawling up the chute.
Right.
And then the other idea is like she gets pulled into the dumbwaiter. I don't know. I think it's an effective piece of horror. I think it works.
I think they could have done a better job with it. I even made a note. I think this episode had so much potential. I just didn't think that they really went far enough with it. But yeah, I'll give you the dumbwaiter piece. Yeah, I mean,
cool.
it's no fridge from that one episode in this first season where all the food comes to life. But
It's no pizza oven from Love Stinks.
Right.
Yeah, from Max.
Right.
Yeah, where he puts Jeffrey Combs in it. Yeah. All right, that's the end of my top.
Those are your tops. I got one top. Yep.
Everything else sucks, including whatever the hell
Whatever
Marcus
this
was
one
just
is.
about to say.
Yep.
I bet you that whatever it is going to be on my worst.
Yeah,
Here we go.
I hope so.
Mark,
Yep.
it's gonna happen. There's no crossover at left. I don't
Yep.
think. I think we're talking about all 22 episodes at
Yep.
this point.
So my number one favorite.
Oh, sorry. You still have your favorite left.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
just assumed it was going to be my worst. Yeah. Okay. Your number one favorite episode of season 2.
Yep.
Oh, all of your picks have been left field. So who the fuck knows what you're going to pick?
Prisoner of Love.
You don't have vows about women, do you, Father?
We are allowed to marry, if that's what you mean.
So, are you?
Married? No. No.
You do like women, right? More than boys, right?
Yes, of course.
No?
I have like nothing to say about this
No?
episode.
No? I thought this one was
The one
probably
with the
type-
priest?
Yeah.
Yeah, where the horny priest.
Yeah. Who has like a change of heart and decides
Is this
to...
like 2 pervert episodes you picked now?
It's not the
No,
first.
I don't know.
He falls in love with her.
No, I don't know, because
Yeah.
that's like you picked the psychiatrist, you picked the pervert priest, and I think and then Art, the guy that fucks both the girls in the apartment. Mark, how horny were you when you were watching Freddy's Nightmares?
I was falling asleep.
I know, that's what it is. So it's like I feel like there was anything that had mild titillation just perked you up enough, and you're like, oh, that's a good one.
It would have to be pretty mild because this show sucks for
Yeah.
that.
Okay, Prisoner of Love, go for it.
So, Prisoner of Love, we open up with a woman, Violet Rodriguez. She's dreaming of the electric chair, but as always, these are useless dreams, right? They don't accomplish anything. But we do realize that she is a woman who is on death row. Like, she was part of a gang, and as a result of her gang activity, she killed somebody, and now she's in prison, and she's...
And actually, I made a note. It's unique seeing a woman on death row.
Yeah.
That's unique.
Yeah. 2 of them, actually.
Yeah,
because
her cellmate also.
the person beside her, Brenda, is also on death row, but they were from rival gangs, right? So these 2 do not like each other, right? They're constantly, hurling insults at each other. They're not sharing the limited supplies that they have in prison. It's not a great relationship. Enter Reverend James Jarvis, who has been sent into the prison to do kind of like last rites and, counseling with these women, as they get close to their execution. The problem, though, is that our saintly reverend succumbs to the sins of the flesh and is tempted by Violet instead.
Yeah, she literally he gets into she immediately starts hitting on him, and then she just takes off her clothes, and then he's like, "Oh, mama," and then just okay, he doesn't actually do that, but
he fights really hard, but ultimately
for all of 30 seconds,
Right.
Maybe not even that long, but yeah. And she's kind of cute.
Yep.
She's kind of cute.
Yep.
Yeah.
We get to see more chest covers.
Yeah, you see, I'm certain you see the nipple nipple guard. I'm certain.
They cannot put the cameras in the right position for any of these episodes.
I don't know how hard it is to just do a side boob.
When you see it, we got to shoot it again. No,
but
I don't care.
But the thing is, you can do side boob. I don't believe that goes against the TV ratings. So it's bizarre. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I guess it's as soon as they show the nipple.
That's the thing, eh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the nip. Yeah.
Yep.
You're not allowed to see that. It's unholy.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the eyes of the devil.
So yeah, he kind of fights it, he doesn't fight it off, but he leaves, and then he realizes he really wants to see her again. So he goes back the next day. He succumbs to her devilish manipulations yet again.
Yep.
Right. He's feeling really guilty about it.
Fuck is what Mark's trying to clean this up. It's like you can just say it. We're not censored on this show.
I keep saying that I'm the one watching all the pervy episodes is my favorite, but
but you're cleaning it up. You're cleaning it up. Yeah,
because
just tell it like it is.
These were
they have
gentlemanly episodes.
Yeah. He gently caresses her. No, they fuck. They have gross prison sex in her cell.
Right.
It's pretty gross.
Yeah.
While the other prisoner can hear, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he falls in love with her. He comes back and he's got a plan on how he can help her get out of prison.
Which, dude, how good was it?
Yeah.
Come on.
It was a pretty good plan.
No, but no. His plan. His plan is really stupid.
I don't know, man. She was a gangbanger. She was in prison.
Oh, she banged something, all right. She banged something out of him.
Yeah.
She banged his faith out, apparently.
You got to remember, though, he's probably never been with a woman before.
I just find it so funny, though, that he's just like, I love her. And
Right,
it's like,
right away.
Love.
He knew.
I know, 20-minute
He
runtime.
knew.
So it's like people have to fall in love instantly. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Hey, he felt the power of God through her.
He felt something.
Yeah. Something come through. Yeah. So his plan is he's going to give her a pill that will essentially put her body into like a state of suspended animation, so that when she goes to the electric chair, because apparently, the electric chair is not going to fry her to death anyway, but her vital signs will come across as insignificant as gone. She'll appear to be dead. They will then take her, bury her in her grave plot. And the idea is that our Reverend is going to go back to the plot, dig her back up, and then wake her up as she's sort of coming to from this pill that sort of puts her in suspended. I don't know where he gets this. I guess the idea is that he was
No, he says it because he's like, I was a missionary. When I was in a missionary.
Like Haiti or something.
Yeah.
So he's got some kind of strange voodoo connections to otherworldly powers that, from some other far off country. Right?
So they hatch their plan. Yep. They do their plan.
They execute the plan.
They execute the plan, which the plan is really stupid.
No, this is great.
Okay,
right.
So
it doesn't make sense.
It makes no sense.
She wouldn't die anyway from the electric chair.
That's what I was going to say. Is like, okay, so but
it doesn't stop you getting.
It's like you're
10
still
million
getting
volts
electrocuted. Why would that not kill you, regardless?
Don't nitpick.
You're nitpicking. Yeah, sorry, I'm very nitpicky here.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, the other point I wanted to make is like, it puts you into suspended animation, and like I was thinking about this. I'm like, how is the doctor not real? Because the doctor has to inspect her and be like, she's dead.
Yeah.
Right? The doctor, the prison has a doctor.
Yeah.
How the fuck is this man not able to tell she's still alive? Suspended animation or not, the body still would have some signs of life.
It makes all of your vital signs appear to be.
So you're a zombie for this short period, right? Yeah, you are literally undead.
That is the internal logic that they set up in this
because what I was going to say is like, okay, there has been cases over history where it's like people were pronounced dead who weren't dead, right? But those are so rare. But this is a man who works in a prison. He works on death row.
Power of God.
So he literally has, I'm talking about the doctor.
Oh, the doctor.
He has one job, Mark. He has one job, which is
make sure
you're dead. That's it. So this is a man who is an expert at not only killing you, but making sure you are in fact dead. He is not able to tell.
He's not very
no.
Well, and I also think too that my electric chair knowledge is very minimal, but I think they put you through like 3 cycles. Like they don't just hit you once and then, all right. She's like, no, they hit you once, they hit you again, then they hit you again.
Yeah.
The first one kills you, but the second and third one are just there in case somebody has given you a pill.
In case you're electro,
that's
and
right.
You just absorb the electricity.
Right. Yeah.
Has that ever happened? I wonder.
Oh yeah.
Has anyone ever absorbed the electricity?
Yeah.
Like,
or like the movie Shocker by Wes
I was
Craven.
just gonna say,
where they become the power.
Yeah, Shocker. Yeah.
Good movie.
No,
not really.
No,
not really.
Not good.
Again, compared to what we're talking about.
Overrated.
So there's one little hitch to this plan, though. It's very time sensitive, right?
Because once she gets buried,
that's right.
She's going to run out of oxygen.
That's right. And it's okay. She doesn't need to breathe a lot while she's sort of out of commission. But once she does wake up, she's going to start breathing heavily like normal, right? So he's got to get there by a certain time and dig her up, or else like she's in trouble. Brenda, the cellmate, hears all of this when they're sort of hatching this plan in Violet's cell right next.
Yep.
So she comes up with her own plan because the only thing she wants in life more than anything else
is to get this
to
bitch.
Get revenge on this bitch from her gang days, right? So she's like, I'm going to kill her good. And this is what she comes up with. As soon as Violet is killed in the electric chair, she immediately puts the call out to have the Reverend come and see her.
Which he has to do.
He has to do because there's an obligation that whoever's next in line for going to the electric chair gets priority over everything else, including whatever
it was
the
last
Reverend.
rites. It was
That's right.
Like last rites. Yeah.
He can't even go and tend to other things if that call has come out. And she is able to successfully pull him away from his task long enough. And I think she knocks him out. So he loses time. And by the time he comes back to,
it's too late.
He looks at his watch and realizes that...
I think it ends with him just screaming.
You took a nasty crack in the head. You've been out 2 days.
I'm pretty sure the A plot just ends with him being like, no!
Yeah. The idea
and then he becomes Darth Vader.
That's right. Yeah. No! Yeah. Anyway. The thing that got me the most about this was the idea that she's down there. We know that she's down there. If they had a little bit more time, they could have played with this a little bit more. They didn't have
make it
a lot
more
of
tense. To make
right.
it more tense, yeah.
Right? But there's
well, they could have made the decision where the B plot still continued this, where it's like, dude, get her out of there.
Yeah. No, but the idea is she does die, but we don't ever go back to her, right? They also play against type, because sometimes in those movies they would go back to the person in the coffin or whatever and see them wake up and realize they're not going to be rescued. We don't.
Yeah.
We never go back to her. So it's just kind of left in your mind that, yeah, he's too late.
No, but she comes back, because isn't she the ghost in the B
Yeah.
plot? Yeah, I was going to say, she comes back.
But, is she really there or not?
Oh, yeah, she's there. It's Freddy's Nightmares. There
was a movie with, and I wish I just thought of it now, Ryan Reynolds, where he is buried.
The movie's called Buried.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole movie is just him in the coffin.
Right. And I haven't seen it, but I know the hook.
I saw it when it came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I kind of got the same vibe. Like, they're just about to be able to rescue him until they realize that he's
the
not.
wrong coffin.
That's right.
Yeah. They're in the wrong.
And
they're digging up the wrong
they
one.
don't know where he is, and they run out of time. And I just thought that
It ends with him just dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a terrifying ending in a way that these episodes usually just kind of end on a real fizzle out, right? So that was the A story. Like every episode, the B story kind of lets it down.
It's just a wet fart. I would have never guessed this would be one of your favorites. I don't think I would have guessed any of your favorite episodes.
Yeah.
Everyone you picked is like,
again,
what?
It kind of met the requirements. Like, it was a tight plot. I understood.
The A plot. The B plot's about to get stupid, obviously.
Yeah. And again, my putting it at the top was strictly because of the A plot.
Yeah. They can never figure out these B plots.
Right.
They just can never get it right for some fucking reason. Yeah.
So
except Easy Come, Easy Go.
that
one's not bad.
Was
the D
plot's
right? Actually pretty good in that one. Yeah. So the you want to get into the B plot, because the B plot gets insane.
Yeah.
Because basically the priest turns crazy. Let's say it. The priest turns crazy. He snaps because now he feels like, I just killed someone.
But he also realizes that Brenda was the one that was behind it.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's out for blood.
Yeah. And he also has this. He's seeing visions of Violet.
Yes.
She's coming to him, and she tells him that if the one thing that she wants in death
to move on.
That's right. She can't proceed to heaven or whatever, is because she has a guilty conscience about the fact that she killed Brenda's cousin or something like that.
Yeah, so she wants Brenda to forgive her.
That's right.
Yeah.
I need her forgiveness, and once I get that, then I can sort of completely pass on. So, looking into trying to make something positive out of what has happened, our Reverend is trying to get Brenda to absolve Violet of her sins. Right. And Brenda's having none of it.
Yeah. So basically, it gets insane, though, because the priest is like, okay, Brenda, I'll make you the same offer. And then they do the same plan. But then instead of the priest is somehow able to control where her body goes. And then he puts her body in this wing of the prison that they don't use anymore.
There's an abandoned section of the prison.
It's like an old sanitarium wing. And then he's just like, now you're my hostage. Right. And I actually thought, I was like, oh, this is a dream. And I'm like, this isn't? He's gone insane?
Yeah.
Where the hell am I?
Solitary confinement, baby!
This ain't solitary. I've been there.
Oh, no, not the new wing. No, this is the old wing. They sealed it off about 20 years ago after that court decision about cruel and unusual punishment. Seems too many people went insane in here.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then it gets into this whole bargaining thing where Brenda's like, look, my ex knows or can go get the money for you.
Yep.
That like I've got money buried, and there's what was the whole thing about? Like they're gonna do some transaction where like her ex is gonna make a deal with the priest for the priest to get the money or something, and that in order for him to release Brenda, because he just keeps Brenda hostage now. She does the thing he wants, but then there's money gets involved or some shit.
So I got a note. Brenda's scummy boyfriend comes by to pick up her things, but he doesn't really care about her.
No.
Right? He's just looking to see if there's anything good.
He's like fishing for the money though, because he knows that she hid money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way that Brenda is able to convince the Reverend to get on board with this is think of the good things you could do with the money that if I split that with you, right?
Yeah.
All of this to say that in the end, they all kind of screw each other over in a little way, right? James intends his use of the money to do good things in Violet's name. James, the scummy boyfriend, brings the money, but he double crosses Brenda.
He double crosses the Reverend too.
Yeah.
He just like shoots the Reverend.
He's talking to the Reverend, and he realizes that, okay, Brenda is hidden somewhere in this prison and no one's going to find her.
Right.
So she's the only one who knows that I have this money. Why am I going to give this jackass any of it?
Yeah. So he just shoots him.
He shoots the Reverend.
And then now Brenda's just going to die.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they make a note about it. They are going to open up that wing in a few months and dedicate it to
in a few months.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And James or the Reverend is going to kind of be running it. It's going to be dedicated to sort of what the work that he does. Problem is, by the time they find her, she'll long since be dead by then, right? So again, it's those endings that I thought really, really caught me, because you've got people stuck somewhere. They cannot do anything about it. Nobody's killing them, but they are going to die. And by the time somebody finds out, it's too late to save them.
It's like an Edgar Allan Poe ending,
Yeah.
you know,
And
like
I
being
thought-
buried alive kind of idea. Yeah.
So that's what sort of won me over about these, that, you know, it's not just Freddy kind of stabbing him in the chest and, now I'm going to steal his script and,
Don't be throwing shade at my fucking top pick. I like in that episode that Prisoner of Love, the schlubby ex-boyfriend, he's like this piece of shit, and like he goes to the deal to meet the Reverend, and he brings like his new like hot piece of ass girlfriend, and it's funny because he's like, well, don't you miss Brenda? Don't you want Brenda back? He's like, Brenda, man, she's old. I got a new younger model right here.
What is this? You'll never get Brenda back.
Did you take a good look at Maggie, Mr. Preacher? Why would I want an old retread like Brenda if I got a young babe like that? See, I was only hanging around with my tongue out, because only Brenda knew where she hid the money.
There's a lot of scumbags in this show.
No, there's one we still haven't talked about.
We're about to.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting to it. We're getting soon. We're gonna get there soon. There's the ultimate, the best scumbag.
Yep.
Although we've run out of top episodes. No.
Yeah.
That means he's in some of the bad episodes, but he's still good. Do you have anything else to say about Prisoner of Love?
No. Even the B plot, not as good as the A plot, but the ending kind of mirrored the ending to the A story. That again, people are being abandoned. We, as the viewer, know that they are there. We are powerless to help
and they're gonna
them,
have a brutal death,
and they're just going to starve away, screaming.
Yeah,
and no one's going to.
Which is a
dark,
dark ending.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
Okay, we are yet to have a single crossover episode for the love of Christ.
Not even on the right side of the.
No, I know, right? For the love of God, can we make one of these happen?
Yeah.
All right. My number 5 worst. We're getting into the blurst. We've both done our best episodes.
Yep.
Now we're getting into the worst episodes. My number 5 worst episode of Freddy's Nightmare Season 2, Interior Loft.
Tanya could feel his hot breath on her neck. As she turned to face him, Michael fell to his knees. He placed a hand between her legs. Before she could say no, he had unsnapped her garter belt. He moved her stocking slowly, pausing to caress her thigh with his long, firm fingers.
Yeah, I don't have it on my bottom.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So that's another one we got to do.
We're gonna talk about so many episodes. This is so many episodes we're talking about. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck this.
I mean, it was my 8th worst, so it was close, but it's not close enough to tick one off.
Oh
on my
my
list.
god. Okay, here we go.
No.
All right. Without further ado, the A plot.
Just remember, you asked for this. Okay?
No, just remember, you asked for this.
No, they did not ask for this.
No, people in the comments were like, hey, it'd be great if you guys did Freddy's Nightmares. You know, I've never heard anybody talk about that before.
I don't think anyone said great.
There was a few comments about that. Right after we did our Jason video, the first one, people immediately were saying, like, they didn't even want Elm Street. They just were like, do Freddy's Nightmares.
Yeah.
Just skip to the good shit.
I don't remember.
So, Interior Loft, it opens with a woman trying to write a novel, and she's writing like a erotic, smutty novel.
Yep.
And she's like super horny. But she like, the husband comes home, they're like so this is the famous Loft, the one that later on Mark really liked.
Really liked.
You didn't like it at the beginning, but then you later on liked it. See
yeah.
what I did there? I added the later.
Later.
Yeah.
Terrible.
It's such a stupid ending, stupid title. So in this famous Loft, the Interior Loft, whoops, I minimized my, there we go. She's like writing a smutty novel, and then the husband comes home and she's like, hey babe, let's go have some steamy sex. And he's just like, I don't have time. I have to do this work for school. So I'm like, lame. Come on, give it to her, man. She's asking for it. What are you doing?
There's no way you can convince anybody that this guy's so wrapped up in his marketing study that
this is why women end up with Hanks,
right,
and like scumbag plumbers.
Right.
This is why this happens. Yeah, exactly. So that's the nature of the relationship. Is basically just like she is sexually frustrated and he's like a student or something, but like they're both older, but he's like taking night classes or something, trying to get a degree or some shit. She then like later on she's reading her own erotic novel. She herself is writing and she gets horned up, and then she calls the husband's at home. She calls the husband's phone, I guess on another phone line. How are you doing that?
They got 2 lines in the house. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because that was so common, having 2 phone lines at this time in 1990. That would have cost like $1,000 a month for like 2 phone lines.
Yes.
Yeah, it would have been like a ton of money.
Right.
Whatever. So she calls him, and then she starts having a sex phone conversation with him. She gives like another name, I think, like, hey, my name's Tammy, and I'm wearing these sexy clothing. And he ends up taking the bait.
Yeah.
And they gloss over this, but like he was willing to cheat on his wife right then and there with this
on the phone.
Right, but if that woman had been
real
there
sex 30 seconds
right,
ago.
but if that woman had been there in person,
Right.
I don't think it's that much of a stretch of the imagination. He would have cheated on
Sure.
her. They gloss over it though because she reveals that it's her, and then the husband is now like all horned up, and they finally fuck. The husband then is so impressed with her sex phone skills that he's like, you should record a 976 phone number.
They were all the rage.
Mark, please explain 976 numbers. As someone who's probably called more than most people,
Right.
please explain what a 976 number is.
So, I mean, they still kind of exist.
Kind of.
Like, yeah. So the idea was like you used to be able to, or still can, call up a phone number for phone sex.
Yeah.
Basically, like it's, you still see them on like super late night TV.
Yeah, and they
sometimes.
charge like $2 a minute. Yeah, and it was not cheap. It was very expensive.
It's like call the hotline. Speak
real
to
girls
young
that want to
girl.
talk to you, and it's like some fat chick. And
and they just talk to you basically.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. Yeah. So he's like, you should record one of those, which I've never heard of those, where it's like it just plays a recording.
I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
So she's like, he's like, record a sexy message. So they do it, and it ends up working more than they anticipated. I guess it's like really, like they make some good money off of it, and it's successful. I also want to point out at this point, this Loft, this is one of my big pet peeves in movies and TV shows. They live in a movie set.
It's so massively open, but
massive. It is like 50. It's like the size of a house, maybe bigger.
But it's
supposed to be like a loft apartment. But it's like,
but it also
enormous.
somehow looks like it was a stage built for a stage production.
Right.
Like,
it doesn't look like a house.
Right.
It just looks like this big commercial like set. And there's even like an elevator that goes right up to their apartment.
Yeah. But hey, they set 88 minutes worth of content in this apartment.
Yeah, they had to get their use out of it. Yeah, there's probably a real movie that was actually shot in this. So then what follows is, so then out of nowhere, this detective shows up. He goes up their elevator that goes right up to their apartment, which is so weird. And he's like, yeah, sorry to disturb you folks, but are you this woman in this poster? And it's like I guess they put out posters of her dressed sexy to advertise their 976 phone number. And he's like, there was a murder and your poster was found at the scene of this crime. And the woman was strangled with a silk stocking, exactly what was in your recording.
How you described. Yeah.
Yeah. And then what follows is the woman basically like feeling guilty and like hating on her husband and being like, oh, this was a terrible idea. Like, what did we do?
Yeah, because he kind of prostitutes her out a little bit, right? Like his big idea was, hey, we should sell you talking nasty.
It's the equivalent now that's like, I'm sure guys with like hot girlfriends are just like, hey, you should do an OnlyFans, not show your face.
Right.
Yeah, which probably happens actually, funny enough. And then like the detective just keeps showing up and being like, there's been another murder. And what happened was exactly like you described in your sexy message.
In your last message.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so now we've got some serial killer that's a creep that's following her sexy voicemail she leaves. And the big twist, which is like, this comes out of nowhere, is the detective that looked so normal and straight-laced, he's the pervert killer.
He's been the one killing all the time. Yeah.
Now, this would be clever if there was like a reveal where it's like, no, that dude's not a detective.
Right.
But there was nothing like that. So as far as I know, he was just a detective that her message was so hot.
Yeah.
But he gave up everything to then just become crazy and start killing people. Right. Why?
And there was nothing to reference that it could have been him, right? Like
literally nothing.
There's no clue about him. Like, oh, the killer only had 4 fingerprints, but the cop is missing a finger.
Nothing,
like, nothing like that.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So then he just tries to attack her, and then we get this incredible. I think you know what I would say. The husband is like locked out of the loft, and he like goes up onto the roof, and he drops like 15 feet,
like SWAT team style,
through a skylight, and is completely unfazed by this drop.
I can't.
Do it!
No!
Do it, you slut!
Like he does it every day.
It's like action star, literally. He drops. It's such a long fall, and then he just lands, and he's just like, argh, and he's just like starts wrestling with the detective, and then they have a little like struggle, and the detective's head goes through the window of the glass, the glass window in the bathroom door, and then it slices his throat, and he dies.
Yep.
And that's it. I wrote down a lot of the episodes in Freddy's Nightmare Season 2 like to use the sexy music, the saxophone.
Sexy saxophone.
This is, without a doubt, the worst offending episode. It plays throughout the entire episode non-stop. It never fucking stops.
I looked into this because I wanted to see like when did the kind of HBO Cinemax sort of softcore porn thing start, right? Like the sort of cable paid services, and it's right around this time, sort of late 80s into the early 90s, when you started to see like like the Shannon Tweed actors who sort of became big as a result of this. So I'm wondering if this was a really big thing going on in the world and they were trying to kind of capitalize on that. Hey, can we make our show into kind of a softcore experience, except we don't have the ability to take our clothes off.
All of our actresses have to wear nipple tassels.
There's no simulated sex allowed, really. And we got 22, and we still have to tell a story. So just the worst idea that they could have thrown into.
It's fucking terrible. So the B plot is even worse. The B plot is complete dog shit. I have hardly any notes on the plot. It's just like we're still in the exact same fucking apartment. Both the A plot and B plot take place in the apartment, and we never leave. We are just trapped in this fucking apartment. It's so and nothing's happening creatively. You know, it's not like the babysitter one where it's just like there's a horror movie playing out.
Right.
This is just people walking around, talking, saying nothing. Nothing's happening except for Action Johnson's like fucking skylight drop. But, so in the B plot, the wife Kim, I guess that's her name. She's like, she has PTSD and she's like in therapy about what happened from the events of the first movie.
She doesn't want her husband David to read these stories.
So she's being all secretive and her personality is now shifted and she's like mean and cruel to her husband because she blames him for the whole scenario happening.
Well, he was the one that hoored her out in the first place, right? Yeah.
And then like he's concerned about her because she's like, don't read my work. I don't want you looking at my work, which is weird.
Yeah.
And then he reads some of her manuscript without her consent and we get these like terrible reenactments of what she wrote, which is it's an opportunity to have some terrible acting, some even more terrible acting in this show. We get these shots, we get these scenes that are just, they serve no purpose other than to pad out the episode where it's just him watching her characters interact and it's just crap. And basically she develops like a split personality where she's got like the sexual personality, which is Tanya, which is like the character she wrote. And then there's Kim, which is the actual woman. And then the episode turns into like the husband trying to figure out like, okay, what's happening with my wife? And then at one point he suspects her therapist might be creepy and manipulating her. And then it turns out the wife is just like, no, I'm actually crazy. And then she just like poisons the therapist and him, the husband, and they both die.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
Yeah.
And that's the ending.
Yep.
Cool. Like what the fuck? I wrote both the A and B plots are boring and drag. It's like 44 minutes of a terrible marriage playing out, which is as fun as it sounds like watching. The B plot needed anything else to happen. It needed to do something different. It needed to get the fuck out of that fucking loft. I wrote, I would have rather watched the pervert detective in jail or something. Just something different. Yeah. I would have rather followed that pervert and got into that man's mind. I mean, yeah, technically they showed him dead, but maybe he survived. Like maybe he just now has this scar on his neck. Freddy's Nightmares has done stupider shit than this. So.
Right.
That's it. That's Interior Loft. Yeah. I don't have anything else to say. It's just a nothing episode. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
What is your next?
So my next worst, I've already done my number 5. So my number 4.
Number 4. Let's see if it's on my list. Yeah, go for it.
Monkey Dreams.
Monkey Dreams? What's that?
That bedtime story that Mom used to tell us. You know, the one where the monkey had everything, but he still wanted to be king.
And he lost everything he had.
Yeah. Well, whenever you or Dad would come up with one of your schemes, she'd just point at you guys and say, monkey dreams.
No?
It's not, but this episode does suck.
Yeah.
But that just means we talk
We
about
got
one
another
more. I like how Mark and I are like, we're like 3/4.
Can you hate the things I hate?
I know. We're 3/4 into the episode and we're 3/4 into the podcast now. We're basically just like, okay, just fingers crossed we have less episodes to talk about. You have no idea how thorough you guys are getting for this fucking season.
Yep.
And for the love of God, like take heart in knowing, listen to the fucking how I intro this show. We watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. Look at Mark. Look at Mark's face. Mark did not used to look this old.
I don't deserve this.
Mark is 36 years old.
Yeah.
Does he look like a 36-year-old? No. This show has aged you, Mark. It has aged you. I've never seen him look this rough.
Right. Yeah. This is the lowest point I've ever been. Yeah.
I also want to comment. I love we didn't comment on this. Where did you get this? Mark is wearing a Freddy's Nightmares TV shirt.
Yeah.
Or TV shirt. You're wearing a Freddy's Nightmares shirt.
Yeah.
How? How? What?
So you and I have kind of come up with our own traditions for this show in the episodes that we've shot. And one of them is that we try to go into our clothing assortment and pull out something, because we have a lot of this stuff, right? We are lovers of horror movies, so obviously it's natural that we're going to have Friday 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street shirts. But I wanted to wear a different one because we've already done the movies, and then we did the first season. But then I was like, do I have a third Freddy shirt for this? And I didn't. I was like, oh crap. So I went out to some of the local stores that I normally go to get these, thinking that I'd just pick up another one. They don't have any, which is surprising because Halloween was literally last week. So you would think this is like the time.
Spencer's or
That's
something.
right. Yeah. There's nothing. So I'm at the mall last night. Like literally we filmed this, this was maybe 12 hours ago, like 10 hours ago that I was doing this. They're like an hour from closing and nobody's got anything. And there's a store that makes
like
shirts.
A kiosk, one of those mall kiosks.
Yeah, I got to throw out a shout out to my wife, Megan, who's like, let's just go and see what they can do. And she's like asking the guy, hey, if we give you a picture of something, can you make a shirt out of it? And he's like, yes. So it's not the best, but
it's not bad.
I found an actual
bad, and it's red.
Yeah.
And it's like, it looks pretty good. I
Freddy's
gotta say.
Nightmares, the series on a shirt.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm going to do with this after the show. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll send it to somebody if a fan wants it. Yeah, if you want it.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah. If you would like Mark's shirt.
If you want my shirt.
If you want the shirt off his back.
Right.
Please comment below.
I've already given you my blood, sweat, and tears
your soul
into this.
Your soul.
So there you go. Thanks, Megan. You know what? I might just have them make a new one for me for every one of our episodes now. Just find
these same guys, and they're all going to look like not that great. Is what you're saying?
Like, wait, why does this jackass keep coming in making these random shirts? That
I, on the other hand, permanently own a Freddy Krueger sweater.
Yeah.
So this is actually a sweater that you've probably seen me wear on occasion, like just as a sweater. Yeah. So.
Yeah,
that's funny that you did it. I had to comment on it. So, all right, back to the terrible TV show that we're talking about.
Yeah,
is the episode called? I think you called it Monkey Dreams.
Yeah,
isn't it called Monkey Problems, or is it Monkey Dreams?
I think it's Monkey Dreams, but
Monkey Dreams, or I have Monkey Problems written down.
Oh.
But maybe Monkey Problems just sounds more like the right thing, because Monkey Dreams sounds stupid.
Yeah,
Monkey Problems kind of sounds like Monkey Business.
Right?
Why don't they just call the episode Monkey Business? Is that too stupid?
It's too on the nose there, brother.
Monkey Dreams. Let's get to it. Here we go. This is the follow-up to... it's funny because you like the first part. You like Memory Overload. This is the follow-up to Memory Overload.
Yeah.
So we are following remember the brother that like seduced the bureau lady?
Yeah.
The sweet talker? Oh, plot A of this now follows him.
Yeah. So
take it away, Mark.
It's Joe, right? Joe's a scientist with gambling debts. And Mr. Black sends his muscle to collect, right? So this Mr. Joe, our Joe character, he's in trouble, right? He's got some deep debts. Apparently, Joe lives with his much older sister.
Yeah, the sister that we saw in Memory Overload.
Yeah. Apparently, they do not live separately. They are together.
Millie, I think you said.
Yeah.
I think that's what you said her name was. Sure.
Yeah. In his lab, Joe is having arguments with co-workers over the validity of the scientific study that they're trying to do. He's working on some stuff, but nobody really kind of buys into the work that he's doing.
Yeah, he's like he's listening he's literally moving like I don't know, a dish in space so that he's listening to space, essentially.
For random space noise.
Yeah, that's literally it.
Yeah.
He's going through random space noise to try to find any intelligence out there, any kind of intelligence signal.
Yeah. His dreams are him receiving these signals, but then he wakes up and realizes that he didn't, so he gets depressed again.
And he's kind of like, he's not liked within the scientific community. Like his peers don't like him at all.
No respect given to him whatsoever. Yep.
They think his project is just a joke.
Yeah. His sister is apparently able to just walk into their lab whenever she wants because, security is big in these places.
It wouldn't be because, to defend this, it wouldn't be in this case because they're just working at like a fucking campus.
Yeah,
they're not like really in a proper, like, it's not like an institution place.
Yeah.
They're all like grant people.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's maybe just like
it would be
university
more lax. Yeah, that was the way I interpreted it. It was like a university lab. Yeah.
Joe and his sister, I put, they kind of break up. Even though they're brother and sister, they kind of have a relationship that seems like more than, like, it was just strange watching the two of them, even to the point where the sister says, Joey, I love you in more than a sibling way. Anyway, not really key to the plot, but it was
Freddy's
kind of...
Nightmares is really weird with its sexual energy. The first season had a little bit of incestuous shit in it too.
It's just like,
the creators of the show were perverts.
Like, you don't have to tell us that a brother and sister feel strongly about each other. Like that's understood, right? So you don't have to be like, people aren't going to get it. We're going to have to like insinuate that they're doing
have
each
them
other.
touch each other a little bit.
right. It's like, no, you don't. Like somebody could have been able to say, no, I think we're good. I think yeah. Anyway, but then suddenly, he receives a signal.
Right.
Sister agrees to help.
And then like the whole thing is like, it becomes a race against time because
Yeah.
the mob are going to kill him.
Yeah.
Because he owes a bunch of gambling debts. The mob are like, you've got till like, 9 p.m. to pay up or we're going to come kill you. But then he's like, I have to verify my work so I can get a grant so that I can pay you.
I can sell this idea and get more
Funding.
research funding. Yeah. Right. In the lab, it's also important to note that there's a monkey, right? Somebody else is working on monkey stuff.
There's this cute other lab tech that like Joe has a little bit of a flirtatious relationship with.
Yep.
And she doesn't think he's a loser. And they are friendly with each other, but she's doing some other completely different thing, but just at the same
They're just in the
lab
same
area.
sort of space, right?
Yeah.
In the end, the bookie comes back before he has the chance, but Joe is able to convince him, hey, look, I just had this major breakthrough. I'm going to get some money. So just like every thug bookie I've ever known, they're completely understanding.
They're reasonable.
The number of times that he's like, oh, all right, Joe, I will come back later then is totally makes sense.
Yep.
Right? Turns out, though, that the signal from space
was, in fact,
just Winston the monkey.
It was just the Winston the monkey doing somehow
sending
generating
messages
this.
from another computer.
Yeah, it's from another computer. Yeah.
What they've been doing with Winston is, I guess, teaching him how to
like type or some shit.
Yeah. So he's been shithead sending Joe messages, and Joe's been
thinking it's coming from space.
space.
And then the hitman shows up and shoots Joe, which he shoots him so badly, it causes Joe apparently to bleed from his ears.
Right.
I don't know if you caught this detail. They show like blood coming out of his ears. I'm like, what? What? How? Why that? Like usually the thing to go to is like people cough up blood, but no, Joe bleeds from his ears, buddy.
I don't even know. Did that actually happen, or was that just a dream?
No, Joe's dead. Yeah, no, Joe's dead because Joe's not even mentioned in the B plot.
Because in the B plot,
Joe's dead. No, Joe died, buddy.
Yep. So
the mob won.
Sure. You got messages from a monkey, and well, sucks, man. Sorry, Joe.
Sure.
Yep. Fast forward to the B plot,
which is even worse than the A plot. The A plot drags. The B plot sucks shit.
So I guess Jeannie is the scientist that's working with the monkey.
Sure.
And she works for another sort of chief scientist guy who, she's big on supporting the animals. He sees this as strictly just a lab for getting the job done, right? And sometimes, you got to test on animals. They're gonna die, right?
Winston and I are so close to a breakthrough.
You're not talking science, you're talking dreams, and dreams don't pay the rent. Grants do.
There is more to Winston than you think, much more.
Jeannie, I would love to let you continue with Winston. I really would. But the money for that research is exhausted.
Yes, but if you...
The name of the game is grants. Now, whether we like it or not, they dictate what we do, and right now they're paying us to do cancer research. Could we just do it?
Sorry, Phil. You're right.
Good girl.
And she's not big on that, right? She's having a real conflict about whether or not she likes this. These reporters show up and, looking to do, a story on the work that they're doing. But the head scientist guy, he kind of figures like they might not be supportive of what they're doing, so he kicks them out.
Yeah, it turns into like we're half following the girl and half following her douchey boss.
Yeah.
And the boss is like, he's trying to do some research on these animals for cancer research. That's what he says. And then it's like, but the reporter that shows up, he suspects that guy might be an animal rights activist, which is later revealed he actually is.
Turns out he is.
So he was actually spot on with his analysis. And so like he's kind of trying to cover up what they're doing because he doesn't want any bad publicity. And the girl is going through a moral dilemma of like, do I expose what they're doing? Because there's one thing where they show a little bit of it. They're basically inflicting pain to Winston.
Yeah.
And it's something to do with like pain management in cancer patients.
Yeah, I said the scene where they cause pain to the monkey was the most dramatic part of the entire episode.
Yeah, and it like scars the girl, and she's like, "Oh, I can't be a part of this anymore." She has like what's that called? A change of heart, like a moral.
Yeah, she quits. I believe.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So she quits.
And then it goes on and on. There's like the doctor has dreams about like the animal rights people coming after him. And then, do you remember, like, what is the ending of this one?
Yeah. He also has, like, dreams about getting with her as well, I think.
I don't know.
Or, sorry, Phil, who's Phil again? Phil was one of the reporters. Yeah, I get it.
It just turns into a mess, and the reason...
Oh, no, sorry, Phil was the senior
The reason we're both struggling to remember is because it's so boring.
So boring.
It's so boring that both of us are just like, and then this, and then something. Yep. And then I think it ends with, like, Winston talks or something.
Winston says friend to Dr. Phil, but he doesn't have a change of heart. Yeah, just the whole thing.
So dumb. No, but do you remember the bumper with Freddy?
No.
So it ends with Freddy in a monkey mask. And he's like,
that's it.
It's so dumb. Right. And he goes, everybody dreams. Think about it.
Everybody dreams. Everybody dreams. Think about it.
What does that mean?
It's like it's most. They probably imagined that or envisioned that it would be this like monumental thought.
Is
piece,
that
right?
is that really philosophical?
Yeah.
Is that what's up there? Yeah. Is that what's happening there?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, you nailed it. It's boring. It's so boring. There's parts of this that I remember and parts that I don't. I probably started nodding off, and that's probably why I can't remember exactly what happened. Right? I mean, the monkey was the most exciting part of the episode, and sorry, a monkey's not going to be enough to do it for me, unfortunately.
It was back when you could actually film with a monkey too.
Yeah,
it's not a CG chimp.
No.
Yeah. That chimp like mauled a kid in a later, like in an actual production. Then they actually just shoot that monkey.
So life imitates art.
In my headcanon, I'd like to think that monkey went berserk on a set and like mauled a kid. Okay, moving on to my number 4, my fourth worst pick, my fourth worst episode from season 2.
Yep.
Hopefully you have this one. For the love of God, please have one. Episode 3. Welcome to Springwood.
You're going to be the best criminal lawyer this town's ever seen. And no more moving. I want this to be home.
You got it.
No. Nope. No.
These people are getting so spoiled. We can't agree on anything.
Because I got 2 left.
Right? I have 2 left after this. Yep. Yeah, I have 2. Oh no, Mark, we're talking about all episodes. There's almost no episode we haven't covered at this point. Well, let's cover another one.
Let's do it.
Let's do another one. So, welcome to Springwood. It opens with a young couple driving to their new home located in Springwood, Ohio. Yep. The husband is a lawyer, and he presumably took some position in the area, so he took like a new job. The wife, Roxanne, is played by Leah Aries.
Yeah, I don't know her.
She's the love interest in Bloodsport.
Oh, so of course you would know her.
Yeah. It's the blonde reporter from Bloodsport.
This guy loves his Bloodsport kickboxer. Oh, leave a message in the chat if you Which one's better, Bloodsport or
Bloodsport?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bloodsport. I love my Bloodsport and I love my Roadhouse.
Yeah.
I could talk about those forever.
Shameless plug for this guy. I think you've got I
have a video on both of them.
Yeah.
I have a video on both of them.
Check out the Two Name Media Network. There's some other...
There's some content. About, if you want to hear me ramble about Bloodsport and or Roadhouse. Yeah.
They're wonderful.
Yeah. The love interest in Bloodsport. She does not save this episode, unfortunately. The episode still sucks shit. Yep. So Roxanne... she is left at home to unpack all the boxes because they just moved into this new house. The husband goes to work, his new job, and she starts unpacking the boxes and she discovers a bunch of weird items in them, including swords and like weapons. And one of the swords has like blood on it.
These are clearly not their boxes.
No.
That she, yeah.
And then so
as far
like
as she knows.
So she's all like panicked and upset. She like calls the husband at the office and she's like, I don't understand. Like, whose things are these? These aren't ours. Like, what is happening? And she starts freaking out, understandably so.
Yeah.
And the husband's just like, look, chill out, babe. I'll contact the moving company and we'll find out what happens. We then this is our first introduction to this character, I believe, is this episode. It is, yes.
Yeah.
We get introduced to one of my favorite characters in the whole series, Turk, the sleazy moving guy. Yeah. And at the beginning of the episode, I think they introduce him a little bit and he like makes a pass at Roxanne where he's just like, so, husband giving you the goods or what? Like even though he knows she's like in a marriage, she shuts it down, but he shows up again and he lets himself in with a key from their stuff. And he begins, like, again, harassing this married woman.
I'm married.
Well, I won't hold that against you.
Look, if you're not here to move boxes, you can leave.
How about letting me move you?
Get out!
Then the wife starts having these, like, recurring nightmares about, like, oh, the real owner of these boxes, it's got to be some crazy killer guy, and he's going to want his stuff, and he's going to come to the house and kill me while I'm here. And then, like, that's what follows. Most of the episode is just her at home hallucinating that this guy is going to come kill her, and meanwhile, she's, like, driving herself nuts. And then, like, at one point, she wakes up, and all the boxes have just, like, mysteriously vanished. And then her husband shows up and her husband is like gaslighting her, being like, you need to take your pills, honey. Like, you must not have taken your medication.
Yeah. And part of the reason why they've moved out here is to try to give her an environment that's a little bit less stressful.
She takes medication for something because we do see her pop pills a couple times in the episode. For what? Who knows? Who cares? It's not us to judge. So then because she insists on this, they go to the address where the things were taken to. So like the things got moved and then she's like, we're going to the place that stuff went to. We need to find out what's going on.
They got someone else's stuff. So let's go to the place where, that was
presumably
supposed to go.
Our stuff.
The address on here. Yeah.
Yeah. So then they go there and then Turk, the creepy moving guy, is at the house and the husband like turns aggressive towards him and he's like, what are you doing in here? Get out, man. And then the mover guy and then Turk's like, yeah, okay, sure, man. It's your house, whatever.
Wait, where are you going? I still want my stuff moved.
Lady, I would like to help you out, but I can't do anything if that guy throws me out of his house.
That guy, his house? What are you talking about?
It's his house. If he throws me out of it, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah. You're like, what?
And then, and then Roxanne is like, what? It's our house. Yeah. And the twist, which, again, comes out of nowhere. Makes no sense, is that the husband is crazy. He's a serial killer. All of those weapons and everything were his. And I guess he bought a second house in the area that's like his kill house.
Yeah.
And so those weapons were supposed to go there where he would presumably take his victims and then kill them. And then she finds out about this and then she just stabs and kills him.
Yep.
Wet fart. Lame indeed.
Yep.
And I have a point. There's so much potential here. Something that It's My Party did better. It was like the outsider coming into this epicenter of horror. There's so much you can do with like this couple moving into Springwood. They don't know about the Freddy Krueger thing. And they do nothing with it. Freddy's not even mentioned.
Yep.
Springwood has nothing to do with this. So here's my question. Why even call it Welcome to Springwood? Because when you say Welcome to Springwood, what's the first thing that goes to your mind?
Like, you're like, we're going to have some tie to Freddy.
Because it's kind of like, Welcome to Elm Street. Welcome to this, the lore.
Yeah.
But no, it's just like it's a misguiding title. It's misleading. And they do there's no connection to the Elm Street lore whatsoever. And debatably, because like the thought I had was like, are they trying to imply like, oh, the husband went crazy because they moved there? It's like, no, he was already crazy.
This is happening. Yeah.
So Springwood had nothing to do with that.
Yeah. And when you reveal something like that, like the suspense and the tension of that episode would be the fact that he is a killer, but that never happens. Like it doesn't actually until like right at the very end. Like it doesn't manifest itself as anything, right? So why even include it? I have a note. You nailed it. Uninteresting plot, characters that had potential to develop but didn't. Way too many useless dream sequences and an ending that makes no sense and feels tacked on. A twist needs to be built towards. You can't just throw it on at the end. And plus, no real Freddy inclusion. So
no, what's the point? It's a pointless episode. Yeah. The B plot.
Yeah. Good old Turk.
It opens with Turk. Yes. The B plot opens with Turk. I wrote down Turk, the creepy moving guy, doing what else? Moving boxes.
Well, I don't know if you noticed this, but he has the same. He introduces himself the same way.
Okay, so we're gonna get to it.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to it. Yeah. So I have a side note here. So Turk is the resident moving guy in Springwood, presumably the only one,
and only for women. Apparently, he moves all the women.
Yes, and so B plot opens with him move, and I think the only through line is him.
Yeah,
he's the through line of the A and B plot here because it's not the same house. This woman's moving into it's like in an apartment building.
Yeah, he's just on to his next job.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Turk is moving boxes in for this woman that she's like, I can't remember. She's like an archaeologist or some shit.
Emily, and she does. I noted that she must be an archaeologist.
Yeah, because she's got like artifacts and things in her apartment. Yeah. She's kind of like rude to Turk, and Turk is like, of course, trying to be Mr. like womanizer. Right. I want to take a side note. Turk rules. I love Turk.
Yeah.
I like that we both picked up on this. It's like, okay, this guy's awesome.
Hey, moving man. What's your name?
Turk.
I wrote down, let's pause and talk about Turk for a second, because I really want to. He's just like the shameless womanizer that for some reason he's the only mover in Springwood. Every time somebody is moving, Turk is the moving guy you get. We never see any other movers from this company other than him.
Just him.
Yeah. He's always wearing the exact same outfit every time we see him. Yes,
Turk.
He's wearing like his I guess his company uniform, and he's got like what you would see in like a mechanic's
like
uniform.
The patch with his name on it.
With his name, it says Turk. And somebody obviously liked him a lot because not just us, because they use him in the A and B plot of Welcome to Springwood, and then he comes back in a future episode, which I don't have on my list, but Funhouse.
Yeah.
Is Funhouse on either of your lists?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, we're briefly going to talk about Funhouse. He comes back for another episode called Funhouse, and in that one, he is in, again, both plots.
Yeah.
So Turk is essentially in 4 plots in this season, and he's fantastic.
He's just so smarmy. Like I love when he's like, he knows that she's married.
Oh,
like in the first story,
he has no morals.
Hey, I've been around this town a while. You're new around here. What do you say? I take you out and show you around. Like it's the same line every time.
So Turk uses the exact same. He actually does 2 things. Yeah. So the first thing he does is anytime, it doesn't matter if a woman's married, in a relationship, that means nothing to Turk. That means nothing. These are just labels. Doesn't matter. So every time he introduces himself, he goes, "You're new in town and I'm a native."
I'm a native, yeah.
Maybe I can show you around.
I thought maybe we could talk. I mean, here you are, new in town. Here I am, a native. I could show you around. We should talk. I mean, here you are, new in town. Here I am, a native. I can show you around. No, you and I should talk.
Oh, yeah?
No. I mean, here you are, new in town. Here I am, a native. I can show you around. You know, we should talk. I mean, here you are new in town. Here I am, a native. I could show you around.
And he uses this line like 3 or 4 times in the series. It's always the same go-to. Yeah. The other thing he does, which is so fucking funny, he does this multiple times where he goes like, oh, hey, I'm back. A box of yours got left on the truck. Right. The box that, you didn't bring in. Right. Yeah. The box you left on the truck.
It's like the perfect leave behind so he can come right back in.
Yes, and he does it like multiple times. He gives himself a reason to come back to try to make another pass at the woman.
You know what? If you played Turk, we salute you. Good job, buddy.
That guy's awesome. Yeah. Turk he never quits either. Like even when he gets shot down, he just keeps. Right. He is just like he's pure machismo and confidence.
But he wins out in Funhouse.
Yes. Yeah, yes. Yeah. And it pays off because he does manage to sleep with the wheelchair man's wife in the episode of Funhouse and their maid.
Yeah.
He bangs the wife and the maid.
Yeah. Turk.
Kids, take a lesson from Turk.
Yeah.
Never give up. Even if a woman's in a relationship, that means nothing. She's unhappy, obviously, because she's not getting it as good as you could give it to her. He even has a line at one point. He goes, I know what you're thinking. Is he as good as he thinks he is?
I know what you're thinking. Is he really as good as he thinks he is?
All right, back to the plot. No, that's enough fun.
No.
Anything else you want to say about Turk?
No. I mean, there's... so much, but
I think it's great that we both picked up on this character, though. Turk, and Hank and Wes.
Yep.
There's just a lot of sleazy dudes in Freddy's Nightmares.
Art,
and Art, right? Another one. So we go back to the plot, and we get some terrible flashback to like Victorian era, where some guy like stashes these love letters in a hidden panel in the wall. It's supposed to be the same apartment that this woman now moved into. And then the woman wakes up, so I guess that was a dream she was having, but she was having a dream of something that actually happened.
Yeah, and she's able to go over to the wall and actually find the letters, I think.
Yeah. So then she finds the letters that she just dreamt of, and then she goes to the old bat next door, and she asks her about the letters, and the old bird's just like, oh, well, this apartment was built in 1890s. They must be from around that time. So it's like, I don't know, these letters are from like 100 years ago or some shit. And like, this episode is so fucking boring. So basically what you get is you get this girl reading these ancient love letters and trying to figure out what the context of them was while confiding in this old bird that lives next door.
Yeah.
And while she's reading them, what we then get to watch is them reenact these old-timey scenes.
She starts to dream of herself being in the story. Like she is the woman that these letters are being written to, and she kind of starts to, dream her life.
She puts herself into the past, right?
Yeah.
And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the holodeck episodes in TNG.
Yes.
AKA the worst TNG episodes. All those fucking shit episodes where like Data's dressed up like Sherlock Holmes and all that shit.
You didn't like him wearing a bowler hat?
Oh, those episodes suck shit. Yeah. Those are we don't have a budget for another new episode, but we have these costumes.
We got a whole bunch of costumes from some other show that we did.
So let's just use those. Right. I hate the holodeck episodes. Fuck those episodes. And fuck this episode.
Fuck this episode too.
Yeah, like I wrote down, like is this fun? Watching a woman just like fantasize? Like, I'm sorry, isn't this a horror show?
Right. And then, if I remember correctly, at the end, they try to they realize, oh shit, we're supposed to be telling a horror story. So they try to add like a little bit onto the end of it.
It just turns out that it ends with her. Okay. So I will point out throughout the episode, Turk keeps showing up.
Yeah.
And for a moment you think, oh, Turk's somehow going to be involved in some of the plot.
Yeah.
No, Turk's not. And Turk just walks away and that's it. They get rid of Turk.
I made a note. Then Turk is back again because no meant yes in the 80s.
Yes.
So,
correct.
Yeah.
But they don't involve him in the plot.
No,
he just walks away.
Just, same with the old lady. I thought when I was watching it, I'm like, we're going to find out that she was
the mistress.
She was actually, no, she was just nobody.
She's just an old bird.
She's just an old lady.
Just
that
a horny
has
old lady,
nothing to
buddy.
do
Just
but sitting.
Dried up old prune.
Gotta love these useless characters that just Do not serve anything.
I actually really have a lot of respect for the elderly. I'm saying some very mean things.
Nope.
It's because this episode makes me angry so much. So this old lady sucks. This old lady.
Justin does not allow old people into his store. So,
yeah. Well, as long as they don't talk to me, it's fine.
Don't talk or interact. Or
yeah, it ends with like she goes like into the dream past, and then like the guy from the past just shoots her, and then she dies.
Yeah. So
what is happening?
I was Jane. I was Jane.
Who cares?
Yeah, I know.
Fuck all this. Yeah,
and then
it's
she falls off
terrible.
the ladder in the
but then
apartment
she
and
actually
dies.
does die.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. Yeah. It's crap.
Like it's the kind of thing when you're watching it, there's no tension. There's no like.
It's so slow.
I mean, it's just her dreams.
Yeah.
So
it's
none of
just-
it happens.
No.
And then so basically, if we had to like pare this down to what happens in the episode, she moves in, she finds some letters,
and then just
she
gets horned up.
falls off a ladder and dies.
Yeah. Oh, and she gets hit on by a creepy moving guy.
Turk is the
By a
only
cool-
redeeming. Yeah.
by a cool moving guy.
Ah,
Turk would be. Remember, I mentioned Oliver. I would have loved Oliver to be a recurring character. I also would have loved Turk to be a recurring character. They stupidly kill him off in the follow up to this episode, which is Funhouse. They stupidly kill him off. That was a huge mistake. Turk would have been a fun recurring character where it's like every time they could have even started this in season 1 because in season 1 there's a bunch of episodes where people are moving to a place. That's as a writing thing, as a very simple writing motif. It's a simple way to start. It's like when you write, someone wakes up. It's a simple spot to start.
Well, yeah, because
it's a fresh thing.
Then it makes sense why they're asking a bunch of
Exposition questions. Yeah,
that are normally to benefit the audience, but it benefits us through the characters who are also learning about their new environment, right?
Right.
So,
So but it would have been funny if Turk was always the moving guy. It's always this recurring moving guy. He's the only guy. I don't know. That would have been fun.
They need their own spin-off.
Turk and Oliver
and Art. Yeah.
You want Art?
I
don't know that I want Art.
He was he grifted two ladies. In like one night after the
Art's
other.
dead.
Yeah.
Oh, so is Turk.
Yeah.
It's Freddy's Nightmares. Who cares?
Yeah.
It was all a dream.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it back to me or is
that was yours?
That was my Welcome to Springwood. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is your what?
So I got a twofer. I'm going to end off with a twofer like you did in the...
You only have two left?
I have two left, but they're tied together.
So this is number 2 and number 1.
That's right.
And they're both connected.
Yep. So
I'm really hoping one of them is my number 1 worst.
I'm going to...
It might be. It might be. Oh my God, it might be. We might have a connection.
So at number 2 worst, I've got Prime Cut, leading to Dust being my absolute least favorite episode.
We got there, buddy. Yeah. My number 1 least favorite episode, Dust to fucking Dust. Yeah. Buddy, put it up. Put it up.
We matched on the one that counted, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Dust to Dust.
Let's start with Prime Cut.
That first day we were here, Tracker was frightened by these wooden stakes and my cross.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, so those are things that,
Come on, out with it.
Those are things that vampires are afraid of.
So
Prime Cut. Both these are so bad.
They're just terrible.
You know what's funny? We got there, folks. We fucking got there. I was genuinely like, we're gonna talk about every fucking episode of this goddamn season. But I genuinely thought, I watched Dust to Dust and I went, this is so bad. Yeah. There's no way Mark has tolerance for this. I just knew. I was like, bullshit. I'm like, you won't put up with this.
Right.
And Prime Cut also sucked, but it didn't offend me enough.
The funny thing is, these two are like right at the end of the
it's
way
like
that
18, 19 or something.
So like at this point, I've gone through so many bad episodes that for an episode to come in and trump all of the other ones that I've already seen,
shit.
It has to be that bad because you get numb after a certain point. You're just like, whatever, shove it in the middle, whatever. No. This one they come in.
They come in hot.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Prime Cut. Here we go.
So starts with some stock footage of Vietnam. And then we find out that a character played by the actor Tony Dow. Do you know what he's from?
No, I didn't know anyone.
Oh yeah, Tony Dow.
Is this the Johnny character?
He's your
the
lead.
schlubby guy. Yeah, okay.
He's your lead for the next sort of 2 episodes.
Yeah.
You're a young guy, but you won't know Leave It to Beaver. He played Wally, the older brother of Beaver Cleaver. Yeah. So now, to be fair,
in case you ever wondered how old Mark was, Mark is like 70 years old.
Apparently.
Like he's ancient.
I didn't watch it. I mean, this show was from
Mark
like the
grew
50s
up
or something.
on Leave It to Beaver.
But like my dad would have watched this.
Or whatever.
You know it. Yeah. So
is that the Leave It to Beaver thing? It's not hard for him to forget. He watched it every morning.
Am I going to be doing like a show tune every episode? From something?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Leave It to Beaver.
Anyway, so it turns out he kind of wakes up and it realizes that him and some of his friends, I guess from work, I don't know.
They're on a hunting trip.
They're on like some kind of...
They're on a hunting trip. That's what it is. They're on a hunting trip and they hire this like blonde babe to be their guide.
Called Tracker.
Yeah, she's like...
It's not her name, but that's what they...
They refer to her as Tracker for some reason, but they're just like these... They're just like us. They're just like regular doofy middle-aged guys.
Older than us.
Yeah. Older than
no.
Other than
he's got to be older than me.
Older than one of us. I don't know that they're older than both of us. Easy there, Beeve. So
he's got me there.
So then, they hire this like babe to be like their guide, and
she kind of just emerges out of the forest on top of some cliff. And do you remember what she says?
No.
Better keep up if you want to sleep with me.
If you're gonna sleep with me, you better get going.
Hey, I believe we've died and gone to Playboy heaven.
So right away,
there's some weird sexual innuendo. She's like kind of playing with them.
Like she's never met them before.
Right.
Like,
and it's also funny because like immediately all of them are just like, whoa,
all three
this
of
chick's
them.
hot. And
Yeah.
like 2 of them are like married, but of course that means nothing on Freddy's Nightmares. And they all want to fuck her.
Yeah.
Like immediately.
Right away.
Right away.
So obviously they hop to and they start going. But then like, you know,
so then they slow roll this, but it's shit. She
Yeah.
starts like exhibiting like weird behavior.
Right.
So it's like the guy, she's like, all right, set up the tent. And then like, I think it's the Johnny guy. He like takes out these wooden stakes to like stake down, the tent. And she's like, get those away from me. Put those away. It's like, put wooden stakes away? What?
One of the guys like hurts his hand.
He cuts his hand and then she sucks the blood.
Yeah, like her, the best way to solve this problem is she immediately grabs his hand and starts suck. Like, first of all, does that work? Like, it's not going to stop the wound, does it? Like,
No, she clearly she says she says something like she's like saliva works great for a wound.
I guess.
No. My answer is what medical books exactly tell you that? Because I'm pretty sure that's the worst thing you can do because you are in fact infecting it because you're introducing it to germs in your mouth.
So in case you haven't noticed by now, they're hitting it pretty hard on the head that she's a vampire. Right?
Oh no, there's more.
Yeah.
There's more.
There's tons.
So then she's like. The one guy has like a cross necklace and she gets all weird when she sees it. Then so I wrote down there's one scene where this guy has been hitting on her the most the entire time, the Justin character, if you will.
The younger of the three.
She like invites him into her tent and she like takes off her clothes. She's like in her lingerie and she's like, would you put sunblock on me? Do you remember the sunblock?
Yeah, I got it listed as super sunblock.
No, it's Stoker's Sundead 350.
Bram Stoker. Yeah. Yeah, again, in case you're too stupid to pick up on it, we're gonna lay it on real thick.
I wrote down this is the exact moment when I threw my remote at the TV and started watching YouTube videos on my phone. And I literally did. I had to stop watching this because I got so angry. I literally was like, ah! And then I just started watching YouTube videos. I think I watched Us, actually.
It's a better episode. So I mean, it just kind of goes on like this.
Drags,
right?
Where it's like there's just weird incident, and the fat schlubby guy keeps being like, "There's something weird about her," and his
then he like takes her off, or she takes him off apart from the group.
She takes the one guy off, and then he just disappears. Yeah, and then they're like, "What happened?" She's like, "I don't know.
Maybe she ate him." I also, like, just as an aside, these three guys are all in the same tent and they're literally shoulder to shoulder with each other. I don't know if you caught that.
Nothing weird about that.
Yeah, they're just three dudes.
Just three dudes. Yep. Just three sausages in a blanket.
I'm like, more dreams. The fat guy's missing. This is the worst vampire story ever.
So literally, so my thing is, so the whole episode, she's a vampire. She's a vampire, right? She's a vampire.
Nope.
This entire thing was in the mind of Johnny.
Yep.
And now we are taking a fucking abrupt turn, like a left turn out of nowhere.
Yep.
And it turns out that the hot babe and him are survivors of a plane crash. This is probably the biggest twist in any episode this season.
Yeah.
It just comes out of nowhere. And he has been dreaming about this. And in reality, he and her have been eating the people the dead people from the plane crash.
Yeah.
They've been cannibalizing them to survive. And his friends were, I guess, his coworkers who are now dead.
Yep.
And that's the end of the A plot. Like, what?
Right. But she was she the pilot or something? Like, because he doesn't know her from before. So I don't know.
No, she was something on the plane.
Yeah.
They met through the plane. Yeah. They bonded through like surviving.
Which, like, could have been so cool that all this time he's been, his mind has kind of been blocking out this experience, but they just executed it so badly. Like, why wait until the last?
Yeah, but why even have the thing about the vampires? What the fuck was that?
Yeah, like the coolest part of the episode lasts 10 seconds at the end, and then the story's over.
Oh, and then the B plot.
The
B plot really tries to ruin it too.
Yeah.
So then go for it. The B plot.
They double down on this.
Yes.
So now there's the one thing I will say is that it's still kind of in the same environment, right? Like they're still within, like, the whole idea is that they're trapped in this like ravine almost, right? They can't get out.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're eating the other bodies.
Yeah, they're coming. They
had
to
become
terms,
cannibals.
Yeah, they're coming to terms with having to eat their fellow passengers. More nightmares.
And they're isolated too. They're like their plane crashed in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere, in a small ravine.
Yeah.
But it's a big enough ravine that you can't get out of it. You can't climb out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. They hear over the radio that the search has been called off.
Yep.
Right. These two start having a crazy affair and understand, like, they've only been down there for maybe a couple days. And he's already thrown away, like, he's engaged to.
Yeah, but he doesn't like his fiance. And in his defense, she is unbearable.
She is terrible. She's probably Mary Beth. I have a line that she is probably the worst character from this season.
The official search party's been called off. The search is still going on.
What are you talking about?
You don't know my fiance. Mary Beth will never quit.
Ah! Hey! Wait up, I've fallen again. You work for me. You're walking that fast on purpose. You like it that I keep falling down.
So the two people in the ravine just start fucking.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to...
With their clothes on, of course.
And it cuts to... No, they show hardcore penetration. This is the one episode...
This is where they went all...
They let loose. They let loose, yeah. It cuts to, like, this whiny, entitled woman who... She has hired her own private tracker who's this, like, older guy.
Yeah.
It's like a Sam Elliott
Like
type
a
character.
mountain man
Like a
kind of,
mountain man. And he's being so patient with her, like, as best as he can. But she's just like, oh my God, like, stop running ahead. Why are you running ahead? Like, I can't keep up.
Right.
And then he's like, why are you bringing all this shit? Like, why don't you just let me do this on my own? Like,
And it turns out, like, well, first of all, she's only looking for her husband for the insurance money.
Yes, because otherwise it's going to take months for them to declare him legally dead.
Yeah.
But if she finds his body first, then it'll speed up the whole process.
And this obviously all justifies the fact that our protagonist, Johnny, is having sex with his newfound friend.
No, the justification there is marriage sucks, dude. Like,
Right, yes.
Sleep around.
I forgot the Freddy's Nightmares rule number 3.
Find yourself a Turk. Yeah. Find yourself a Hank. Find yourself an Art. Find yourself a whatever the hot babe's name was in this episode. Just make it happen, folks.
Get on with your life.
Yeah.
So they end up finding them, right? the guy that she's hired to sort of take her through the bush, they find him. He goes to lower himself down, opens up his pack only to realize that Mary Beth has replaced all of his
the necessary
gear with her shoes and
like a hairdryer or some bullshit.
And he loses his mind. He's angry, right? Because now he's got to go back, right?
Get the proper gear.
Stuff and come back out.
And meanwhile, she, like a jackass, just falls in the
falls
ravine.
into the hole because why not? And
then what follows is them dicking around where she's being whiny, and then he's like, well, this is how we've been surviving. And then there's this sexual tension. There's a love triangle because she suspects something's going on.
She knows something's happening.
Yeah, she knows something's up, and they want to fuck, but they can't because his fiance's there. Meanwhile, while all this shit's happening,
there's this other character, the Butcher Marin or whatever, who is on the loose. And he's operating in the same area that this is all kind of happening, right? So the police are up there, but they're looking for him, right? They're not necessarily searching for this downed plane. I know what I would think is probably more important, but okay, fair enough.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. So you got all these characters kind of just running around doing really nothing, right? But they're all going to kind of come together.
And then basically what happens is the madman guy, he runs into the Sam Elliott tracker and then just kills him and takes his clothes.
Takes his clothes, yep.
And then he ends up falling into the ravine.
Right.
Well, and then they're just fresh meat. And then they just eat him.
So
it's so goofy. They it's funny because, oh, hey, that piece of shit murderer got his comeuppance.
Well, yeah.
But it's still so goofy.
It solves the problem that they had because Johnny and Tracker trick Mary Beth into eating some of the survivors. So she doesn't know until they feed her some and then, you just ate some people, right? Then they all realize that they're running out of food. They're running out of people and it's going to start to go bad, right? They all start kind of fighting, but just then the Butcher falls into the canyon, and then they all kind of look at each other like, oh, the solution has just fallen into our laps, right? So instead of having to kill each other, they'll just kill and eat him instead. Right?
Which they do.
Because now they're full-on cannibals. They don't they don't care.
Which they do.
Yep.
And then, but coincidentally, because the police were looking for the Butcher guy, they find them in the ravine and they get rescued.
They offer them food from the truck that they have, but they're like, no, because now they've got a taste for flesh and it can't be satiated any other way.
And this leads to our next episode, Dust to Dust.
What happened to Lieutenant Colonel Garrett's body?
It was disposed of.
How? In 3 courses.
Courses? All right. Okay, you really want to know what happened? We ate him.
Oh my God.
You and I have this as dead last.
Dead
right?
last.
Yep.
It's the worst episode. This is a complete clusterfuck.
So it's a continuation because we needed more of the story of
it's
Johnny.
funny. I wrote that down. So I literally wrote down, I'm like, this is a follow-up to Prime Cut. A schlubby man, Johnny, a hot chick, and their annoying and his annoying fiance, Mary Beth. Apparently, these were some of the most interesting characters this season because we needed to bring all 3 of them back for another entire new adventure.
Right. There was so much meat on the bone from that first episode that we gotta get it. Meat on the bone. Okay.
I got it.
I love the fact that out of 22 episodes, we had this one pegged.
We both came up as there had to. I was gonna pull my fucking hair out because I'm like, how is it possible we all dodged? We nothing lined up, but I guess we did have 2 other crossovers, but they were on the opposite
other side of the list.
But still, this is dead last. I wrote down, I hate every single moment of this miserable fucking episode.
Yeah.
And I stand by that.
Yeah.
I stand by that comment. Would you like me to start the plot? Or would you like to do it?
I have a feeling that if I have to do the B story, I'm not going to be able to explain it.
Okay.
Because it's so
I can't explain it either.
I can
I'll try.
maybe do the A, but I got nothing on the B.
Go for the A. I'll try the B.
Starts off with our 3 cannibal characters who are now part of a Cannibals Anonymous group, right? because they've realized that, okay, we probably shouldn't be doing this. We need to be weaning ourselves off of this. And apparently they found enough other people to join this group, this sort of support group that they have, because they're having a meeting at their house.
Which I find hilarious. So it's like they now have developed a taste for human flesh, and it's become a problem. And so they're part of a Cannibals Anonymous group.
Yeah.
And this is such a problem in Springwood that this isn't like 2 other people. There's like 20 people in this room.
I promise to never again raise my fork against my fellow man.
I got to note, this whole meeting is just wild. It's one of the few season 2 moments that remind me of the insanity of season 1. Right?
Yeah. It gets close to that level. Yeah.
After meeting Johnny and Ginger, Tracker start getting it on again, because they're still doing their thing. Then some crazy guy comes.
So there's some bizarre thing where it's like, they're all living in the same trailer.
Right. Yeah.
They now all live in a trailer together.
Yeah. I guess they feel like.
But then there's still some weird love triangle shit going on where he's still engaged to Mary Beth, but he's still fucking the hot chick, but Mary Beth's not okay with it. But
still doesn't really know for certain because they're still hiding.
Yeah, it's weird. And then this guy shows up out of nowhere.
Yeah. Some crazy guy comes bursting into the house complaining it's too late. They found me before he passes out.
Right.
Oh.
And then he wakes up and in a state of delirium, he attacks Johnny. And then the 2 women spear him because they have these like art. They have these like decorative spears in the trailer and they just like spear and kill the man.
Right.
Sure.
And now they've got this like dead body, right? What are we going to do with it? Right.
I guess we should dispose of him the only way we know how, by eating him.
So they're all they're back on the flesh now.
Oh, another connection to Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah. So there's connections from our previous episode, buddy. We're talking about cannibals now. It all comes full circle.
That's sad. That's really sad. They then realize that the guy they ate is on the front page of the newspaper and he has a deadly disease from a science experiment.
Yeah, there's like a news article where it's like, this man escaped from a science experiment gone wrong and stay away from him because he's got a contagious, deadly virus in him. And they're all like, what?
Yeah. So there's a phone number in the newspaper article that they, for more information. So they decide to call because they want to find out, like, okay, what is, without telling them exactly how they've come into contact with this guy. They want to know what's in store for them or if this is going to harm them, right? Obviously,
then they say something. They're like, "Did you eat anything he touched?" And then Mary Beth like faints, and they have like a cartoon sound effect play.
They want to know if we ate anything that he might have touched. We may have.
No, fuck you.
I've got a note. That stupid scene where Mary Beth looks into the camera and Pratt falls forward completely killed the episode for me. It's like, like
that's this episode. It's that level of humor.
And you called it. I said, her acting is possibly more over the top than in the Prime Cut episode. She's the worst.
It's terrible. Yep. So then out of nowhere, this hazmat team shows up and they just like, they don't even hesitate. They just like spray them and it paralyzes them. Yep. So they just like knock out these 3 cannibals. They're just like, psh, and they're like, boo. And then they take them back to the lab where we're introduced to, there's no way you didn't have this down.
I don't have a name, but
Dr. Picard.
I'm Dr. Henry Picard, project psychologist.
Oh, yeah, I did have that. Yes. Yeah.
Get out of here. Yep. Fuck you. What are you doing?
You do not have the permission to do that. Yeah.
So then they're at the lab and they get quarantined and they're put into like the whole set. They're put in like these 70s. It looks like a 70s science fiction set. Yeah. It looks like something out of Star Trek TOS.
The original,
The original series, not TNG.
Not Picard.
No, not the good shit. It's like, it just looks like they're put into like these 70s sci-fi jumpsuits. There's like the girls are pink and his is blue, and they're in this lab set which has like cages. And it's so cheesy.
Like you would expect
looking.
like the flashing lights on the wall, like the street. Yeah, just stupid. Turns out that the guy they ate was an astronaut who was exposed to space dust that
which had some sort of alien parasite.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good when you ingest it.
No.
Yeah.
And then like Johnny, his symptoms get the worst. So then like his symptoms start getting worse, and then it ends. It comes to a head when like he starts freaking out, and then out of nowhere he goes, "Beam me up, Scotty."
Beam me up, Scotty.
Johnny!
And then he just bursts into a dust of like blue powder.
Yeah, that's something about what this does to you is you start to like quote lines from
movies.
famous movies or shows. Yes. Why? Fuck off.
What were they thinking?
Yeah.
We'll get to that. It doesn't that it happens more in the B plot than this A plot, but so then it ends with like, and this is kind of funny, but like it ends with the lab people being like, okay, good news, guys. It turns out that only Johnny was actually infected. You two are safe. But since you know our dirty secret and you've seen all of our weird underground science shit, we're going to have to kill you. Yep. So we're going to reinfect you so that we can study the effects.
Yep.
And that's it. And then they're like, okay, the way we're going to do that is we've turned your friend Johnny into this protein shake. Drink up.
Yeah.
And there's actually a funny cut where it cuts to Freddy and he's like, he just drinks the protein shake. Because obviously it's disgusting. It's like, that's their friend.
Yeah. But he loves it. He's fine.
But Freddy's just like, I don't fucking care. And he just drinks like the blue milk from Star Wars. Yeah. The B plot.
Yeah,
okay.
That's how it ends.
That's the A plot. And then so the B plot.
They're still in the lab.
The B plot hits a fucking brick wall.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't go anywhere. And the whole B plot is
it's so busy.
Oh, like, it's just there's nothing, but nothing happens.
Yeah.
So the whole B plot is that we've got the two women now who are now infected again. Yeah. Mary Beth and our tracker, whatever. They're in the lab, and it's just 22 minutes of them being like, let us out, this is wrong. And the lab geeks being like, should we let them out? No, we can't let them out. Should we let them out? No,
one of them has like a,
the Picard.
Yeah.
The Picard guy.
Yeah.
The Dr. Picard is like, this is morally wrong. I won't be a part of this project. And he tries to take the moral high ground.
Yeah. But then his like scientist buddies like plot against him as well. So it's just,
but then there's also shit where it keeps showing you scenes of like, apparently all this lab people are just fucking around too. They're like fucking each other.
Yeah.
There's like weird shit like that. And and like Dr. Picard, he keeps like fantasizing about like saving them too. He's got like a crush. He falls for like Tracker or something. So he's like fantasizes about saving her. And this goes on and on and on. And the lab people are like bickering with each other. And it you know what it is? It feels like they ran out of plot right at the 22-minute mark. And then they were like, oh, fuck. Well, we got to film something.
We got this set.
We got this set. And we have these actors are paid to the end of the day. Why don't you guys just do stuff? And then we'll make something out of it. And that's what it feels like. It feels like they had nothing to go off of. So they're just like, okay, everybody do random shit for the next 20 minutes and we'll stretch this out.
Like there are scenes with Mary Beth and Ginger just talking to each other about stuff. Like this is so arduous. Like for no reason. It's not advancing anything. Like there's no plot advancing.
And then what ends up happening is everyone gets infected with this fucking parasite and everyone ends up dying eventually and turned to dust. But as you said, for whatever fucking reason, when the virus goes through its final stages of its cycle, when you're about to go poof into a cloud of dust, you start saying movie quotes.
Yep.
Quotes from movies and or TV shows.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
They're back.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
Down the torpedo, full speed ahead.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille.
I'll
And your little dog, too.
It's almost like when they hired the actors for this, they went to like a local theater company and said, okay, tell you what, we'll let you quote whatever your favorite line is from a movie right before you have this dramatic death. Yeah. And they all like disappear / explode when they die too.
Well,
like,
they all just poof into dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's how it ends. It ends with everyone just gets blown up and turns to dust. And there's zero explanation.
Yep.
They explain nothing.
Yep.
We don't know the origin of the virus. We don't know. There's no motivation for what it was trying to do. They give us nothing. So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What the fuck was the point of any of this?
Like,
why did we watch this?
It was awful.
It's just nothing. Yeah. This is the worst.
Yeah.
This is the Freddy's Nightmares. This is the worst it fucking gets. It never gets worse than this. I actually think it's the worst episode of the entire series.
Yeah, all 44 episodes.
It goes fucking bottom of the barrel. We got Dust to Dust, and just barely above that is Do Dreams Bleed.
Yes, yeah.
a little bit above it.
Hey, did you catch at the end what the explanation was for why Ginger Tracker surprisingly hasn't died from this?
Oh no! She
does die.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought they all died.
No, yeah, she does, but not. Something happens at the end that prompts her to die. So here's the thing: for some reason, if you've been the organism is fueled by your sexual passion. So people are dying who have had recent sexual experiences, whereas with Ginger, it's revealed that. She has been celibate for months. And that's the reason why the organism hasn't killed her. But of course, at the end of the episode, she starts getting frisky with Dr. Picard. So there we go. And she dies.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Who
the dumbest thing.
Who cares? It's just 44 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's 44 minutes almost entirely. It's almost the A and B plot almost entirely take place in this lab.
Yeah.
And it's 44 minutes of just people sitting around in cages and talking about nothing and having conversations about nothing, and the plot moves nowhere, and then everyone just dies.
So between these two episodes, you're talking about 90 minutes of time. Oh. It was a waste of time.
I wrote down, this was painful to watch. Yeah. This episode in particular is so painful, is so boring. And why these characters? What was it about these cannibal protagonists that made them so interesting? We had to give them 2 episodes.
Because not every episode in season 2 has a second episode, right? A lot of them do, but not all of them do. Why did this one get a second round? I don't understand. I don't even understand how it got a first round, but here we are. I think that leaves us with one left.
Well, that's mine.
You've got your number 3 worst?
My number 3, this is my number 3 worst episode of season 2, episode 19, A Family Affair.
I'm tired of being your mistress, Paul. You keep telling me that you love me. When are you going to do something about it?
Something like what?
Like get a divorce. You said that you were going to. You promised me.
Listen, now is not the time to discuss my marriage.
This is the cheating man episode. This is the episode. This is the father knows best episode.
I have this like right in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's in the bottom half, but
this episode sucks so much. So plot A opens with a father and son, and the father is congratulating his son on getting accepted into.
Oh, right. Yes.
Getting accepted into a college. So he gets accepted. He gets like a scholarship offer.
Yep.
And the son is played by. You probably wouldn't recognize his name. It's Morris Chestnut.
Morris Chestnut.
Oh, you do know who he is. Yeah.
Yep.
He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. He's in Lucifer. He had a big role. He's a big TV actor.
Yep.
He's in lots of stuff. What would you know him most for?
Movies. I swear
really?
he's done something.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But he's pretty known.
Yeah.
He's like a baby in this though. He's very young. It hardly even looks like him really. So the father receives so this is like a picturesque family. They're all happy. It's like a loving mother and father, and the father's like he's a good man. He works hard for his family. He's a lawyer, upstanding citizen. And then he gets a call from his mistress.
Yeah.
That's how the episode opens. Yeah. It's like he gets a call from his mistress and she's like, "You're not spending enough time with me." So this man is like a scumbag and he's having an affair.
Yeah.
Again, Freddy's Nightmares. Fuck marriage.
Right.
Everybody is fucking everybody. That's the marriage.
Any legitimate relationship between two people in love should not.
It's not going to last,
exist.
buddy.
Yeah.
So then, so he gets a call from his mistress, and she's like, "I thought you said, you were going to leave your wife. What's taking so long?" And the whole thing is like, he was planning on waiting for his son to move out of the house and go away to college. So then so it wouldn't be hard on his family. He didn't want to break up his family. A little less damaging. Yeah. So then when that happens, he was going to divorce his wife and then get with the mistress. But the son decides he's going to take a varsity basketball scholarship at Springwood U.
Yeah.
Because apparently Springwood has a university.
Yeah.
There's never referenced before, but sure, that's canon now. There's also a university there.
In every TV show or movie, wherever the city that it is that takes place, they always have the city, everything that they need.
Yeah, they have the college and or the university, whatever they need. So there's Springfield U. Springwood
U. Yeah.
Springwood, not Springfield. Springwood U. Springwood U. And I wrote down. I thought Springwood was kind of a small town, but
apparently not. It's the metropolis of Springwood.
Yeah. This obviously fucks up the father's plans because now the son, because he's going to a local university, he's going to live at home for the next 4 years. So he obviously gets angry about this, and he then has a change of heart, and he decides, like, you know what, I'm gonna choose my family. Fuck this woman. Fuck this crazy bitch. He goes to the mistress to break it off, and she tries to tempt him. So I think what happens is the way this plays out is she leaves a voicemail at his home that's like, she keeps threatening. She's like, "I'm going to tell your wife."
It's very Fatal Attraction.
Yeah, if you don't get rid of her, I'm going to get rid of her, and I'm going to break up your family.
Right.
So she leaves a voicemail at home that reveals everything, but coincidentally he gets to the answering machine first, so the family doesn't hear it. But then he's like, "Enough of this shit."
Yeah.
So then he goes and breaks up with her, and she drops all of her clothes and tries to tempt him, and he's just like, "Fuck you, I'm out of here." And he resists and leaves, but not before she shouts, "You're mine."
Yeah.
And tries to threaten him. She basically goes psycho, and fearing she's going to be a problem and may try to harm his family, he hires a fucking hitman.
Yep. Yeah, he goes way off the deep end real quick.
Right.
Yeah.
So this innocent Bill Cosby looking guy is not only fucking around on his wife, he apparently also has a hitman on his Rolodex. Maybe those Bill Cosby types just aren't who we think they are.
Yeah, you could say that.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. It's just that's just for me. I can't say for sure.
It was a client, an ex-client of his knows a guy
that owed him a favor.
Yeah.
Because he's a lawyer. So it was someone that owed him a favor.
Yeah.
No, it was going to be him that did it. Yeah. I think it was going to be that guy that does it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So he hires a hitman to get rid of her, which that's a bit extreme. It's like, this man has no morals, apparently.
Right.
It's like he's supposed to be upstanding, but he's doing this.
Yeah, and he's a lawyer. So he, yep.
Okay, so while waiting for the hitman to do his job, the main character is he's anxiously waiting by the phone, waiting to hear that he's waiting to get the call from the hitman being like, "It's done.
It's done."
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's waiting and waiting and waiting. And while he's waiting, for some reason, we get this bizarre zoom in shot of the coat hooks in the house. You know, when you come in a house, you see those coat hooks on the on the wall. There's this zoom in shot. It's a 30-second zoom in shot, and it's like, what are you doing? What is this shot?
And it doesn't. I know
Don't
why.
spoil
I know
it.
why
Don't
they're
spoil
doing
why.
this.
No, I know.
But,
it's so stupid.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So after not hearing from the hitman for a while, he goes over to the mistress's apartment and finds the hitman dead.
Yeah.
Which is like, ooh.
Uh-oh.
Then the mistress shows up at the man's house, murders the wife, which I think she murders her with an axe or something. It's pretty brutal. And then wrestles with the husband before being impaled on the coat hooks that they zoomed in on earlier.
Yeah.
Now, I want to make a point here because you criticize me for this. Because this is one of the things that I don't like is don't show me something and give it some emphasis if it's not going to come back up again.
Yeah.
Establish things and then pay those things off. Okay. That's the way I like narratives to play out. I want things to be paid off. Don't show me this fucking cool metal wheelchair in the house in fucking Curse of Chucky and then never do anything with it. Okay. This is the exact opposite in that they went out of their way to show you the thing 5 minutes before they then paid it off. So A, that was way too quick of a payoff, but B, usually you're establishing something that's not normal. Like usually it's something where it's like, oh, hey, I'm really good at riding a dirt bike. Okay, cool. I wonder if in the end he's going to end up having to ride a dirt bike or something like that. Or like, hey, or how did you learn to hot wire a car?
Right.
Mark's favorite. Well, I've wasted youth. And it's like, okay, that explains how she's able to, like, usually they do shit like that where it's like, it's some thing that's not necessarily normal, but like a coat hook.
You almost feel like instead of just putting the camera on it and holding it there they would have done something like the son tries to hang up his jacket, but he misses because it's like above his head or something, like something that doesn't
anything different.
Yeah.
But I don't even know that you need to do that because usually what you're doing is you're trying to establish a thing that's not normal. So then you can have a payoff for it.
Yeah.
But in this case, like, do we really need to establish that houses have coat hooks?
Yeah, I guess the whole point though is that
because that's surprising. Where it's like if she just got impaled on a coat hook, I don't think you would have been like, where the fuck did that coat hook come from? People don't have coat hooks.
The only thing I can think of is if they didn't draw attention to it when she gets impaled on the coat hook, you wouldn't necessarily know that because it doesn't come out the front of her head or anything. She's just stuck against so you'd be like, what's wrong with her? There's nothing wrong with her. She's just up against the wall. No, you needed to know. So I understand, but at the same time, I'm like, why did it have to be the coat hooks? Right. And if it had to be the coat hooks, you needed to introduce the coat hooks in a different way.
Yeah.
Instead of just, oh, by the way, coat hooks. Coat hooks. Coat hooks. Yeah. Like,
wow.
And you were right. She does hack the wife to death.
With like an axe.
But when she's dead, it looks like she was shot. Like she's got like the tiniest of little.
I don't even remember this detail.
So
what I do remember is at like moments later, the son comes home, and we get a full minute of just the father and son, crying. It's so weird. It's like a full minute of them just sobbing about this poor woman's death. And it like doesn't cut. What the fuck? What do we do? Like, why? It's so weird. But then when we get to the B plot, it's like, oh, that's kind of what you're going for?
Yeah, I get it. But again, you don't have a lot of time. So you don't need to.
So why give us a minute?
Right. We understand that a son is going to be wrecked by the fact that his mother.
You can just show him react for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You don't need a minute of him sobbing.
Right.
We get it. We got it. Yeah. No. So then we're into the B plot, and we're still following the cheating scumbag husband for some reason, but has now time skipped ahead. And it opens with him just like instantly having a heart attack, which is fucking hilarious. It's just like, okay, he's back. Oh, heart attack. Okay. And then it time skips ahead again. And now it's 2 years later. And it turns out that his son and him are now estranged. And we get a flashback of the last minute from the previous segment that we just saw. Which is it only serves the purpose of padding out the runtime.
Right.
They literally show us like, we just saw this.
You don't need to remind us, the audience, that.
Yeah, but this was like 2 minutes ago. It wasn't even at the beginning of the episode. We just saw this, and now you're going to show this again. So So like what they're not showing you is like, oh, he's got an estranged relationship with his son. So it's like, oh, I guess he came clean and told his son about the affair. You know what would have been a great flashback? Showing us that.
Show us that.
Show us the thing that, like, rather than show us something we just watched, why don't you film a new segment and then show us that?
Like, we know he left, but maybe show us that explosion between the two of them that finally split them up.
Why not open the episode with that?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, no, we're not filming that. That's way too much work. So then it's years later. The man is now like semi-retired. He's not in good health. Like he's got a really bad heart. He's kind of recovering at home. He's got like a live-in nurse, and his son returns, and hopefully they're going to be able to like mend ties and move past this dark, this shameful history. And the nurse warns him that he's got a bad heart condition. He's got to take it easy. And there's this bullshit like heart-to-heart moment where like the father's like, "Where have you been, son?"
Yeah.
Before discovering track marks on the son's arms.
Yeah, it was a real left turn.
Like, what?
I mean,
okay. So then the son's like, I don't want to talk about it, and he like runs upstairs, and the father, because when you have a heart attack, stairs are actually a big problem.
That's right.
So he can't go up the stairs to follow him. So he's basically bound to like the first floor.
Yep.
So the son runs upstairs. And it cuts to the son taking out a fucking heroin kit from his bag, complete with like a syringe. Like, this fucking level, this is where we're going.
It was a tremendous shift in tone all of a sudden. Like, I understand, like, he's had a rough couple of years. So it's not so much that he's taken to, drugs to sort of get past it, but it never really... This show overall doesn't set up that you're going to hit like a curveball like that. It was too heavy for what is generally up until this point just been kind of a
zany,
a light, a little bit goofy, sometimes bordering on scary, but not really show for, tweens to watch.
And it's so funny because he's so normal looking, and it's like, oh, this is the junkie son. They don't even try to make him look like a junkie.
Right.
He looks normal, but it's like, oh, he's a heroin addict.
Well, because they filmed the scene the day before.
Right, like exactly. They didn't have time to put him in makeup. Right, exactly. They just put some like black marker dots on his arm. Yeah. It's like those are his track marks. Yeah. We then get another heart-to-heart moment between the father and son where he's like, son, I understand I'm not a good man, but drugs, they're not the answer, my boy. And it's like, this is a several-minute scene.
I knew that I had destroyed my own life, son. God, I held out hopes that, in spite of not seeing you for 2 years, that I hadn't destroyed yours also. That you could pick up the pieces and make something of your life. When I saw those tracks on your arms, son, my last hope was destroyed.
Dad, listen, I'm not doing dope anymore. That's in the past. I've been clean now for the last 6 months.
What are we watching? What is this? And then the dad just has a heart attack, and then in a twist, I guess heaven has a sense of irony because they send the messenger of death is his mistress.
Right.
His mistress comes to take him into the afterlife. And he's like, no, I'm just rekindling with my son. Like, you can't take me yet. And then she's like, no, I'm sorry. Those are the rules. And then he's like, well, how about this? We'll have a game of poker. And if I win, you let me live like another month or something. Right. It's another week or another month. And she accepts the deal. And if you're expecting something like the Seventh Seal, where a Knight of the Templar has a epic game of chess against death themselves, you will be disappointed.
Right.
This is just nothing. It's just a quick little stupid poker game, and then he cheats anyways. And then he wins, but she double crosses him because she's like, all right, fine. You can stay alive, but I'm gonna have to take another life instead. And then she just takes the son's life, and the son dies.
And like that
instead of him?
Instead of the game of chess, do you know what they play instead?
Yeah, it's poker, isn't it?
Strip poker. Because everything's got to have
I don't remember it being strip poker.
Strip poker.
Oh, is that what it was? Yep. Why?
Yep.
Why?
Because him and Claire used to play strip poker back when they were young and cheating around, right? So it has like some kind of history for them, even though they only play one round. So
yeah, I was going to say, that's why I don't remember her being
Yeah.
strip poker, because she doesn't. I don't remember her getting like super naked. I just remember her losing and then being like, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Stupid. And then the bumper. The bumper is the real. This is the icing on the fucking shit cake. So the bumper is Freddy has like a PSA moment. It cuts to Freddy.
Drugs. Now there's a real nightmare.
Yeah, he goes, drugs. Now there's a real nightmare.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like, and he's deadly serious. There's no humor. Right. It's not meant to be funny. It's literally a PSA moment. And it's like,
which is surprising given this, right?
Yes.
Given this.
Yes. Because it's like, hey, Fred. Oh, drugs are bad?
Yeah.
Hey, Fred, remember when you overdosed Taryn in her dream in Elm Street 3? Yeah. Oh, I guess it wasn't a problem then, eh?
Yeah. It left her with the shame of that. Her whole family had to live with. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah. Remember that?
Now suddenly.
Yeah, but suddenly, no. Yeah,
drugs
yeah.
are bad.
And I want to point out, that's actually not even how the son died.
No.
The son didn't die of an overdose. It was a vengeful spirit took his life from a deal his father made. He didn't even overdose. The son was actually trying to get clean by the end of the episode.
So lessons learned, 0. There we go.
Like, it feels like this episode, and this, at one point, this was actually my number one least.
Yeah.
For a while it was, until I got to Dust to Dust.
So you had a few more to watch.
Yeah. Because this one, at least you can laugh at how stupid it is and how misguided it is, but it is so out of place in this show, in the whole show. It feels like somebody was like, okay, we need, like, kids are watching, like, teenagers are watching our program. We need a PSA.
We have to have a message here somewhere. Yeah.
We need a preachy episode.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. It's like an episode of Seventh Heaven.
Yeah, but your lead character for most of this, the lawyer, Paul,
is a scumbag.
He is not a character that we can relate to. He even openly says to his son, like, I've cheated on everything in my life.
Right.
Like cards, your mother, everything. Like law school, he cheated to get into or to pass, right? Like we cannot feel any sympathy for this character. And yet he is sort of held up as the, like, oh, he's being wronged by Claire, who's, his adulteress, like
right.
his no. The tone of this episode
so
is
bad.
way off. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you caught this, and I think somebody. So I read this on Wikipedia, and I'm pretty certain somebody fucked this up. It says in the Wikipedia entry for this episode, this is the follow-up episode to Silence is Golden. I could not find a single
What
fucking...
would the connection be? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I couldn't find a single fucking connection between those two episodes.
maybe it just meant it was the one that came after.
It says the follow-up episode, meaning there had to be some thread. There's no thread.
No.
Sound off in the comments if there's some thread that links... No, I'm
Something
pretty
we
sure
missed.
somebody fucked up
Yeah.
that wiki entry. Yeah, because... Silence is going to remind you, it's the Rick Rake episode. It's the Shock Jock episode.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the radio playing that. The mime is dead at this point.
Was the mime like the hired killer? Maybe I don't.
No,
know.
it wasn't that guy. So I don't know what the fuck the connection was.
No.
How is this a follow-up? And
I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time worrying about it.
Yeah. And that's it.
Yeah, we got 2 pieces of business still.
No,
on your side of the table.
We're never doing anything.
We need your. How do you fix this?
You can't.
Yeah,
you can't. You can't. You have to burn this. You have to burn it to the ground, Mark.
Yeah.
You have to. You can't fix this.
Yeah.
I feel like it's shit. Everything's wrong. It doesn't work as an anthology show.
Yeah.
It doesn't work as a Nightmare on Elm Street show. It's not fun. It's not serious enough. It's not clever. Nothing is good.
Yeah, it's not horrifying.
Right.
It's not scary. It's not laugh out loud. Yeah, there's nothing about it.
And it's inconsistent. So like with season 1, there were a few bright spots where you and I were like, Love Stinks. That's kind of a funny one.
Right.
This one, The Sister's Keeper, they didn't have the budget, but they tried some stuff.
You can see what they were going for, and
Right.
we'll give them some points for that. Yeah.
But that's like 2% of the whole show.
Yeah.
The rest of the show is mostly just crap. So like, here's my pitch.
Yep.
Are you ready?
I've been waiting all day for this. Oh, I've been waiting for months for this. to be
Okay.
honest.
Yeah, almost a year.
Yeah.
Almost a year. This is how you fix Freddy's Nightmares or Nightmare on Elm Street the series. And that's what I want to do. I'm going to ditch the whole anthology episode idea because it's stupid and it doesn't work. Because the problem with the anthology idea is, by definition, an anthology has to have separate, distinct stories. Yeah. But how are they separate if Freddy needs to be the main antagonist?
Yeah.
It doesn't work. If Freddy is the main antagonist, so then all you're doing is giving us a bunch of episodes that are mini versions of these movies, well, that's going to get old real fucking quick, right? So you kind of can't do that. So then what's the solution? Well, then just have Freddy be the Crypt Keeper.
Right.
Okay.
Just telling stories, but then that's not what Freddy is.
But that's
right?
not what Freddy is. And while I do think Robert Englund's talented, and I think his Freddy segments, and we're going to end this by saying some of our favorite Freddy segments. We'll save it right for the end.
Yep.
Try to give it a little bit of bright spot.
I've got nothing for you.
I've got a few. Yeah. He's good and he keeps the energy up. He tries, but the Freddy as a Crypt Keeper, the problem is exactly what you just said. That's not Freddy. Why would he be commenting on things he had nothing to do with?
Right.
And the other problem with it is their notion that it's almost like they tried to make, it's Freddy's Nightmares. But really what it is it's Springwood's Nightmares. Because a lot of the shit that happens in this series I got to stop aiming at these. In this series, in the TV show, it's random supernatural things that just happen to happen in Springwood. So you're telling me that Springwood is just like, was it Elm Grove? It's from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's like,
I never watched it.
Oh, okay. It's like wherever Buffy's from is like, that's the hotbed of all supernatural activity. It's like where the Hellmouth is. Yeah. So all this evil shit just constantly keeps popping up.
Right under their school, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like Freddy just isn't really the main antagonist, but then sometimes he is, because then they're like, man, we can't never use him.
But you also expect that he will be, because you know what Freddy is, right? So, yeah.
So that format doesn't work. So we got to ditch it. So this is my pitch for a Nightmare on Elm Street TV show.
Yeah.
This is what you do. And I need unlimited resources, unlimited budget. I'm just pointing out, like, you dreamt it as you had the restrictions of this show.
Trying to fix what they had.
Yeah. And in my mind, also, I want to point out, I'm making my show now.
Yeah.
So I'm not making my show in 89, 1990, because they couldn't give me the money or the rating that I need to make this show work.
Yep.
So this show has to be set at least post 2000.
Right.
HBO has to be a thing. This has to be, without it, R-rated. That's like the first thing we're going to fix. You have a show, you have a series that is known for its gore and its incredible practical effects, and you neuter it.
You don't include any of that. Yeah.
And also a show that has, or a series that has a lot of gratuitous nudity, and you can't show us all that. You got to show us pasties. Like, I'm sorry, but like, these are fun, schlocky movies.
Right.
We got TNA, awesome fucking soundtracks, a kick-ass killer, and fucking amazing practical gore effects. That's my love.
Where is it?
Yeah. Where is it? Because it isn't in this. So you need to give me an R rating, and you need to make this on like fucking HBO or Cinemax or AMC. Like, it's got to not be restricted by budget, and it's going to not be restricted by violence. Like, because The Walking Dead crossed boundaries. That was like one of the first. I think The Walking Dead might be the first television show where they were allowed to show really gory shit.
Yeah.
You know, like some other HBO shows push some boundaries, like Oz and that, but like The Walking Dead, like there's legit, I mean, a dude gets his head caved in with a baseball bat and they show it.
It is violent. Yeah.
That's the level I want. So, all that in mind, this is what I would like to happen. I would like to turn the movies, or the concept of the movies, into long form seasons. Okay. So we know by the time Freddy's Dead comes out, this one right here, that basically all the kids of Springwood are dead.
Yeah.
So Freddy has essentially accomplished his mission at that point. So I don't want to go too far, because if we go past that, it's a little too, where do you go with that? What, does Freddy try to conquer the world?
Yeah.
I still want to ground it in Springwood. So how about we set up post Elm Street 5? Because Elm Street 5, I know you don't really care for 4 and 5, and especially 5. 5, though, kind of resets everything again. Often these movies just end with a reset where it's like Freddy's defeated, but in a way that's very nebulous and ambiguous. It's like in 5, it's like his spirit mother takes him away into the afterlife. Sure, whatever. Yeah. So we treat Elm Street 1 to 5 as the Bible. These set the rules. These set the world. These built it. And we're going to build off of that.
Right.
So we're going post Elm Street 5, but pre Freddy's Dead. So we're going to exist in this nebulous time where Freddy's still active, but there's nothing really set in stone. And in my ideal scenario, I'm making the sequel to 5 and Freddy's Dead never happens.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ignore Freddy's Dead in my version. What you're watching, that's what would have come after Freddy's Dead. So I'm saying it can't really be post Freddy's Dead because Freddy's Dead does so much lore shit that it fucks with things.
That it doesn't really have the license to touch.
And it's like Lisa Zane's character, like Maggie Krueger and all that shit. It's like, it's got too much shit involved. So we need to get rid of that. So... What are you laughing at? Do you like where I'm going with this? Yeah. So we use the lore and characters already established in 1 to 5, and we don't fuck with it. Okay, we don't change what's in these, but maybe we try new things within the same basic rule set. So like you mentioned the idea of like, a guy in a coma. We never really had that happen.
Yep.
We try things like that. How about the twins?
Yeah.
They could have totally been Elm Street characters.
And we talked about that. Like, what better heroes than,
Yeah, it felt like an Elm Street movie.
Yeah.
The two twins, Merritt and Lisa and Merritt, I think. Lisa and Merritt.
Yeah.
We try new things. We try to show you new stuff, but we never go against the Bible. We never break the established rules unless it's really well, unless we give it reason. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, you could really take the opportunity then to get in with a group of teenagers and flesh them out over the course of 10 episodes.
You got it. Right. So this is where we're going. So it gives us the freedom to introduce completely new characters into this already established setting, which already has lore. And so you could watch these movies and now you got the whole backstory of the show, right? We're not going to redo the origin. You're not getting any No More Mr. Nice Guy bullshit episode. None of that shit. Yeah. We're not going to redo we're not redoing any of these movies. They've happened. We're just going to come after that. So we're going to give you a whole new group of kids. And what I think they should do is after Elm Street 5, Freddy's basically gone at this point. And I think what should happen is Alice gets her happy ending, because Alice doesn't die. And you know how much I love Alice.
Yep.
Alice moves away. And seemingly that's what they did, because she's never referenced again in the series.
They don't talk about her. Yep.
They don't talk about her. And now Lisa Wilcox is too old, so she can't really come back as Alice. And I don't really want to do a time skip. Like maybe we bring Lisa Wilcox back, but she plays a different character. Yeah. So we're bringing her back just for, we love Lisa Wilcox, but she's not playing Alice, okay? Maybe she's Alice's grandmother or some shit, something like that. No shade on Lisa Wilson. She's older now, right? But Alice has moved away. The town knows about Krueger. Many kids have died at this point. But Freddy's kind of defeated. And I think this is where we start with our groundwork for season 1. And you can tell I really thought of this.
Yeah, you did.
I'm a huge, you can see I'm a big Elm Street fan. Yeah. This is what I legit would want. Like legitimately, I would want this. So I want 3 to 4 seasons to play with. And we're just going to do, so in case you're thinking like, was every episode just going to be another kid gets killed? No. I just want a handful of kills a season, because it's going to be hard, because the kills I want full on elaborate dream sequences. I want the same level of production of these films on the small screen.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. So just a handful per season, but they're going to be good ones when they come, right? And the other thing is, it can't be a kill every episode, because then we're never going to get time to get to know these characters, right? So what I would like is the first season, we're introduced to a new batch of Elm Street kids, and we slowly get to know them, slowly get to grow with them a little bit.
Yep.
And I want the first season is Freddy slowly starts to regain his power. Because the way Freddy works is similar in Elm Street 4. If nobody's thinking about him, he doesn't exist.
He feeds off the fear, right? Yeah.
But he's also he's like a Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah. Like if you don't believe in him, like in part 1, she turns around
and basically makes him vanish.
Yeah.
So the more he's in the collective subconscious of the residents of Springwood, the more he can actually manifest and have abilities.
Right.
So I would like season 1 builds this up, and they slow roll Freddy. So it should be the kids are just like, yeah, I had a friend that heard about this Kruger guy, and like just little tidbits, because the town at this point already knows. The parents already know. Everybody knows somebody that's been affected by one of these films, and that's what I would like. That's where we're starting at. But Freddy's defeated at this point, so he's weak.
It's also been a long time.
Yes.
Right. So people have started to, not necessarily forget, but
it's gone into the background.
Put it in the back.
It's in the back of people's minds, but they're slowly starting to learn about him again. And we should get teases. So like characters could have dream sequences, and in the dreams, Freddy doesn't show up, but we see like red and green items, like objects in their dreams. Maybe we get like claw imagery in some of their dreams. And this slow rolls through the first season as these kids slowly find out about this guy, and Freddy is getting more and more powerful. And I don't think he should show up until the finale of the first season. We don't get to see full Freddy Krueger until end of season 1. That's when he shows up. Season 2 and 3 should then be the kids slowly learning about, because now Freddy shows up. So now the kids are just like, no, maybe he picks off 1 or 2 of them. And now the kids are like, oh my God, we are Elm Street kids.
Yep.
We're the kids from these stories. How do we fight back? And now we're in a proper Elm Street movie. So season 1 is almost like a prequel to an Elm Street movie.
The build up.
Yes.
Yep.
So 2 and 3, and debatably 4, is now we're in an Elm Street movie, and how do we fight back? And the kids should slowly learn about the backstory of Freddy. And when I say backstory of Freddy, really I'm talking about is the lore of these films.
Yep.
They should look back, and we could have like, they could find journal entries, they could find tapes maybe from the sessions. Because I was thinking like in Elm Street 3, that facility probably shut down because like every one of those kids is dead.
But all that stuff has still got to be there somewhere.
Right.
Yep.
So maybe they break into like Gordon West. Maybe we recast Gordon West, and that guy's still in Springwood, but he's like bitter that he couldn't save Nancy, and like no one believed any of his shit, but he still has sessions, and we could get like, maybe we get interviews with like Taryn, or like, and obviously we can't get the actress, but we could have voice recordings.
Yeah.
They could find audio tapes of like the nerdy wizard kid, and it's like the things they learned, and maybe we get a little bit more lore that we didn't get in those earlier ones.
There's definitely throwbacks to the movies that the diehards like you and I would recognize.
I would just eat that shit up.
Yeah.
Like, for example, one of the best parts of Freddy Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is terrible, but my favorite thing in it is probably when Jesse finds Nancy's journal from Elm Street 1. Yeah. That's fucking awesome, because you're giving us stuff we never got in the first one, but you're respecting it.
Yeah.
It's respectively calling it back. So they could find, I literally wrote down, they could go to iconic places from the other Elm Street movies. We could go to the institution from Elm Street 3. Maybe we go to the diner where Alice worked in part 4, but it's now like destroyed and decrepit. And maybe they find the owner and he talks about Alice or something. And like, it would just be pure fan service for the Elm Street fans. But it also serves a purpose of educating our new Elm Street
junkyard.
kids.
Yeah.
Yes. There's got to be a showdown in the junkyard.
Right.
That's got to happen, right? And I'm going to throw this out there, and I don't think you're going to like this idea, but, maybe, we try something new. One of the things we never saw, and you were worried about this remember the Howard character from It's My Party?
Yeah.
You were like, oh, I was worried he was going to be like a minion for Freddy. Maybe we introduce a secondary antagonist. Like, is it that far-fetched that Freddy cuts a deal with one of the kids? And it's basically just like, look, I could kill you, or you work for me, and not only am I going to protect you, maybe I can give you a little something.
Yeah.
Like, maybe we can tweak the lore a little bit, and maybe that character maybe Freddy's able to give him a little bit of his power in some way.
Right, the kid that was made fun of at the prom. Right?
And then now we get a secondary antagonist. So now we have a double threat of, it's not just Freddy you got to look out for. There's this other guy that's the Renfield. Freddy's got a Renfield that's doing his bidding during the day. Maybe he destroys like the town supply of Hypnosil.
Right. Yeah.
Like shit like that, right? Basically what I'm asking for is I want a Nightmare on Elm Street Cobra Kai.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I want.
Enough throwbacks to the original to satisfy the
Die
golden
Hard
oldies, yeah, but enough fresh stuff so that the next generation can watch it and not feel like they're missing out because they didn't love the originals the way that or have even seen the way.
And I would like to call the new show, nice clean title, Springwood. Don't even call it Elm Street.
Yep.
Don't even call it Freddy's, just Springwood. There you go. That's my pitch, buddy. What do you think?
I love it. You got to get some money. You got to get somebody to pay for it.
If you are interested in kickstarting my fan project that I would like to make called Springwood, then please, I'll have a link down below. We're going to start a Kickstarter now. But yeah, what do you think of my idea? Do you like it?
Yeah,
Would you watch this?
Yeah, I mean,
it's never going to happen. Like
no.
never.
But
and also I want to address, obviously I'm making this show now, so Robert Englund's too old, so we're going to recast Freddy.
Yeah.
And if you have a problem with that, fuck you, because at some point you're going to have to,
Don't really have a choice.
Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Unless you want me to de-age him, which I ain't doing that.
Yeah, the idea of being able to do what a lot of modern shows are getting to do that maybe they wouldn't have been able to do in the past is let the show breathe, right? Because that's how you build tension. That's how you build character development. Trying to cram something into 22 minutes and fumbling about the whole time, you're just wasting it, right? Now, back at the time when the show was made, they didn't have that opportunity, but now you do.
Now
right?
you actually can.
Right?
Like Cobra Kai paved the way.
Yeah.
Cobra Kai proved that, not only can you do a legacy sequel to something, you can do it good.
Yeah.
You can do it well. Cobra Kai, we both love Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
We're actively watching it. We're excited for the finale.
Waiting. Yeah, it's coming.
And Cobra Kai does everything right.
Yeah.
It pays respect. It treats the original films, even the bad ones, it treats them with the utmost respect.
Yeah.
It never shits on any fans. If you like fucking Karate Kid 3, it doesn't punish you for it.
Yeah.
Terry Silver, the main antagonist of 3, comes back. They give him a whole arc in the new show. They respect everything from the originals.
It doesn't retcon all that stuff out.
Never retcons anything, really. And all of the new characters are likable and they build them up where you want to root for them. And you get fun fan interactions you never got before, it's never going to happen.
But hey, you can dream.
And you know he's going to be waiting for me in my dreams, don't you? It's going to be this fucking guy. All right, let's end on a little bit more lighter note. That's enough of Justin pining for a show that will never manifest. The last thing we want to talk about is some notable Freddy moments in the show. You only have one?
I got one. I hated them. They were terrible.
Freddy's hardly in the show this season.
He doesn't do any of the funny stuff.
Yeah, remember in season 1 where it was like Cop Freddy and like Chef Freddy and he's always doing a skit.
Right.
And they're endearing. They're fun. There's none of that.
None of that. All of that gets cut out.
And
I think you said like the number of bumpers that he's even a part of, they've cut it. They trimmed way
it.
back.
They trimmed it down. Yeah, it's like Freddy doesn't even want to be in the show.
It's literally he has like a comment at the beginning and then like another one at the end, but they're not even. And it's some of them like he's just got like a person like you remember those ones?
Yeah. So okay. Well, I've got a couple. I'm gonna give you a couple that I thought were okay. They're whatever. Just something that's funny. In the episode Funhouse, we get Freddy in drag.
Yeah.
First time we've ever seen that. Yeah. That was interesting. All right, sure. Yeah. Drag Freddy Krueger. Right. That's cool. I'm just looking for different things, right? Yeah. Anything, right? There's a funny moment in Dreams That Kill. Freddy, like in the dream, Freddy comes out of a bathroom because in Dreams That Kill, Freddy's the antagonist, so he's actually getting a douche in the episode. He comes out of the bathroom and he's like, "Hey, you gotta go. You gotta go."
You gotta go. And now it's your turn.
Which is a little too far.
I don't know. It's kind of funny because it's like the implication of like even Freddy's supposed to relieve himself in the dream world, even though he's like a dream demon.
Right.
Or maybe he was just doing that to be funny. Yeah. It's still, I don't know. I find that funny. It's like, imagine Freddy Krueger enters your dream in the most like lowbrow effort. He comes out of the shitter.
Right.
And then he's like, oh, okay, now I'll go after you.
Still gotta,
yeah. He has a funny line in Interior Loft. In Interior Loft, that's the one where there's the sexually frustrated woman.
Yep.
And Freddy's like, well, I don't know what's wrong with him. If he won't give it to her, or if he won't give her what she wants, maybe I will.
What's wrong with that guy? I guess he doesn't want to be a sex symbol. Maybe that's what happens when you study too hard. Well, if he won't give her what she wants, maybe I will.
Yeah. Again, which would have been perfect in the first season, but in the second season where he's not really as corny, it's just like, oh, okay, I don't know.
I don't know. It sounds a little nitpicky. Yeah. It does sound a little nitpicky. It's like, I don't know. There's some moments that are funny. It's just the majority is it's less.
I wanted his head to pop out of a deep fryer. Like
you wanted those kind of moments. Yeah, like It's a Miserable Life. Yeah, they don't give you those moments.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single one moment. There's none.
No prop moments.
No. In what do I got? Actually in Interior Loft, two other moments. Cop Freddy. There's like another cop Freddy. He's like interrogating a suspect and then he just kills him.
Right. He's just a guy though. Like I'm like, where's this person coming from?
Well, they do a few of these in this.
Of just like a guy like laying on a table
and then he's like interacting with, so it's like for some reason he has other victims in the dream world. I don't know. I didn't mind it. I thought it was funny. It breaks, dude, they're breaking the fourth wall anyway. So I'm like, who cares? And actually in the same episode, Freddy has a personal writer. There's a funny moment where Freddy's like, what is this? What is going on? He's like, let me see this script. And he like grabs the script for the episode we're watching and starts reading it. And then he says something that's like, yeah, it's pretty good, I guess. And then he just kills the writer that's writing it. And also Freddy, they make Freddy look like an artsy like douchebag. He's wearing like a tied sweater, but he's wearing a tied sweater over top of his sweater.
Actual sweater.
So he has two sweaters on. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I can't win Mark over on this one. Like Mark's just like, it's like Gollum.
The problem is, and I'm going to let Justin do this, but he wants to convince himself that these moments have any kind of redemptive
Listen to the way
value.
He's talking. He wants to convince himself.
Like Justin wants to love this. I'm like,
they're fun. You know what it is?
They're just not fun enough. They're not fun on the.
I don't know that that's the case. You know what? Robert Englund's going to die someday. And no, hear me out. Robert Englund's going to die someday. And like, this show's terrible, but some of these little Freddy moments, that's as good as you're going to get out of New England material, So I don't know that they're a complete waste.
I just remember
I don't know if they're as bad as you think.
I just remember him rapping, scratching a record.
Right, that's what I'm. But why is that any funnier than any of this? You know why? Because those episodes were zanier than these episodes. Yeah. So when Freddy does zany shit in this show,
it's just not zany enough to. Yeah.
Maybe, but I don't know. Okay, what else do we got? Okay, in Prime Cut, Is this the one that you're talking about?
No, the only one that I have, but as one I already talked about, is when he mentions he's going to have to relive this 10,000 times because it was the only one that contributed to the plot of the episode.
Oh, that's all you have to say is your favorite Freddy moment is Freddy being like, I'm going to torture this guy over and over again in memory overload.
Yeah.
Here, I'm the head of the class, and the professor is a dunce. His punishment? He has to relive that 10,000 times. Or until he dies. Whichever comes first.
Well, and then he turns to the camera and he's like, this episode stinks, right?
yeah.
Remember he said that?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I feel like he did.
I kind of remember
like he
that.
Yeah.
Mark Skews thinks this episode is good, but he doesn't know shit.
I did not like the bumpers for any of these episodes.
I some of them aren't, I don't know. There's, okay, so I'm going to allow me to
Keep
try.
going.
Sorry, allow me to continue trying to convince myself here. I have like Stockholm syndrome at this point.
Yeah.
Is that's what you're implying? Okay. We've got in Prime Cut, Freddy's dressed as a hillbilly and he's like serving up this big fat hairy guy as a meal. And it's just like so over the top. And it's like, and this man is covered in hair.
Yeah.
And was that prosthetic or was that a hairy man? It's gross either way.
Is that the only choice they had? They couldn't find somebody else a little bit?
It's like this big lumpkin guy.
Yeah.
He's like on the table tied up and then Freddy like scoops some like gravy on him. It's so gross. Like, what the fuck is this? In Prisoner Love, your favorite episode? Favorite episode. Freddy's Poetry Corner.
Yeah.
Freddy has like a little poetry corner and there's a sign on like a little easel that says Freddy's Poetry Corner and he's wearing like a scarf and beret and like little round glasses and he has like a little audience and then he just like reads some stupid poem. Oh, it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's great. Yeah, but it's funny. And in the same episode, I would say one of my favorite moments from Freddy's Nightmare Season 2, Freddy Bumper, Freddy's at a confessional. And he's like talking to a priest.
Yeah.
And he's like going through all the shit he did in the Elm Street movies. And he's like, well, I killed 11 kids and 42 adults and I did this. And then he's like, and one priest. And then he just
the guy's like, what?
And then he kills the priest.
I killed 11 kids. I murdered 43 adults. I wasted 7 cats, 43 dogs, and a canary.
Is that all, my son?
Now, is that all? No, I also wasted a priest.
What was that last one, my son?
I said I killed a priest.
I do remember that one.
That one's pretty good. Yeah, that one's pretty good. And probably the worst Freddy moment for me is in Dust to Dust. Just another reason this episode sucks. I don't know if you caught this. At one point, it's like I think it's the mid bumper. Freddy goes, "No more Mr. Nice Guy."
I may be cruel, but I'm fair. But this is all about to change. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
I'm like, are you actually referencing your pilot episode title?
Yeah.
There's no way that wasn't intentional. Right. He literally like looks at the camera and he goes, "No more Mr. Nice Guy."
But like, why?
Why?
At the same time. Right?
Yeah, why? Yeah. Because some people like that pilot episode.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah.
Some people are wrong.
Some people are just like, R.
Throw him another fish.
Yeah, throw him another fish. That's right. That's basically all I got.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to talk about for this. I mean, we've given you... We've bled into this microphone.
Right.
I hope you liked it. All right. Yeah, it's not good, man.
No.
And this is coming from now. If you want to know, as a diehard Elm Street fan myself, somebody that wrote his own fan fiction apparently for a fictional show that will never manifest. Do I regret watching this? I don't.
There are pieces to take from this.
I don't, because at the end of the day, I'm never getting any more Robert Englund Krueger. Unless they're going to de-age him or do some hinky thing where, you know, it's his voice, but it's somebody else like they did with Harrison Ford. And so never say never, but It's probably not going to happen. So this is the closest I'm getting to see some more new Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the classic Hobbit movies to the Lord of the Rings movies. Like, the Hobbit movies were terrible, and there's those people that'll tell you, well, but you can just ignore those. It doesn't change the Lord of the Rings movies. Like, Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy's Nightmares doesn't change the movies.
I don't feel it does because it's so different. It's just a TV show, right?
You know, if you want to ignore that it happened, great. It was fun to go through. I'm glad that we watched it, but I'm glad that we watched it because of our ability or our experience to go through it together. But I think that you would have it's just kind of a waste of time.
It really is. It's 44 hours that it's a struggle to get through these episodes, and that's exactly
There's
it.
just better stuff to watch.
Like, if it were me personally, and I'm a diehard Elm Street fan, if you had given this, I gave you this as a gift.
Thanks.
The gift that keeps on giving, buddy. But if you had given me this as a gift, I would have been like, and I would have watched the first 5, and I would have went, oh, and then it probably would have taken me like 5 years to finish this.
Yeah.
Because I just never would want to watch it because I know that it's so bad.
There's just something else better to watch at all times.
Like anything, you know? I would rather watch New Nightmare.
Whoa.
Okay,
Whoa.
maybe not that far.
Easy, Justin.
Maybe not that far. But yeah, it's just, it sucks.
But all that said,
I don't regret watching it.
I'm glad that we did this.
I'm glad we did it. There you go. Yep. That's Freddy's Nightmares Season 2.
Yep.
We've wrapped it up. We're coming back again. Hopefully not as much of a break. A lot of shit happened for me personally in September and October. I won't get into it. I'll just say I opened a second location for my store.
Congratulations, buddy.
So 2 locations now for Fly By Night. Fly By Night's taken over the world. That's my collectibles store. That's that annoying ad that you got to listen to in the middle of each one of these podcasts. But I opened a second location. That was a lot of work, and there was a lot of shit going on with me personally and business-wise, and I had to torture. I had to really put the screws to you to get you to finish this.
Right.
So this one took us a while. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not ruling out we're ever going to do another TV show. It's possible.
We may have learned our lesson, but we're not sure.
It's possible, folks.
Right.
You might be able to coax us to watch to tackle another show, because you joked about this.
Yeah.
It can't get any worse than this. Like, I feel like we've seen the worst.
It can't possibly, can it?
Right.
Can it?
I feel like we've seen the worst that horror TV shows have to offer.
Yeah.
I don't think it's getting any worse than this, buddy. So it can only get incrementally better.
Right.
So I'll leave the door open for now, a crack that we might do another. There's no more Freddy's Nightmares. That's it. They only did 2 seasons. We've now covered the whole series, but maybe we'll do another horror show in the future. I don't know. Maybe I might have one. I might have one in mind. I won't allude to it. But you're gonna start getting some more classic episodes of Slash Cinema Classic.
Movie.
We're gonna go back
based,
to. We're gonna tackle franchises again. And I can't think of a single connection for Freddy's Nightmares to our next franchise that we're about to tackle. No. So I guess I'll end by saying thank you for watching on YouTube. Thank you for listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, wherever the fuck you're listening to this. We're on pretty much everything. Which, by the way, if you only want the audio, find us on fucking Spotify and Apple Podcasts. All those links are in the description. And if you don't want to listen to the whole fucking thing and you want to just skip to certain moments, I time code every thing we're talking about, whether it be a movie or an episode. So I get these episodes are long and they're hard to tackle in one setting. Come back to them and just skip ahead on the time codes, guys. The time codes are your friends. Use them. Use them, right? Anything else you want to?
No, that's good.
That's good? Okay. Yeah. So we will return. I think we're going to return sometime around the holidays.